good evening, dear friends. I hope you've savored the beauty of this splendid spring day. As the gentle night enfolds us, it's time to unwind and embrace the soothing dreams that spring nights so gracefully offer. Tonight, by the warmth of our cozy fireplace, we're about to embark on a delightful journey through enchanting stories. These tales will transport you to magical and peaceful places, perfect for a tranquil night's rest. Snuggle in and let the adventures begin. Story 1. The world above the clouds was a place of soft edges and gentle whispers, where the air smelled of rain-kissed cotton and distant honey. Here the city of Aetherium floated on pillowy cumulus, its spires carved from mother-of-pearl that caught the starlight and scattered it into rainbows. Pathways of woven moonlight connected the buildings, and the entire city hummed with a low, melodic vibration that resonated in one's very bones. In this city lived a young dreamer named Kaelen, who carried with him a small, frayed blanket his grandmother had woven from twilight threads and dandelion fluff. It was the one thing that smelled of home, of warm cinnamon and old books, and he wore it always around his shoulders like a second skin. Lately, though, a stillness had fallen over Aetherium. The starlings, small winged creatures made of living light, had grown quiet. Once they would dance through the streets, trailing ribbons of silver and gold, singing in chimes and soft hums that guided travelers and comforted the lonely. But now their light dimmed, their songs faded to faint echoes, and a soft gloom settled over the cloud city. Kaelen missed their music. It was the sound that had always eased his worries and filled his dreams with color. So, with his blanket tucked securely around him, he set out to find the starlings and learn what had quieted them. His first stop was the Whispering Spire, the tallest tower in Aetherium, where the air was thin and carried scents from worlds below, pine forests, ocean spray, and desert blooms. Here the spire keeper, an ancient being whose form shifted like mist, communicated not with words but with touch. She placed a cool, soothing hand on Kaelen's forehead, and images flooded his mind. A far-off cavern, deep below the clouds, where an underground aurora danced in silence. The starlings drew their energy from such lights, and this one had faded. With a grateful bow, Kaelen set off, following a path of shimmering cobblestone that dipped below the cloud layer. The way grew cooler, the air thickening with the scent of wet stone and glowing moss. Soon, he arrived at the entrance to the Glimmerdeep Caverns. Inside, the world transformed. Walls of crystalline rock refracted light into cascading ribbons of emerald, violet, and sapphire. It was an aurora made solid, frozen in stone, and yet alive with gentle movement. The floor was smooth as glass, cool under his bare feet, and the only sound was the soft chime of water droplets falling into still pools. But something was wrong. The colors pulsed weakly, and in the heart of the cavern, Kaelen found the starlings. They were gathered around a great, dormant crystal, the heartstone that should have been blazing with light. Instead, it was dull and silent. The starlings brushed against it with their wings, emitting soft, sad flickers. Kaelen approached slowly, not wanting to startle them. He reached out and laid his hand on the heartstone. It was cold and rough, like forgotten ice. Remembering his grandmother's stories, he knew that some wonders needed warmth to wake, not the warmth of fire, but of heart. So he unwrapped his blanket, the one that carried the scent of home and love, and draped it gently over the crystal. Almost at once, a soft golden glow began to emanate from beneath the fabric. The starlings drifted closer, their light brightening as they hummed in curiosity. Then Kaelen began to sing, a simple, wordless melody his grandmother had sung to him when he was small. It was a tune of comfort and belonging, and as he sang, the blanket seemed to breathe warmth into the stone. The crystal beneath glowed brighter, warmer, until cracks of brilliant light spread across its surface. With a sound like 1,000 wind chimes stirring in a gentle breeze, the heartstone awoke. Light burst forth in waves, painting the cavern in swirling, joyful colors. The starlings erupted into song, their voices weaving together in harmonies that echoed through the chamber and vibrated through the stone beneath Kaelen's feet. They brushed against him in thanks, their touch like sunlight on skin, and one landed on his shoulder, its light pulsing in time with his heartbeat. He knew then that he had not only helped the starlings, but had also found a piece of himself in the silence, the understanding that even the quietest heart can hold great music. Wrapped once more in his blanket, now imbued with the gentle energy of the cavern, Kaelen returned to Aetherium. The city was alive again with light and song, and as he drifted to sleep that night, the hum of the starlings wrapped around him like a lullaby, reminding him that home is not always a place. Sometimes it is a feeling we carry within, and sometimes it is a song we help others sing again. Story 2. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, casting dancing shadows upon the walls as the evening settled like a soft blanket over the quiet village of Willowbrook. In a small cottage nestled among ancient oaks, young Finn sat by the window, his chin resting in his hands as he watched the last rays of sunlight fade behind the distant hills. There was a restlessness in his heart tonight, a quiet longing for something he couldn't quite name. Finn was a boy who noticed things others overlooked, the way morning dew clung to spiderwebs like tiny diamonds, the particular melody of the wind through the pine trees, and the secret language of animal tracks in fresh snow. Yet lately the world seemed to have grown quieter, as if holding its breath, waiting. His grandmother, sensing his thoughtful mood, placed a warm hand on his shoulder. "The fire tells stories tonight," she murmured, her voice like the rustle of autumn leaves. "If you listen closely, you might hear one meant just for you." Finn turned from the window and settled onto the woven rug before the hearth. The flames danced and whispered, and as he watched, something peculiar happened. A single ember, glowing brighter than the others, floated upward from the fire and drifted toward him not like ash, but like a tiny, purposeful firefly. It hovered before his eyes, pulsing with a warm, golden light before settling gently onto the palm of his hand. Instead of burning, it felt pleasantly warm, and as Finn looked closer, he saw that it wasn't an ember at all, but a tiny silver key, no larger than his thumbnail, glowing with inner fire. Intricate patterns were carved upon its surface, swirling like smoke, and it seemed to hum with a soft, musical vibration. "Grandmother, look," he whispered, but when he turned, he found she had fallen asleep in her rocking chair, a gentle smile upon her face. The key pulsed again, and this time Finn felt a strange pulling sensation, as if it were tugging him toward the door. Wrapping his hand around the curious object, he pulled on his warmest cloak and slipped outside into the twilight. The key glowed more brightly in the deepening dark, casting a warm circle of light around his feet. It tugged again, more insistently this time, leading him away from the cottage and toward the edge of the Whispering Wood, a forest everyone in Willowbrook avoided after sundown. Finn hesitated at the tree line. Stories spoke of the wood being ancient and mysterious, a place where time moved differently and strange lights sometimes danced between the trunks. But the key in his hand glowed with such gentle warmth, such friendly persistence, that his fear melted away like morning mist. Taking a deep breath, he stepped beneath the canopy of trees. Immediately the world changed. The air grew still and fragrant with the scent of damp earth, pine resin, and something sweet he couldn't identify, like honey and wildflowers. The key's light illuminated a path he had never noticed before, a trail of soft moss that seemed to glow faintly in sympathy with the key. Above, the branches wove together so thickly that only occasional glimpses of the starry sky were visible, like scattered silver coins. He walked for what felt like both moments and hours, the forest breathing softly around him. Strange, gentle sounds reached his ears, the rustle of unseen creatures moving through underbrush, the soft chime of leaves brushing against one another, and a distant, melodic humming that seemed to come from the trees themselves. Just as he began to wonder if he should turn back, the key pulsed brightly and the humming grew louder. The path opened into a small clearing where the most extraordinary tree Finn had ever seen stood at the center. Its bark shone like polished silver in the moonlight, and its leaves were not green, but a deep, shimmering blue that seemed to hold starlight within them. At the base of the tree was a door, carved with the same swirling patterns as the key, and just beside it sat a small, reddish fox, watching him with intelligent amber eyes. "Hello," said the fox, in a voice that was neither male nor female, but simply kind. "I've been waiting for you." Finn stared, too surprised to be afraid. You can talk." The fox gave a soft, chuckling sound. "Everything in this wood can talk if one knows how to listen, but few humans bother to learn." It tilted its head. "You have the key of embers. That means you're meant to be here." Finn opened his hand, showing the glowing key to the fox. "What is it, and why does it bring me here?" "That key," said the fox, "is a piece of the first fire ever kindled in this world. It holds the warmth of friendship, the light of wisdom, and the memory of stories untold. It glows for those whose hearts are ready to listen and learn." The fox stood and padded to the silver tree. "This is the memory tree. It holds the stories of all who have ever found their way here. Your key will open the door." Finn looked at the small door, then at the tiny key in his hand. "But it's too small," he said, puzzled. "Some doors aren't opened with size, but with sincerity," replied the fox wisely. "Try." Hesitantly, Finn approached the door. As he drew nearer, the key's glow intensified until it was almost too bright to look upon. He reached out, and though the key was small, it fit perfectly into the keyhole that had been invisible moments before. With a soft click that echoed through the silent clearing, the door swung inward. Instead of revealing the hollow interior of a tree, the doorway shimmered with soft, golden light. Through it, Finn could see another world, a place of rolling hills covered in luminous flowers, with trees whose leaves chimed softly in a gentle breeze. The air that wafted through the doorway smelled of cinnamon and rain. "Step through," encouraged the fox. "But remember, what you find there will reflect what you bring with you. Carry kindness, and kindness you will find." Taking a deep breath, Finn stepped through the doorway. The sensation was like walking through warm sunlight and cool mist simultaneously. When he opened his eyes, he found himself in the most beautiful landscape imaginable. The grass beneath his feet was soft and emitted a faint glow with each step. In the distance, a river of liquid silver flowed, and fireflies the size of sparrows drifted lazily through the air, their light pulsing in gentle rhythms. But the most astonishing thing was the silence. It wasn't an empty silence, but a full one, like the quiet moment just before a symphony begins. Finn stood still, breathing it in, feeling the peace seep into his bones. A movement caught his eye. Sitting by the silver river was a figure, a girl who appeared to be about his age, with hair the color of twilight and eyes that held the deep green of forest shadows. She was weaving something from the glowing grass, her fingers moving with practiced ease. "Hello," Finn said softly, not wanting to startle her. She looked up, and her face broke into a smile that made the surrounding light seem dim by comparison. "I wondered when you'd arrive. I'm Lyra." "How did you know I was coming?" Finn asked, sitting beside her. "The fireflies told me," she said, as if this were the most natural thing in the world. "They sing of comings and goings on the night wind." She held up what she was weaving, a crown of glowing grass and night-blooming flowers. "This is for you. Everyone who comes here receives one. It helps you understand." Finn allowed her to place the crown upon his head. Immediately, the world seemed to sharpen. The fireflies' pulses resolved into a soft, melodic language. The flowers' fragrance told stories of distant rains and sunny days. The very air seemed to hum with ancient knowledge. Where are we? He breathed in wonder. This is the Heartwood, Lyra said. A place between worlds, where stories gather before they're born into the waking world. I've been here for, well, I'm not sure how long. Time moves differently here. As they spoke, Finn learned that Lyra had found her way to the Heartwood during a terrible storm that had separated her from her family years ago. The memory tree had offered her sanctuary, and she had become its guardian, helping those who found their way here to discover what they sought. Not everyone who comes needs the same thing, she explained as they walked along the Silver River. Some need courage, some need healing, some simply need to remember how to wonder. She looked at Finn thoughtfully. What do you need? Finn considered this. I think I need to understand why I feel different sometimes, why I notice things others don't. It makes me feel alone, even when I'm with people. Lyra nodded understandingly. Come, she said, taking his hand. I'll show you something. She led him to a grove of trees whose branches were heavy with what looked like crystalline fruits. As they approached, Finn saw that each fruit contained a shimmering, moving image, a memory or a story playing out within the crystal. These are the story trees, Lyra explained. Each holds tales of those who felt different, who saw the world in unique ways. She gently touched one of the crystals, and it glowed brighter, showing the image of a young girl who could understand the language of birds and used that gift to warn her village of coming dangers. Another crystal showed a boy who noticed patterns in the weather that others missed and became a great guide for sailors. Yet another held the story of an old woman who could heal with her songs, though people first thought her strange. As you watch, Lyra said softly, you'll understand that what makes you different is also what makes you valuable. The world needs those who notice, who wonder, who see the magic others overlook. They spent what felt like hours moving through the grove, watching story after story unfold. With each tale, Finn felt a piece of his loneliness dissolve, replaced by a growing sense of connection to something larger than himself. He realized that his ability to notice details wasn't a burden, but a gift, a way of understanding the world more deeply. As they reached the end of the grove, Finn noticed one crystal that glowed with a familiar light. When he touched it, he saw his own face looking back at him, not as he was now, but younger, maybe 5 or 6. In the memory, he was sitting in his grandmother's garden, completely captivated by a ladybug crawling on his finger. He remembered that moment, the intense focus, the wonder at something so small and perfect. The memory shifted, showing other moments, him tracing patterns in frost on the window pane, listening intently to the different sounds rain made on various surfaces, carefully observing how sunlight changed throughout the day. In each memory, he saw not a boy who was strange or different, but one who was deeply connected to the world around him. Tears welled in his eyes, but they were tears of understanding, not sadness. I never realized, he whispered. I thought I was just odd. Lyra squeezed his hand. The most beautiful patterns are often those that are different from the rest, like snowflakes, each unique, each perfect in its own way. As she spoke, Finn noticed that Lyra herself seemed to be growing slightly transparent, like morning mist. What's happening? He asked with concern. My time as guardian is ending, she said peacefully. When someone new understands their purpose, the old guardian can move on. I've been waiting for you, Finn. Waiting for me, but I can't take your place. I have to go home. Lyra smiled. You don't have to stay forever, just until the next guardian arrives. Time moves differently here, remember. What feels like days here might be only moments in your world. Besides, she added, her form growing fainter, being guardian doesn't mean being trapped. It means being connected to the stories, to those who need guidance, to the magic of noticing and wondering. You can move between worlds now that you understand. As she spoke these last words, Lyra's form dissolved into a shower of golden light that rose upward like reverse rain, joining the fireflies in their gentle dance. Where she had stood, a new crystal formed on the nearest tree, clear and bright, holding her story within it. Finn stood alone in the grove, his mind whirling with everything that had happened. The crown of flowers on his head glowed softly, and he realized that he could now understand the language of the heartwood, the singing of the trees, the stories whispered by the wind, the patterns of light and shadow. A soft nudge at his leg made him look down. The fox from the clearing stood there, its amber eyes warm with understanding. "She chose well," it said. "Now you understand that what you thought made you alone actually connects you to everything." The fox led Finn back to the silver tree doorway. "You can return whenever you need to," it said. "The key will always glow when the time is right. For now, your grandmother is waking, and your world needs you." With a final look around the beautiful heartwood, Finn stepped back through the doorway into the clearing. The silver tree stood as before, its blue leaves shimmering. The door closed behind him with a soft click, and the key, now cool and silent, rested in his palm. The fox accompanied him back through the whispering wood, the path now familiar and welcoming. When they reached the edge of the forest, the fox paused. "Remember," it said, "the magic wasn't in the key or the heartwood. It was always in you, in your ability to see, to wonder, to connect. That never leaves you." With that, the fox turned and disappeared back into the trees, leaving Finn standing at the forest's edge as dawn began to paint the sky with soft watercolor hues of pink and gold. Quietly, he slipped back into the cottage. The fire had burned low in the hearth, and his grandmother still slept in her chair. As if sensing his return, she stirred and opened her eyes. "You've been on quite a journey," she said softly, without surprise. Finn sat beside her, placing the now ordinary-looking key on the small table between them. "How did you know?" She smiled, her eyes holding the wisdom of many years. "The fire tells me things, and besides," she added, touching the crown of flowers that still rested on his head, though it was now invisible to ordinary sight, "some journeys leave traces that those who know how to look can see." As sunlight began to stream through the window, Finn realized that though only a night had passed, he felt changed in ways he was only beginning to understand. The restlessness was gone, replaced by a deep sense of peace and belonging. In the days that followed, Finn found that his world had indeed shifted. He still noticed the small details, the way sunlight caught dewdrops, the particular scent of approaching rain, the patterns in wood grain, but now these observations felt like conversations rather than solitary notices. He realized he could understand more than he'd thought, the warning calls of birds, the signals of changing weather in the behavior of animals, the unspoken feelings of people around him. He used this understanding to help his village, warning farmers of coming frost, finding lost animals by reading signs others missed, comforting friends with words that seemed to know exactly what they needed to hear. And sometimes, on nights when the world felt particularly magical, he would feel the key in his pocket grow warm. On those nights, he would slip away to the whispering wood, where the fox would be waiting to walk with him to the silver tree. There he would step through into the heartwood and spend time among the story trees, learning from them and occasionally meeting others who had found their way there. Lost souls who needed guidance, wanderers who needed reassurance, dreamers who needed to be reminded that magic was real. Each time he returned, only moments would have passed in his world, but he would carry back with him new understanding, new stories, new connections. Years later, when Finn was grown with children of his own, he would sit by the fire with them and tell stories of a magical wood where trees held stories and fireflies sang songs. He would tell them of a kind fox and a girl made of starlight, and he would watch their eyes widen with wonder. And sometimes, on particularly special nights, he would feel a familiar warmth in his pocket and would smile, knowing that soon it would be time to pass the key along to one of them, to a child who noticed things others overlooked, who felt different sometimes, who needed to understand that their unique way of seeing the world was not a loneliness, but a connection to all the magic that ever was and ever would be. But that would be another story for another night by the fire. For now the flames crackled softly, the room was warm, and all was well in the world. The key rested peacefully, its work done for the moment, waiting patiently until it was needed again to light the way for another seeking heart. And outside the stars shone down on the village of Willowbrook, each one a reminder that even in the darkest night there are always points of light to guide us home. Story 3. In a quiet valley nestled between two sleepy mountains, there lived a young soul named Kaelen. Every evening, as the last rays of sunlight retreated behind the peaks, Kaelen would sit by the window and watch the twilight settle like a soft blanket over the world. But lately Kaelen had noticed something peculiar happening. Small, shimmering patterns would appear on their skin whenever they felt particularly thoughtful, like silver filigree tracing the path of their thoughts. One evening, as the fire crackled low in the hearth, Kaelen noticed that the patterns had grown more intricate, weaving like delicate vines up their arms. They felt a flutter of unease, for change had always felt like a distant storm, something observed from afar but never welcomed too closely. That night, as they drifted into dreams, they found themselves standing in a garden where the flowers hummed softly, and the air smelled of rain-kissed earth and forgotten promises. It was there that they met an elderly woman with eyes the color of twilight and a smile that felt like coming home. She introduced herself simply as the gardener. In her hands she cradled a seed that glowed with a soft, inner light. "Every change begins with a question," she said, her voice like the rustle of leaves. "What is it you wish to understand?" Kaelen hesitated, then whispered, "Why am I changing?" The gardener's smile deepened. "Because you are ready to grow." She pressed the seed into Kaelen's palm, and as their fingers touched, the garden around them shimmered. Flowers bloomed in hues Kaelen had never seen before, colors that shifted from soft lavender to warm gold as their own uncertainty gave way to curiosity. When Kaelen awoke the next morning, the seed was resting on their bedside table, pulsing gently with light. Days turned into weeks, and Kaelen began visiting the garden in their dreams each night. The gardener was always there, waiting with gentle words and small tasks, sorting stones by the river, whispering to shy buds not yet ready to open, or simply sitting in silence as the world breathed around them. With each visit, Kaelen noticed small changes not only in themselves, but in the garden as well. Pathways once overgrown began to clear, revealing stepping stones that glimmered like scattered starlight. Flowers bloomed in response to Kaelen's laughter, and on days when doubt crept in, the colors would dim until a kind word from the gardener set them glowing once more. One evening, as a soft rain fell outside their window, Kaelen noticed that the patterns on their skin had begun to form shapes, delicate wings unfurling along their shoulders, threaded through with silver and gold. They felt a surge of fear, for wings meant flight, and flight meant leaving the safety of the known. That night in the dream garden, Kaelen found the gardener kneeling beside a cocoon, suspended from a low-hanging branch. It shimmered with the same silvery light that now traced Kaelen's skin. "It is almost time," the gardener said softly. "But the butterfly knows not to rush. It listens to its own rhythm, its own breath." Kaelen knelt beside her. "What if I'm not ready?" The gardener placed a hand over Kaelen's heart. "You have been ready all along. You have sorted stones until your hands remembered their wisdom. You have sung to seeds until your voice held the warmth of the sun. You have sat in stillness until your breath matched the turning of the world." As she spoke, the cocoon began to glow brighter, pulsing in time with Kaelen's own heartbeat. The following days were filled with small, quiet victories. Kaelen found that when they spoke kindly to themselves, the wings on their skin shimmered with approval. When they helped a neighbor carry firewood, the garden in their dreams bloomed with fiery marigolds. When they admitted a fear aloud, the air around them hummed with understanding, and the silver patterns shifted into comforting, familiar shapes. One evening, as the first stars pricked the darkening sky, Kaelen stood before their window and took a deep, steadying breath. They closed their eyes and focused on the feeling of change, not as a storm to be weathered, but as a season turning in its own good time. When they opened their eyes, they found that the wings on their skin were no longer just patterns. They had become real, gossamer and strong, catching the starlight and scattering it across the room in prismatic rays. That night in the dream garden, the gardener was waiting beside a newly bloomed tree whose branches reached toward the heavens like open arms. The cocoon was gone. In its place, a butterfly with wings like captured moonlight rested on the gardener's finger. "It is time," she said, her voice softer than ever. "But remember, every ending is a beginning in disguise." Kaelen looked at their own wings, then at the sky slowly lightening with the approach of dawn. "Will you come with me?" The gardener smiled. "I am always with you, in every seed you plant, in every kind word you speak, in every breath you take while remembering who you are." And as the first ray of sun broke over the mountain, Kaelen spread their wings, not to flee but to rise. They lifted gently from the ground, the garden falling away below them like a cherished memory. The world unfolded in all directions, forests breathing mist into the valleys, rivers weaving silver threads through the land, and far beyond, other mountains waiting to be discovered. They flew not as one escaping, but as one embracing. And with every beat of their wings, flowers bloomed in the world below, not in dream, but in truth. Blues for courage, golds for wisdom, violets for compassion. When Kaelen landed once more in their room, the wings faded back into patterns on their skin, but now they carried the certainty of flight in their bones. The seed on their bedside table had sprouted, reaching toward the window with tiny, determined leaves. And Kaelen understood the metamorphosis was not over. It had only just begun. For change was not a single event, but a way of breathing, a way of being, a gentle, endless becoming. That evening, as the embers glowed once more and the world settled into stillness, Kaelen smiled. They knew that somewhere another soul was just beginning to notice the first delicate patterns of change. And perhaps in time they would be the one to offer a seed, a smile, a reminder that every ending is a beginning, every cocoon holds a sky, and every heart already knows how to fly. Story 4. In the quiet little house at the edge of the village, where the roof slanted just so, and the ivy curled around the windows like sleeping serpents, there lived a young girl named Clara. Her home was filled with the ordinary magic of everyday things, the ticking of the grandfather clock in the hall, the way sunlight pooled like honey on the kitchen floor each afternoon, and the comforting creak of the stairs that seemed to say, "I remember everyone who's walked upon me." But Clara's favorite place was the attic, a realm of dust motes dancing in slanted light and forgotten treasures waiting patiently to be remembered. It was here one rainy afternoon when the world outside dripped and whispered that she made her discovery. Creak went the attic stairs as she climbed, each step a familiar friend. The air smelled of old books and dried lavender, with just a hint of cinnamon from the sachets her grandmother had tucked among the linens years ago. In the far corner, tucked beneath a quilt patterned with fading stars, sat an old trunk with brass fittings that gleamed like sleepy cat's eyes. With a soft thump, Clara lifted the lid. Inside lay photographs with curly edges, letters tied with faded ribbon, and at the very bottom, wrapped in velvet the color of midnight, something long and cylindrical. As she unfolded the cloth, a kaleidoscope emerged, its brass body cool to the touch, its eyepiece dark and waiting. When Clara lifted it to her eye, she expected colored glass and shifting patterns. Instead, she saw a path winding through a silver wood, where leaves whispered secrets and distant bells chimed like frozen laughter. And in the center of that wood stood a tower made of moonlight, with one window dark and lonely. Ting-a-ling went the bells in the distance, So clear, she lowered the kaleidoscope to see if the sound came from outside her window. But no, the rain still fell in gentle sheets, and the world outside was gray and muted. That night, as Clara lay in bed with the kaleidoscope on her nightstand, she heard the bells again, closer this time, as if they rang just beyond her wall. When she peered through the magical lens once more, the silver wood seemed to breathe toward her, the path beckoning. Some journeys, whispered a voice that might have been the wind or the house settling, are measured not in miles, but in moments of bravery. And so Clara took her first step into the adventure, not by walking, but by closing her eyes and believing. When she opened them, she stood at the edge of the silver wood. The trees shimmered as if dipped in starlight, and the path before her was paved with fallen leaves that crunched softly underfoot. Swish, swish they went, like the pages of a book turning. It wasn't long before she met her first helper. From behind a tree with bark that swirled like cinnamon rolls emerged a badger wearing tiny spectacles and a waistcoat embroidered with acorns. "Ahem," said the badger in a voice that rustled like parchment. "One doesn't simply wander into the silverwood without purpose. Are you lost or found, my dear?" Clara, who felt very much lost, explained about the kaleidoscope in the dark tower window. "Ah," said the badger, adjusting his spectacles. "The Tower of Sighs, its light has been dim for many turnings of the moon. I am Barnaby, keeper of remembered paths. I could show you the way, but the wood has grown restless lately." As if to prove his point, the path ahead seemed to shiver and shift, the trees leaning closer together, until the way forward disappeared entirely. "Patience," murmured Barnaby, tapping his paw. "The wood responds to hurry with hindrance. We must wait for the path to remember itself." So they sat on a mossy log that felt like velvet, and Barnaby told Clara stories of travelers who had rushed through the wood only to walk in circles forever. As they waited, Clara noticed how the light dappled through the leaves in ever-changing patterns, how the air smelled of damp earth and something sweet like ripening blackberries. After what felt like both moments and hours, the trees sighed and parted, revealing the path once more. "Cleverness opened that way," said Barnaby with approval. "But you'll need more than cleverness where you're going." They hadn't walked far when a tiny voice piped up from the undergrowth. "Wait for me, oh do wait." A small field mouse with ears like pink petals came scurrying, carrying a thimble filled with dew. "I'm Pip," she said, her voice like the ringing of a tiny bell. "I heard you're going to the Tower of Sighs. You'll need my help when you reach the singing river. It won't let just anyone cross." True enough, soon the path ended at a river that flowed not with water, but with shimmering, musical notes. The river hummed and trilled, occasionally bubbling up into melodies that tugged at Clara's memory, lullabies she'd half forgotten, her mother's singing while kneading bread, the tune the tea kettle whistled on winter mornings. "The river sings what you need to hear," explained Pip. "But if you try to cross without listening, it will carry you away in its current." So Clara sat on the bank and she listened. The river sang of courage, of small kindnesses, of quiet moments that build like stones into something strong. It sang of her grandmother's hands arranging flowers in a vase, of her father whistling as he fixed a loose step, of her own laughter echoing in the garden. When the song turned to one about sharing, about how the sweetest water is that which is given away, Clara understood. She took Pip's thimble of dew and poured it into the river. The musical waters stilled, then parted, creating stepping stones of solidified melody that chimed gently underfoot. Plink, plonk, plink they went as Clara, Barnaby, and Pip crossed to the other side. The tower now stood clearly before them, its pale stones glowing softly. But surrounding it was a moat of shadows that swirled and deepened as they approached. From a high branch overlooking the moat came a soft huo-huo. A great horned owl with feathers the color of twilight blinked slowly at them. "The shadows thicken when approached with fear," she said in a voice like velvet. I am Ollivander, watcher of thresholds. Many have turned back here. Indeed, as Clara looked at the dark water, shapes seemed to form, whispering doubts, remembered stumbles, all the small fears that sometimes visited her at bedtime. Barnaby adjusted his spectacles. Logic cannot map these waters. Pip wringed her tiny paws. And my dew is all gone. Ollivander simply blinked again. What grows in darkness? She asked cryptically. Clara thought of seeds in the earth, of roots reaching silently in the black soil, of the way morning always followed night. She thought of kindness, how a gentle word could light a candle in someone's heart. Slowly, she knelt at the edge of the shadow moat. I'm not afraid of you, she whispered. Well, perhaps a little, but I think you're just lonely. She began to hum, the same lullaby the river had sung, the one her mother used to sing. As she hummed, the shadows stilled. Then one by one they began to glow with soft light, like fireflies waking at dusk, until the entire moat shimmered with gentle radiance. A bridge of light formed across the waters, and they crossed to the tower door. Inside, the tower was not cold and empty as Clara had feared, but warm and circular, with a staircase winding upward. At the very top, in a room with a single window, sat a small, glowing creature no bigger than Clara's hand, weeping softly. I am the last spark, it said, its light flickering with each sob. I keep the tower's light burning, but I've grown so tired and lonely. Clara understood then what the journey had been about. She sat beside the spark and told it about Barnaby's patience, Pip's generosity, Ollivander's wisdom. She described the silver wood and the singing river and the shadow moat that just needed kindness to become light. As she spoke, the spark's glow steadied and grew brighter. You've brought me company, it said wonderingly. You've reminded me that light grows when shared. Together they lit the tower's great lantern, which beamed out across the land, setting the silver wood gleaming and making the river's notes dance with renewed music. When Clara looked through the kaleidoscope again, she was back in her attic, the rain still gently tapping at the window. But now when she peered through the magical lens, the tower window shone brightly, and if she listened very carefully, she could hear the faintest echo of bells and a soft, contented purring from somewhere in the shadows. She placed the kaleidoscope back in its velvet wrapping, knowing its magic would wait until someone else needed to measure their courage not in miles, but in moments of bravery, patience, and kindness. And that night as Clara slept, her dreams were filled with silver leaves whispering comfort, musical rivers singing lullabies, and a gentle light that watched over her all through the dark hours, reminding her that even ordinary things hold extraordinary secrets for those willing to look and listen with their heart. Story 5. In a quiet valley nestled between two sleepy mountains, there lived a young soul named Kaelen, who noticed the world changing around them in ways others did not seem to understand. Each morning, Kaelen would wake to find tiny, shimmering scales dusting their pillow like crushed moonbeams, and their reflection in the still waters of the basin seemed just a little softer around the edges than it had the day before. They did not speak of these changes, for fear that others might find them strange, but in the secret chambers of their heart, Kaelen wondered what was happening, and why. One evening, as the last light of day bled into violet and the first stars pricked the sky, Kaelen wandered farther than usual from their cottage, drawn by a soft, melodic humming that seemed to drift on the breeze. They followed the sound to a hidden garden, enclosed by ancient willow trees whose branches swept the earth like gentle brooms. In the center of that garden stood a woman with hair the color of silver moss and eyes that held the deep, knowing calm of still water. She was tending to a plant whose petals shifted from blue to soft gold as she sang. "You've been waiting," the woman said without turning, her voice as soothing as a summer rain. "I am Lyra, and this," she gestured to the garden around them, "is a place where things grow in their own time, in their own way." Kaelen hesitated, then stepped forward. things are changing, in me, and I don't know why." Alara smiled, and the flowers nearest her seemed to lean in as if listening. "Change is the world's oldest song, dear one. We need only learn how to listen." She led Kaelen to a corner of the garden, where a silken cocoon hung from a low-hanging bough. It pulsed with a soft, inner light. Some transformations are quiet, they happen in the dark, in the waiting, and when the time is right, what emerges is more beautiful for having taken its time. From that night on, Kaelen returned to the garden often. With each visit, Alara shared small lessons, not with words alone, but through the very world around them. She showed Kaelen how to plant seeds of courage in soft soil, and how, with patience and gentle attention, those seeds would sprout tender green shoots that reached for the sun. Kaelen began to notice that the garden responded not only to Alara's touch, but to their own feelings as well. On days when doubt clouded their heart, the path would grow faint, and the flowers would bow their heads as if in sympathy. But when Kaelen took a deep breath and remembered a kind word or a hopeful thought, blossoms would unfurl in hues of coral and lavender, and the air would sweeten with the scent of honey and thyme. One afternoon, as a soft rain misted the garden, Kaelen confessed, "I'm afraid of what I might become." Alara simply took their hand and led them to a still pool at the garden's heart. "Look," she whispered. Kaelen gazed into the water and saw not a fixed face, but something flowing and gentle, like light on water, always moving, always new. And they understood in that moment that they were not becoming someone else. They were becoming more themselves. As the seasons turned, small victories bloomed like wildflowers after rain. Kaelen learned to speak their mind without trembling, and a nearby bush burst into silver blossoms in response. They mended a friendship that had frayed, and vines heavy with ripe, sweet berries curled gratefully around their ankles. With each act of kindness, each moment of clarity, the shimmering scales that had once worried them now dusted their skin like freckles of starlight, beautiful and harmless. One evening, as autumn crisped the air and the garden glowed in the amber light of sunset, Alara led Kaelen to the cocoon they had seen on their first visit. It was trembling gently, and a delicate crack appeared along its seam. "It's time," Alara said softly. "But remember, this is not an end. It is a breath taken before the next note is sung." Kaelen watched, heart swelling with a quiet joy, as a luminescent moth emerged from the cocoon. Its wings were the color of twilight, dusted with gold, and it hovered for a moment before alighting gently on Kaelen's shoulder. A sense of peace settled over the garden, deep and abiding. Alara turned to Kaelen, her eyes shining. "You see, you tended the garden and the garden tended you. You learned that change is not something to fear, but something to grow with." Kaelen looked down at their hands, now steady and sure, and then out at the world beyond the garden. The world they were now ready to re-enter, not as who they were, but as who they had gently, patiently become. As the first stars kindled overhead, Kaelen took a deep breath, the kind that fills you down to your toes, and smiled. Somewhere a seed was stirring in the dark, ready to begin. Story 6. The village of Moonbeam Hollow nestled in a gentle valley where the twilight lingered longer than anywhere else, and the stars seemed to shine just a little bit brighter. Each evening, as the great clock tower in the square chimed 7 times, the villagers would light their lanterns and gather on their porches to watch the constellations awaken one by one. But lately, something peculiar had been happening. It began with the North Star, the steadfast guide that never wavered. One evening, it simply wasn't there. In its place was a small, dark patch in the sky, like a missing button on a velvet coat. Then the next night, 2 more stars from the Great Bear vanished. Night after night, the villagers watched with growing concern as their beloved sky grew emptier, as if some unseen hand were plucking diamonds from the heavens. Among the worried villagers was a young girl named Lyra, who had a curious mind and a heart that noticed things others often overlooked. She loved nothing more than sitting on her knitted blanket in the garden, a cup of chamomile tea warming her hands, tracing the constellations with her finger while the wind chimes on her porch sang soft, random melodies. One evening, as the clock tower finished its seventh chime, Lyra noticed something strange. The missing stars weren't just gone. They seemed to have left faint, silvery trails behind, like snail tracks on a dewy morning. No one else had spotted them, for the trails were visible only from certain angles, and only if you were looking very, very carefully. Lyra decided she would solve the mystery. She began by consulting the oldest book in Moonbeam Hollow's library, a thick, leather-bound volume of nursery rhymes that had been passed down for generations. The rhymes were said to hold wisdom about the valley's magic. One verse in particular caught her eye. When stars take flight from evening's hold, seek the map written in moonlight's gold. Follow the path where shadows play, to find what's missing by light of day. The next morning, Lyra set out with a small satchel of ginger biscuits and a determined spirit. Her first thought was to visit the town's oldest mapmaker, a kindly old badger named Barnaby, who lived in a cozy burrow at the edge of the woods. His maps were famous throughout the valley, but he was also known for his love of riddles. Barnaby's burrow smelled of dried lavender and ink. He peered at Lyra over his spectacles as she explained about the missing stars and the nursery rhyme. "A map written in moonlight's gold, you say," he mused, tapping a claw on his chin. "I did once draw a map on parchment made from moonbeam fibers, but I gave it to the baker years ago. She said she needed it to find the best cinnamon under the full moon." Lyra hurried to the bakery, where the warm scent of rising dough and sugar filled the air. The baker, a flour-dusted woman with a merry laugh, nodded when Lyra asked about the map. "Oh yes, dear, I used it to find the cinnamon grove, but then I passed it along to the cobbler. He needed to know where the moonlight fell softest on the path so he could make slippers that would never stumble in the dark." So it went throughout the day. The cobbler had given the map to the weaver, who wanted to know where the moon-touched lilies grew for her silver thread. The weaver had passed it to the potter, who used it to find clay that gleamed like starlight. Each person had found something wonderful with the map, but no one still had it. Just as Lyra began to feel discouraged, she noticed something. Each person she had spoken to had a small, star-shaped marking somewhere in their shop, a carved star on the bakery door, a star-shaped knot in the cobbler's woodwork, a tiny silver star sewn into the weaver's tapestry. And each marking pointed in a different direction. Lyra rushed home as the sun began to set and the first stars timidly appeared. She climbed to her rooftop, carrying a pencil and paper, and sketched the positions of all the star markings she had seen. To her amazement, they formed a perfect constellation, the very one that had lost the most stars. Her heart beat with excitement as the clock tower chimed 7 times. That's when she noticed another clue. The trails left by the missing stars were brightest just after the chime, and they all seemed to curve toward the whispering woods. Taking her lantern, Lyra ventured into the woods. The trees leaned close, their leaves rustling like pages turning in a storybook. Fireflies bobbed around her, and the gentle sound of a nearby stream accompanied her steps. She followed the silvery trails, which grew brighter as she went deeper. Soon she came upon a clearing she had never seen before. In the center stood an ancient stone sundial, covered in moss and surrounded by color-changing flowers that shifted from blue to silver in the moonlight. And there, curled sleepily against the sundial, was a small creature Lyra had only heard of in stories, a star hare, its fur glimmering with captured starlight. The star hare looked up with eyes like molten silver. It trembled slightly, and Lyra saw that one of its paws was gently wrapped in a leaf bandage. Around it, nestled in the soft grass like eggs in a nest, were the missing stars, glowing softly, pulsing with light. "You've been gathering them," Lyra whispered, not with accusation, but with understanding. The star hare nodded slowly. It gestured with its good paw toward the sundial, where a deep crack had formed. Lyra looked closer and saw that the crack was leaking something that looked like darkness itself, a shadowy substance that made the grass wither where it touched. Then she understood. The sundial wasn't just telling time, it was connected to the stars themselves. The crack was causing time to leak backwards in small ripples, making the stars unstable. The star hare, guardian of the constellations, had been gathering them to safety until the sundial could be mended. Lyra thought quickly. She remembered the nursery rhyme said to find what's missing by light of day. The sundial only worked in sunlight. She would have to wait until morning. Gently, she offered the star hare one of her ginger biscuits. The creature nibbled it gratefully, and Lyra sat beside it, keeping watch over the stars as the moon journeyed across the sky. She hummed a soft lullaby her grandmother had taught her, and one by one the stars seemed to brighten at the sound. At first light, Lyra examined the sundial closely. The crack needed something both strong and magical to mend it. Then she remembered the color-changing flowers surrounding the clearing. Their petals were known to have healing properties when properly prepared. Carefully, she gathered morning dew in a leaf cup and crushed the silver phase petals into a paste. As she applied it to the crack, the sundial began to glow, and the crack sealed itself with a sound like wind chimes stirring in a gentle breeze. The star hare nuzzled her hand in thanks, then bounded onto the sundial. As the first rays of sun touched the stone, the hare began to shine brilliantly. One by one, it gently nudged the stars back into the sky where they belonged, each settling into place with a soft ping like a raindrop hitting a crystal glass. That evening, the entire village gathered in the square as the clock chimed 7. The sky was once again filled with stars, shining even brighter than before. Lyra told them the story of the star hare and the cracked sundial, and how each of them had helped without even knowing it, for the map's journey had left star markings that showed the way. From that night on, the villagers paid closer attention to the subtle magic around them. The baker left out cinnamon buns for the star hare, the cobbler made tiny boots for its paws, and the weaver created a soft blanket for moonlit nights. The clock tower chimed, the wind chimes sang, and sometimes, if you listened very carefully, you could hear the gentle sound of stars shifting in their constellations, comfortable and safe once more. And Lyra, curled on her knitted blanket with her chamomile tea, knew that some mysteries weren't meant to frighten, but to remind us to look closer, listen carefully, and always approach the world with a kind heart. For in doing so, we never just find what is missing. We find connection, wonder, and the gentle magic that weaves us all together under the same starlit sky. Story 7. In the heart of the world, where the moon poured her silver milk upon the earth, lay the ancient forest of Eldermere. It was a place untouched by the frantic pace of the sunlit hours, a kingdom of whispers and shadows, where the very air hummed with a quiet, old magic. The trees here were not merely wood and leaf, they were living libraries, their bark etched with the stories of millennia, their roots drinking from deep, secret springs that remembered the first rainfall. On this particular night, when the moon hung full and heavy as a pearl in the velvety black sky, a young fox with fur the color of autumn leaves sat at the edge of a starlit clearing. His name was Kaelen, and though he was clever and curious, a restless feeling had settled in his heart, a feeling like a pebble in his paw, unnoticed by others but impossible for him to ignore. He felt out of rhythm, as if his own small life was out of tune with the great, slow song of the forest. The clearing was awash in a gentle, ethereal light. Tiny glowworms nestled in the moss pulsed with a soft, greenish radiance, and above, will-o'-the-wisps, those playful spirits of light, danced lazy patterns in the air, their movements as fluid as water. The air itself was a symphony of soothing sounds, the distant hush of a waterfall, the delicate plink of dew dripping from a fir needle onto a broad leaf below, the rustle of the night breeze combing through the pine boughs, a sound like a mother's gentle sigh. It was here that Kaelen heard it, a low, resonant hum that seemed to vibrate up from the ground itself, through the pads of his paws and into his very bones. It was the ancient oak, grandfather oak, the eldest of all the trees, whose branches scraped the stars and whose roots cradled the stories of the world. But the hum was not one of contentment. It was a note of longing, a melancholy tune that spoke of a forgotten promise. Drawn by the sound, Kaelen padded softly across the clearing. The moss beneath his feet was cool and spongy, releasing a sweet, earthy scent with every step. As he neared the great tree, a shadow detached itself from a high branch and descended on silent wings. It was Orla, the great gray owl, her feathers edged in moonlight, her eyes two pools of bottomless, knowing amber. "The forest sings a wistful song tonight, little traveler," she said, her voice a soft hoot that blended perfectly with the night's melody. "You hear it too, I see, the tremor in the great song." Kaelen nodded, his whiskers twitching. "It feels incomplete, like the moment between the in-breath and the out-breath stretched too long." Orla blinked slowly. "You have a listening heart, that is a rare gift. The imbalance you feel is in the seasonal heart of the forest. The magic that turns the wheel of rest and renewal has grown faint. The moon petals refuse to bloom, and without their light, the dreams of the woodland creatures will grow thin and restless." She explained that the season turner, a luminous orb woven from the first frost of winter, the first bud of spring, the longest ray of summer sun, and the most crimson leaf of autumn, was kept alight by a special nectar. This nectar came from the moon petals, rare flowers that bloomed only one night a year in a hidden grove, bathed in the light of the full moon. But the path to the grove was lost, and the petals had not bloomed for several cycles. "The grove is guarded," Orla murmured, "not by malice but by silence. To find it, you must learn to listen not with your ears alone, but with your entire being. You must understand the languages that are not made of words." And so Kaelen's quest began. His first guide was not Orla, but the chattering stream that giggled over smooth, gray stones. He lay down on the bank, his chin on his paws, and simply listened. At first it was just noise. But as he let his busy thoughts settle, like sediment in a pond, the noise resolved into a language. The water wasn't just babbling, it was telling stories. The gurgle was a tale of the high mountain snows it had come from. The splash was a joke about a ticklish trout. And the gentle swish around a half-submerged log was a lullaby. Within its flowing song he heard a consistent refrain: "Follow the silver, find the stone that dreams." Trusting the water's wisdom, Kaelen followed the stream deeper into the forest. The canopy grew thicker, but the bioluminescent fungi on the tree trunks provided a soft, blue guide light. He came to a place where the stream pooled before tumbling down a small cascade. There in the center of the pool lay a large, moss-covered stone. It was humming, a deep, resonant sound that made the water around it vibrate in concentric rings. This was the stone that dreams. Kaelen approached it respectfully. "Great stone," he whispered. "The water sent me. I seek the way to the hidden grove." The stone's hum changed, deepening into a voice that was felt more than heard, a vibration that traveled through the earth. "Little fox," it rumbled. "The path is not walked but remembered. The trees hold the map. Ask the one who wears the stars." Thanking the stone, Kaelen looked up. All around him, the trees stood tall and silent. How does one ask a tree? Remembering Orla's words, he didn't speak. Instead, he pressed his flank against the trunk of a mighty silver birch. He closed his eyes and poured his intention into the touch, his hope, his purpose, his request for guidance. The tree's response was not a sound, but a sensation. A memory imparted through the bark, the feeling of cold, bright starlight on its highest branches. It was a direction, a pulling sensation towards the north, where the trees grew thinner and the stars shone brightest. He traveled north, the pull growing stronger. The forest began to change. The air grew cooler and carried the clean, sharp scent of pine and frozen earth. Then he saw it, a magnificent fir tree, so tall it seemed to hold up the sky. Its needles were dusted with a frost that glittered like a million diamonds under the starlight. This was the one who wore the stars. At its base, sitting calmly and watching him with intelligent, dark eyes, was a badger. Her fur was striped with the wisdom of years, and her claws were caked with the dark, rich soil of the deep forest. "The tree speaks of your coming," the badger said, her voice a low, gravelly comfort. "You seek the language of the roots, the final key." She nudged a fallen cone with her nose. "The grove is protected by a weave of roots. They will not part for one who does not understand the sacredness of rest. All things must sleep, little fox. The seed in the earth, the bear in its den, the sun beneath the horizon. The magic of renewal is born from the depth of rest. Show them you understand this. Be still, be silent, listen to the deepest rhythm." Kaelen understood. He didn't try to find a path or a door. Instead, he found a cozy nook between two great surface roots of the star-wearing fir, curled his tail over his nose, and simply rested. He let the sounds of the forest night wash over him, the crunch of a beetle in the leaves, the distant call of a nightjar, the deep, almost imperceptible sigh of the earth itself. He wasn't sleeping, but participating in the quiet sacrament of rest. As he lay there in a state of deep, wakeful peace, a soft blue light began to emanate from the ground. The intricate web of roots beneath the moss began to glow, tracing a labyrinthine pattern. They shifted not with a noisy wrenching, but with the gentle sigh of someone turning over in sleep, revealing a downward path into the earth. With a grateful nod to the badger, Kaelen descended. The tunnel was lined with glowing crystals that pulsed with a soft, inner light. The air was cool and smelled of wet clay and old, sweet roses. It opened up into a cavern so breathtaking he gasped. This was the hidden grove. It was not under the open sky, but the cavern's ceiling was a mirror-still underground lake, reflecting the full moon above so perfectly it seemed another moon lived in the earth. And all around, growing from the cavern floor, were the moon petals. Their closed buds were like sculpted alabaster, and they began to quiver as the true moon's light, reflected through the water, touched them. One by one, they began to unfurl. There was no sound, only the breathtaking visual symphony of pearlescent petals opening to reveal a soft, golden stamen that glowed with its own light. A fragrance filled the air, a scent that was like honey, moonlight, and deepest peace all at once. This was the nectar of renewal. Kaelen carefully collected the glowing nectar from several blossoms in a broad leaf Orla had given him, folded into a cunning cup. As he did, the melancholy hum that had echoed through the forest ceased, replaced by a deep, contented thrum of harmony. His restless heart stilled, finally in tune with the great song. When he emerged, the forest felt different. The air was sweeter, the shadows less deep, the sounds more melodic. Orla was waiting for him. Together they went to the base of Grandfather Oak, where a small, crystalline depression held the dormant season turner. Kaelen poured the glowing nectar into it. The orb flared to life, cycling through the hues of ice blue, new leaf green, sunshine yellow, and russet red, before settling into a steady, soft white glow. A wave of palpable magic rippled out through Eldermere. The trees seemed to stand a little taller, the streams to sing a little clearer, and a profound sense of peace settled over everything. Orla looked at Kaelen, her eyes warm. "You did not learn a new language, little one. You remembered the one you were born knowing, the language of being, of listening, of resting. That is the truest magic. It turns all seasons." Kaelen made his way back to his den, as the first hint of dawn tinged the eastern sky lavender. The journey had been long, and a pleasant tiredness weighed on his limbs. He curled up on his bed of soft leaves and dried ferns, the gentle, rhythmic glow of the renewed season turner a soft pulse in his mind's eye. Outside his den, the first drops of a gentle rain began to fall, pit-patting a soothing rhythm on the broad leaves above. The wind whispered through the pines, a constant, shushing lullaby. Somewhere the stream chuckled softly over its stones, telling a new story, the story of a little fox who listened, and in doing so, saved the dreams of the forest. And as Kaelen drifted into a deep and peaceful sleep, he knew that rest was not an emptiness to be filled, but a cup to be drunk from deeply. And his dreams were full of silver moonbeams, glowing petals, and the deep, contented hum of a forest perfectly at peace, forever turning its gentle, magical wheel. Story 8. In a small cottage nestled at the edge of a whispering pine forest, where the air always carried the scent of damp earth and wood smoke, lived a young girl named Lyra. Her home stood alone, with only the company of rustling leaves and the distant hoot of an owl to break the silence of the evenings. Though she loved her little house with its thatched roof and warm hearth, Lyra often felt a quiet loneliness settle around her shoulders like a shawl she hadn't chosen to wear. One autumn evening, as the last rays of sun painted the sky in shades of violet and gold, Lyra sat by her crackling fireplace, watching the flames dance and listening to their gentle hiss and pop. The firelight cast shifting patterns upon the walls, creating shadow creatures that leapt and twirled before disappearing into the corners of the room. As she stirred the embers with an iron poker, something unusual caught her eye. A small, smooth stone nestled deep within the ashes, glowing with a soft, pulsing light the color of warm honey. Curious, Lyra reached carefully into the warmth and retrieved the stone. It fit perfectly in her palm, radiating a comforting heat that seemed to seep right into her bones. As she held it closer, she noticed intricate patterns etched upon its surface, swirling lines that reminded her of tree rings or perhaps the path of a meandering stream. The stone pulsed rhythmically, almost as if it were breathing in time with her own heartbeat. That night, Lyra placed the glowing stone on her bedside table, where its gentle light cast a golden circle upon her pillow. As she drifted toward sleep, she found herself dreaming of a hidden path through the forest, illuminated by stones just like this one, each pulse of light beckoning her forward. When morning came, mist clung to the pine trees like silver lace, and Lyra knew with a certainty that settled deep in her soul that she must follow the dream's calling. She packed a small satchel with bread and cheese, a flask of cool water, and her warmest woolen cloak. Most importantly, she tucked the glowing stone into a small pouch that hung around her neck, its warmth a constant companion against her chest. The forest welcomed her with a chorus of rustling leaves and birdsong. Sunlight filtered through the canopy in golden shafts, illuminating dust motes that danced like tiny fairies in the air. Lyra walked for what felt like hours, following no path she could see with her eyes, but rather the gentle pull she felt from the stone against her heart. Just as the sun began its descent toward the horizon, painting the sky in shades of orange and rose, Lyra heard a sound that made her pause, a soft, whimpering cry that seemed to come from behind a thicket of blackberry bushes. Pushing aside the thorny branches with careful hands, she discovered a most unusual creature. It was smaller than a fox, but larger than a squirrel, with fur the color of twilight and eyes that shimmered like liquid silver. One of its back legs was caught in a tangle of vines, and it looked up at Lyra with a mixture of fear and hope. The creature made no move to flee as she approached slowly, her movements gentle and deliberate. "Hello there," Lyra whispered, her voice soft as the evening breeze. "You seem to be in a bit of trouble." The creature blinked its luminous eyes and made a soft chittering sound. Lyra noticed that where the vines touched its leg, the fur had begun to glow with the same golden light as her stone. She reached into her pouch and drew out the glowing rock, holding it carefully toward the trapped animal. As the stone's light fell upon the vines, something remarkable happened. The tangled plants began to loosen their grip, unwinding themselves as if responding to a silent command. Within moments the creature was free, though it made no move to run away. Instead it limped toward Lyra and nuzzled her hand with a cool, damp nose. "You're hurt," Lyra murmured, noticing the slight swelling where the vines had been. She rummaged in her satchel and found a cloth, which she dampened with water from her flask. Gently she cleaned the creature's leg, all the while humming a soft tune her grandmother had taught her long ago. As she worked, the creature's fur began to glow more brightly, and Lyra realized with wonder that the stone around her neck was pulsing in time with the light emanating from the animal. When she finished tending to the injury, the creature stood and tested its weight on the leg, finding it strong once more. It looked at Lyra with those silver eyes, and made a series of musical chirps before turning and limping slowly into the deepening shadows between the trees. Lyra assumed this was farewell, but after taking a few steps, the creature paused and looked back at her, chirping insistently. Understanding dawned. She was being invited to follow. The twilight creature led her along a path, so hidden that Lyra would never have found it on her own. Moss-covered stones formed a natural staircase downward into a small valley, where the air grew warmer and carried the scent of blooming night flowers. Fireflies began to appear, their tiny lights flickering like scattered embers in the gathering dark. Just as the last light faded from the sky, they arrived at the entrance to what appeared to be a vast, ancient tree. Its trunk was wide enough that 5 people holding hands might not have been able to circle it, and its branches stretched toward the stars like arms raised in celebration. Light spilled from an opening in the trunk, a warm, golden glow that pulsed in the same rhythm as Lyra's stone. The creature chirped encouragingly and slipped through the opening. Taking a deep breath, Lyra followed. Inside, she found herself in a space that seemed far larger than the tree should have been able to contain. The walls curved upward into a dome, and the entire chamber glowed with the same golden light that came from her stone. Dozens of creatures similar to the one she had rescued moved about the space, their twilight-colored fur glowing softly as they went about their tasks. Some tended to crystalline plants that grew from the walls, while others gathered around what appeared to be a central hearth, though no fire burned there. Only a large, gently pulsing stone similar to Lyra's, but as large as her head. An older creature with silver streaks in its fur and eyes that held the wisdom of countless seasons approached Lyra. It chirped a greeting, and though Lyra couldn't understand the words, she felt the meaning in her heart: welcome, gratitude, and curiosity. The creature she had rescued came forward and nuzzled her hand again before turning to the elder and chirping what sounded like an explanation. The elder listened intently, then looked at Lyra with newfound respect in its shimmering eyes. It gestured for her to follow toward the central hearth. As they approached the large glowing stone, Lyra felt the stone around her neck grow warmer, pulsing faster as if in recognition. The elder creature placed a paw upon the large stone and looked expectantly at Lyra. Understanding, she removed her own stone from its pouch and held it toward the larger one. As the 2 stones drew near each other, a beautiful thing happened. Beams of light connected them, weaving patterns in the air like golden thread. Images began to form within the light, Lyra finding the stone in her fireplace, her journey through the forest, her helping the injured creature. The elder creature chirped softly, and Lyra suddenly understood that these stones were connected to the heart of the forest itself. They were given only to those with kind hearts, those who could help maintain the balance between the human world and this hidden realm. The creature she had rescued had been a guardian sent to find her, to test her worthiness. Lyra spent what felt like days in that magical tree, though time seemed to move differently there. The twilight creatures taught her their ways, how to listen to the whispers of the trees, how to understand the language of the wind, how to use the glowing stones to heal small injuries in the forest. She learned that the stones drew their power from acts of kindness and connection, growing brighter with each good deed. She discovered that her loneliness had faded, replaced by a sense of belonging she had never known before. The creatures became her friends, their musical chirps and soft nuzzles speaking more clearly than words ever could. They showed her secret clearings where mushrooms glowed with soft blue light, and hidden streams where the water sparkled with starlight even during the day. But as all journeys must, this one eventually reached its turning point. Lyra knew she couldn't stay forever in this hidden world, much as she might wish to. The elder creature approached her one evening as she sat watching the fireflies' dance patterns in the air outside the great tree. It chirped softly, and Lyra understood that it was time for her to return home. Her stone had absorbed enough of the forest's wisdom to continue glowing, and she now carried within her the knowledge of this hidden world. The elder pressed its forehead to hers, and in that moment, Lyra felt a wave of gratitude and love that brought tears to her eyes. The creature she had first rescued, whose name in their language translated roughly to evening song, would accompany her back to the edge of the forest. As they prepared to leave, the elder brought Lyra a small sapling with leaves that shimmered with the same golden light as the stones. This, she understood, was to be planted near her home, a connection between her world and theirs. The journey back seemed shorter, perhaps because Lyra now knew the way, or perhaps because her heart felt lighter than it ever had before. Evening Song walked beside her, occasionally chirping a melody that sounded like the forest itself breathing. When they reached the edge of the woods, where Lyra's cottage stood waiting with warm light in its windows, the creature nuzzled her hand one last time, before turning and disappearing back into the shadows between the trees. Lyra stood for a moment, breathing in the familiar air of home, before moving to plant the shimmering sapling near her front door. As she placed it in the earth, she felt her stone pulse warmly against her chest, and she knew the tree would grow strong and true. Inside her cottage, the fireplace had burned down to embers, yet the room felt warmer than she remembered. Lyra placed her stone on the mantelpiece, where it cast its gentle golden light throughout the room. She realized then that the loneliness she had carried for so long had been transformed during her journey, not vanished entirely, but changed into something new. She now carried within her the memory of friendship, the warmth of connection, and the knowledge that magic existed just beyond sight, waiting for those with kind hearts to discover it. That night, as Lyra lay in bed watching the stone's light pulse softly on her ceiling, she understood that her journey had been about more than finding a hidden world. It had been about finding a part of herself she hadn't known was missing, the part that could see magic in ordinary things, that could be a friend to those in need, that could carry light into darkness. Outside her window, the newly planted tree began to grow at an impossible rate, its branches stretching toward the sky and its leaves shimmering with golden light that mingled with the silver of the moonbeams. The forest seemed to sigh contentedly, and in the distance, if one listened very carefully, they might have heard the faintest musical chirping carried on the night breeze. Lyra closed her eyes, a small smile gracing her lips as she drifted into dreams of glowing stones and twilight creatures, of friendship found and loneliness transformed. And in her cottage at the edge of the whispering forest, with the fire reduced to embers and a magical stone pulsing gently on the mantel, she slept more peacefully than she ever had before, knowing that she was never truly alone, and that the world held more wonder than she had ever imagined. Story 9. In a quiet valley nestled between two sleepy mountains, there lived a young boy named Kaelen, who often felt as small and unnoticed as the pebbles along the riverbank. While other children his age raced through meadows with boisterous laughter, Kaelen preferred the company of mossy stones and whispering pines. His heart beat in time with the gentler rhythms of the world, the patter of rain on leaves, the distant hoot of an owl, the way morning mist clung to the hillsides like a soft gray blanket. One evening, as the sun dipped behind the western ridge and painted the sky in shades of lavender and peach, Kaelen sat by the crackling hearth in his family's cottage. The fire popped and sighed, sending dancing shadows across the room. His grandmother, her hands busy with knitting, smiled at him over her spectacles. "You look thoughtful tonight, little one," she said, her voice like the rustle of dry leaves. "I was wondering," Kaelen began, tracing the grain of the wooden floor with his finger, "if there are places in this world where quiet things become important." His grandmother's needles stilled. "Oh, there are, but one must know how to look." She leaned closer, the firelight catching the silver in her hair. "Have I ever told you about the Glimmerwood?" Kaelen shook his head, curling closer to the warmth. "It's said that deep in the oldest part of the forest there grows a tree whose leaves hold the last light of day. They say that if you find it, and if the tree finds you worthy, it might grant you a single ember that never goes out, a little piece of perpetual twilight." That night, as Kaelen lay in bed, the image of that glowing ember filled his dreams. He saw it pulsing softly like a heartbeat in the dark, warm against his palm, a tiny sun he could carry in his pocket. The next morning, with a small satchel of bread and cheese and his warmest cloak, Kaelen set out toward the ancient forest. The path was familiar at first, past the babbling brook where he sometimes skipped stones, beyond old Mr. Higgins' sheep pasture, and into the thinning woods where the trees grew taller and closer together. But soon the way became less certain. The sunlight, which had been dappling the forest floor, now struggled to pierce the thick canopy overhead. The air grew cool and carried the rich, earthy scent of decaying leaves and damp soil. Kaelen walked until his legs ached, following no path but the one his intuition carved. Just as doubt began to creep into his thoughts like evening chill, he noticed something peculiar, a faint, golden glow emanating from behind a curtain of hanging moss. Pushing it aside, he discovered not the legendary tree, but something equally marvelous. A small fox with fur the color of autumn leaves, and upon its forehead a mark that shimmered with a soft, internal light. The fox regarded him with intelligent amber eyes, unafraid. "You're far from the beaten path," it said, its voice like the stirring of dry grass. Kaelen, too surprised to be startled, simply nodded. "I'm looking for the tree that holds the daylight." The fox sat, wrapping its bushy tail around its paws. "Many seek it, few understand what they're truly looking for. I am Ember," it said, the glow on its forehead pulsing gently as it spoke. "I was once like you, a seeker. The tree granted my wish to become a guardian of these woods. Can you help me find it?" Kaelen asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Ember tilted its head. "I can guide you, but the journey will change you, as all true journeys do. The path to understanding is never the same path one walks in." And so began an unexpected friendship between a quiet boy and a mystical fox. They traveled deeper into the forest, where the trees grew so close their branches intertwined like clasped hands. Ember taught Kaelen to listen, not just with his ears, but with his entire being. "Hear how the birch leaves tremble in a different rhythm than the oak," Ember would say. "Notice how the light changes quality near the willow grove. Every living thing has its own song." Kaelen learned to distinguish the subtle music of the forest, the low hum of ancient stones, the whispering chorus of roots beneath the soil, the delicate chime of spiderwebs beaded with morning dew. He began to see patterns in the lichen on north-facing rocks, to understand which mushrooms indicated underground springs, to feel the history in the gnarled bark of elder trees. Days blended into one another, marked only by the gradual deepening of their journey. Kaelen shared his bread and cheese with Ember, who in turn showed him which berries were safe to eat and where the clearest water flowed. They slept beneath the stars, huddled together for warmth, with Ember's glowing mark providing comfort in the darkness. One evening, as they rested beside a stream that chuckled over smooth stones, Kaelen confessed, "I used to feel invisible, like I didn't matter much." Ember's light pulsed softly. The quietest things often hold the deepest magic. The seed that grows unseen, the root that strengthens in darkness, the heart that loves without demanding attention. These are the forces that truly shape the world. The next day they arrived at a circular clearing where the air hummed with energy. In the center stood the most magnificent tree Kaelen had ever seen, its bark silver white, its leaves holding the colors of sunset even though the actual sun was high overhead. This was undoubtedly the tree from his grandmother's story. As they approached, the tree's branches swayed, although there was no wind. A voice, deep and resonant like earth after rain, spoke without words, communicating directly to their hearts. Why do you seek the everlasting ember, child of the outer world? Kaelen, who had practiced answering difficult questions during his journey, responded honestly. I thought it would make me feel important, but now I understand that importance isn't about being noticed, it's about noticing. The tree's leaves shimmered approvingly. You have learned well. But the ember is not a prize to be won. It is a responsibility to be carried. It must be earned through service. What service? Kaelen asked. The forest suffers, the tree communicated, its branches drooping slightly. A darkness has taken root in the heart of the Glimmerwood, not evil but forgetfulness. The creatures have stopped listening to each other's songs. They no longer remember how their lives are intertwined. You must help them remember. Ember nuzzled Kaelen's hand. This is the true test. The darkness manifests as a mist that dulls the senses and separates beings from one another. For 3 days and nights, Kaelen and Ember traveled to the affected areas. The forgetfulness mist was indeed spreading. They found birds who had forgotten their migration songs, squirrels who couldn't recall where they'd buried their nuts, and a family of badgers who had forgotten how to dig proper tunnels. Kaelen discovered that his quiet nature served him well. While others might have tried to fight the mist with noise and action, he simply sat with the affected creatures, listening to their confusion. He didn't try to solve their problems, but instead helped them remember their own solutions. To the birds, he hummed the melodies he'd learned from listening to the wind through pine needles. Gradually they began to join in, their own songs returning like dawn after a long night. For the squirrels, he drew maps in the dirt based on patterns he'd observed in their behavior, helping them rediscover their hidden stores. With the badgers, he patiently demonstrated digging techniques he'd seen other animals use, until their muscle memory returned. Each small victory pushed the mist back slightly, but the source remained. Following Ember's guidance, they traced the forgetfulness to a cave, where a lonely mountain spirit had been weeping for centuries, its tears creating the confusion mist. Everyone has forgotten me, the spirit mourned, its form shifting like smoke. Once the forest creatures would bring me stories and songs. Now I am alone. Kaelen approached without fear. I will remember you, he said simply, and I will tell others to remember. He sat at the cave entrance and began to sing, a simple song about the interconnectedness of the forest, about how every creature, every plant, every stone had value and was remembered by the world. Ember joined in, its glowing mark brightening the cave. One by one the creatures they had helped arrived, adding their voices to the chorus. The mountain spirit's form solidified into something resembling starlight and moss. Its weeping ceased and the mist began to dissolve, replaced by a gentle, golden light that spread through the forest. When they returned to the twilight tree, it greeted them with branches outstretched. You have done what many could not. You healed with listening rather than force, with remembrance rather than conquest. From its highest branch, a single leaf detached and floated down, transforming as it fell into a softly pulsing ember that glowed with the warmth of a hearth fire and the colors of sunset. It settled into Kaelen's open palm, warm but not hot, light as a feather. This is now yours to safeguard, the tree communicated. It will light your way, but its true purpose is to remind you, and those you share it with, that even the smallest light can hold back the darkness, and that remembering one another is among the most powerful magics. The journey back felt both the same and entirely different. The forest Kaelen had helped heal now seemed to recognize him. Trees bent their branches slightly as he passed. Animals paused to nod in gratitude. Flowers turned their faces toward the ember's gentle light. When he finally emerged from the forest edge near his home, the first stars were peppering the twilight sky. His grandmother was waiting on the porch, a knowing smile on her face. "You found it," she said, her eyes on the glowing ember in his hand. "I found more than that," Kaelen replied, Ember sitting faithfully at his side. That night, as Kaelen lay in his own bed, the ember pulsed softly on his bedside table, casting warm, shifting patterns on the walls. He realized the journey had indeed transformed him, not by making him important in the way he'd imagined, but by teaching him that importance grew from connection, from listening, from remembering. Ember curled at the foot of his bed, its glowing mark synchronizing with the ember's rhythm. "The forest will always remember you," the fox whispered, "and I will always be your friend." Kaelen smiled, feeling a peace deeper than any he'd known. He understood now that the magical object wasn't the destination but the reminder, a tangible representation of the light we carry for each other, the memories we preserve, the friendships that warm us from the inside out. As sleep gently pulled at his consciousness, the ember's glow seemed to fill the room with soft, golden warmth. The last thing Kaelen heard was the distant, familiar crackle of the hearth downstairs, and Ember's contented sigh as the fox too drifted into dreams. And in that space between waking and sleeping, in the gentle embrace of the light he'd earned not through conquest but through compassion, Kaelen understood that the greatest journeys aren't measured in distance traveled, but in the depth of connection forged, and that sometimes the quietest among us hold the most luminous magic of all. Story 10. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, its warm light dancing across the room like golden fairies at play. Outside the night was deep and velvety, but here, nestled in the cozy armchair, the world felt safe and small. And so begins our tale, dear listener, of a quiet boy and the gentle magic he discovered when he learned to see the light within the dark. In a little cottage at the edge of a great whispering forest lived a boy named Milo. Milo was a thoughtful child with wide, curious eyes the color of autumn leaves, and a heart that noticed things others often overlooked. While other children raced through sunny meadows, Milo preferred the quiet company of dusk, that soft, blue hour when the world holds its breath between day and night. You see, Milo had always been fascinated by light. Not the bold, brazen sun of noonday, but the shy, gentle lights that emerged when shadows grew long. The first star blinking awake in the lavender sky, the fireflies winking in the tall grass, the warm glow of a candle in a window calling one home. But most of all, Milo loved the way embers glowed in the darkness, how they pulsed like sleepy hearts, holding warmth and memory long after the flames had retired. One evening, as Milo sat by the hearth watching the logs settle into a bed of rosy coals, his grandmother whispered a story older than the hills. "They say," she began, her voice like the rustle of dried leaves, "that deep in the forest there grows a tree unlike any other. Its bark is silver as moonlight, and its leaves shimmer with a light all their own. They call it the Emberwood, for it holds the last light of forgotten stars within its branches." Milo's eyes grew round. Forgotten stars. His grandmother nodded, stirring her cup of tea. Long ago, when stars grew too old to shine in the sky, they would fall to earth. Most turned to cold stone, but a few, the ones that still held a spark of kindness, nestled into the heart of the Emberwood. Their light soaked into the tree, and now it glows with a warmth that never fades. She smiled at Milo's enchanted expression. "They say if you find a leaf from the Emberwood and hold it close, it will show you the light within yourself." That night Milo lay in bed while the fire murmured in the grate. The story wrapped around his thoughts like a soft blanket. He imagined the Emberwood standing alone in the deep forest, its branches heavy with starlight. And as he drifted to sleep, he made a decision. He would find it. The next morning, as the first pale light touched the horizon, Milo packed a small knapsack with a crust of bread, a wedge of cheese, a flask of cool water, and his warmest woolen scarf. He slipped out quietly, the dew-kissed grass cool beneath his boots. The forest awaited him at the edge of the garden, a great green mystery breathing in the dawn. The moment Milo stepped beneath the canopy of trees, the world changed. Sunlight filtered through the leaves in shifting patterns of gold and green, and the air smelled richly of damp earth and pine. Birds called to one another in melodies that seemed to say, this way, and Milo followed, his heart beating a hopeful rhythm. For hours he walked, following no path but the one his curiosity carved. He paused to watch a spider weave a web beaded with morning dew, and to listen to the chuckle of a hidden stream. He shared his bread with a bold squirrel who chattered thanks before scampering up an oak tree. The forest felt alive in a way he'd never noticed before, not frightening but full of gentle company. As the day wore on, the light began to fade, painting the forest in shades of violet and gray. Milo realized with a start that he was lost. The familiar landmarks of his village were far behind, and the trees seemed to crowd closer together. A chill crept into the air, and Milo wrapped his scarf tighter around his neck. He found a small hollow between the roots of a great cedar tree and decided to rest there for the night. He was just unpacking his remaining cheese when a soft, rustling sound made him freeze. From behind a fern emerged a small fox with fur the color of autumn bracken and eyes that held a surprising gentleness. The fox did not run away, but instead sat down a few paces from Milo, tilting its head as if in question. "Hello," Milo whispered, not wanting to startle the creature. The fox blinked slowly, then crept closer. It was then that Milo noticed something extraordinary. Around the fox's neck hung a small, smooth stone that glowed with a soft, amber light, like an ember from a long-burning fire. "You have a light," Milo said in wonder. The fox made a soft, chuffing sound and nudged Milo's hand with its nose. It seemed to be offering friendship. Gently, Milo reached out and stroked the fox's head. The animal leaned into the touch, and Milo felt a surge of warmth that had nothing to do with the fading day. "I'm looking for the emberwood," Milo confessed, though he felt a little silly talking to a fox. "You know it." The fox stood and trotted a few steps away, then looked back over its shoulder. It was clearly inviting Milo to follow. With a grateful smile, Milo shouldered his pack and fell into step behind his new guide. Together, boy and fox journeyed deeper into the forest as night settled around them. The fox's glowing stone cast a small circle of light that pushed back the darkness, revealing a world Milo had never seen. Mushrooms peeked from the moss like tiny ivory buttons, and owls called to one another in haunting melodies. The forest at night was not scary, but mysterious and beautiful. After a time, they came to a clearing where a stream whispered over smooth stones. The fox stopped to drink, and Milo knelt beside it, cupping the cold, clear water to his lips. As he drank, he noticed something. The farther they traveled, the brighter the fox's stone glowed. It pulsed gently, as if keeping time with some silent heartbeat. "Your stone," Milo said. "It's getting brighter." The fox nosed the stone, then looked toward the eastern path. Its meaning was clear. They were getting closer. They walked on, the night deepening around them. Milo's legs grew tired and his eyelids grew heavy, but the fox's steady presence kept him moving. Just as he was about to suggest they rest, the trees began to thin, and a soft, silver light filtered through the branches ahead. They stepped into a circular clearing, and Milo caught his breath. There stood the emberwood, more beautiful than he could have imagined. Its bark truly was silver like moonlight, and its leaves shimmered with a soft, internal glow that pulsed gently, bathing the clearing in a peaceful radiance. The air hummed with a warmth that felt like being wrapped in a favorite blanket, and the scent of cinnamon and old books hung faintly in the air. But as Milo drew closer, his joy turned to concern. While the tree still glowed, its light seemed fainter than in his grandmother's stories. Many of its lower branches were bare, and the remaining leaves trembled as if holding on with great effort. "It's fading," Milo whispered sadly. The fox nudged his hand and whined softly. It trotted to the base of the tree and began digging gently in the soft earth. Curious, Milo knelt beside him. Soon the fox uncovered what appeared to be a knot in one of the tree's great roots, but this knot glowed with the same amber light as the fox's stone. Milo reached out and placed his hand on the knot. The moment his fingers touched the wood, images flooded his mind. Stars falling like tears from the sky, a lonely tree opening its arms to catch them, the warmth of forgotten light soaking into its very fibers. He saw how the tree had glowed brightly for centuries, sharing its light with any creature who needed comfort in the dark. But lately, fewer and fewer visitors came. The world had grown busy, and people had forgotten how to see the gentle lights. Without companionship, without stories shared in its glow, the tree's light was slowly dimming. Milo understood. The emberwood didn't need water or sunlight. It needed to be remembered. It needed friendship. He sat with his back against the silvery bark, the fox curled at his side. He began to talk to the tree, softly at first, then with growing confidence. He told it about his grandmother's stories, about his love for quiet light, about the journey through the forest. He sang the little songs his mother used to sing when putting him to bed. He promised he would remember. As he spoke, something wonderful happened. The tree's glow began to strengthen. The leaves shimmered more brightly, and the warmth in the air grew. One leaf, glowing particularly bright, detached itself from a high branch and drifted down like a feather made of light. It landed in Milo's lap, pulsing softly. Milo picked it up. It was warm to the touch, and as he held it, he felt a gentle warmth spread through his own chest, a feeling of belonging, of being exactly where he was meant to be. He looked at the fox, whose stone now glowed as brightly as a captured sunset. "You're part of this too, aren't you?" Milo said. The fox blinked slowly in agreement. Milo understood then that the fox was a guardian, one of many creatures who carried pieces of the emberwood's light into the world, reminding others of the magic that still existed if only they knew where to look. He spent the night there in the clearing, curled against the tree with the fox for warmth. The emberwood's light wrapped around them like a protective blanket, and Milo slept more peacefully than he ever had before. When dawn tinted the sky with rose and gold, Milo knew it was time to return home. He carefully placed the glowing leaf in his pocket, where it pulsed gently against his heart. The fox walked with him to the edge of the clearing, then nuzzled his hand in farewell. "I'll come back," Milo promised, "and I'll bring others who need to remember the light." The fox chuffed softly, then turned and disappeared into the forest, its glowing stone the last thing to vanish among the trees. The journey home felt different to Milo. The forest seemed to know he carried a piece of its heart, and it guided him kindly. Birds led him to berry bushes heavy with fruit, and the stream he'd crossed the day before seemed to shift its course slightly to make his crossing easier. He was no longer lost, but found. When he finally stepped from the forest's edge, the late afternoon sun was warming the stones of his cottage home. His grandmother was in the garden, picking herbs. When she saw him, her face broke into a relieved smile. "There you are, my little wanderer," she said, pulling him into a hug that smelled of lavender and love. "I wondered where you'd gone off to." Milo showed her the leaf from his pocket, which still glowed with its soft, steady light. Her eyes misted over as she touched it gently. "You found it," she whispered. "You found the emberwood." That night, as they sat by the fire, Milo told his grandmother everything, the journey, the fox, the fading tree, and the understanding he had gained. She listened intently, her knitting needles clicking softly in rhythm with his words. "You've learned what many spend lifetimes seeking," she said when he finished. "That the brightest lights are often those we kindle in each other. The emberwood doesn't just give light, it reflects the light we bring to it." As the years passed, Milo visited the emberwood often. Sometimes he went alone to sit in quiet companionship with the tree. Sometimes he brought others, a friend who had lost their way, a child afraid of the dark, an elder feeling forgotten. And each time the tree's glow grew stronger, its branches fuller. The fox was often there to greet him, its stone glowing ever brighter. Other guardians revealed themselves too, an owl with feathers that shimmered like captured starlight, a badger with claws that sparked gently when it walked, a family of mice who wove nests from glowing moss. The forest was full of light for those who knew how to see it. Milo grew from a quiet boy into a kind man, known for his ability to find light in dark places. He became a storyteller, sharing the tale of the emberwood and teaching others to see the gentle glow that exists all around us, in the embers of a dying fire, in the first brave star of evening, in the eyes of someone who understands us. And on winter nights, when the wind howled outside and the world felt cold and dark, people would gather around their hearths and tell the story of the boy who found the light that never fades. They would watch the fire crackle and remember that even the smallest spark can grow into something that warms the world. Now, as the fire in your own hearth settles into glowing embers, and your eyelids grow heavy with sleep, remember Milo's journey. Remember that within you too glows a light, unique and warm and waiting to be shared. The world is full of gentle magic for those who carry kindness in their hearts. So close your eyes, dear listener, and drift into dreams of silver trees and friendly foxes, of forgotten stars and found light. May your sleep be peaceful, and your dreams be bright with all the gentle glow of an emberwood leaf held close to the heart. The night is deep, but you are safe and you are loved. Good night. Story 11. In the quiet village of Mossglimmer, where the twilight lingered a little longer and the stars shone a little brighter, there lived a young person named Kaelen. Kaelen was quiet as the morning mist, with a heart that felt things so deeply that sometimes it seemed to overflow. And when it did, something rather remarkable happened. The first time it occurred, Kaelen was feeling particularly small after a day when words had tangled on their tongue and laughter had felt far away. That evening, while brushing their hair before bed, they noticed a soft, pearlescent shimmer dusting their fingertips. It wasn't frightening, merely curious, like moonlight had decided to rest upon their skin. The next morning it was gone. The changes began to grow, as all things must. A week later, after a moment of quiet courage, speaking a kind word to a flustered neighbor, a single, perfect morning glory, the color of a deep, trusting blue, bloomed overnight in a pot on their windowsill that had been empty for years. Kaelen began to understand, in the way one understands the rhythm of their own breath, that their inner world was quietly knitting itself into the outer one. Their small cottage sat at the edge of the whispering woods, and it was there that Kaelen felt most at peace. They often walked the dappled paths, and it was on one such walk, during an afternoon of gentle rain, that they met the mentor who would guide them. They were sitting on a mossy log, watching a droplet cling to a leaf, trembling but never falling, feeling a kinship with its patient suspense. An old woman, her face a map of kindly wrinkles, and her eyes the color of rich soil, settled beside them. She carried a basket of strange, velvety mushrooms, and smelled of damp earth and lavender. "It holds on," she said, her voice like the rustle of leaves, "not because it is afraid to fall, but because it is enjoying the view from right where it is." Kaelen looked at her, surprised. "It will fall eventually." "Oh, indeed," the woman said, a smile crinkling the corners of her eyes. "And the soil below will be grateful for the drink. Everything in its own time, little sapling. everything in its own time. She introduced herself as Lyra, a gardener of uncommon things, and from that day on she seemed to appear whenever Kaelen's heart was a tangled knot of feeling. She never gave direct advice, but rather offered observations about the world around them that felt like keys to a lock Kaelen hadn't known existed. Under Lyra's gentle presence, Kaelen began to experiment. They noticed that frustration, when breathed through and released, often resulted in the tough, protective bark of a birch tree appearing in patterns on their forearms before fading. It was a reminder of their own resilience. A moment of pure shared joy with a friend caused their cheeks to flush with the soft pink of cherry blossoms, and for days after their footsteps left faint, sweet floral scents in the air. The most challenging emotion was sadness, a deep, heavy blue that felt like a stone in their chest. One afternoon it overwhelmed them, and they retreated to their cottage, drawing the curtains. The next morning they found the entire windowsill and the wall around it covered in a beautiful, intricate web of crystalline frost, despite it being midsummer. It was breathtakingly beautiful, a testament to the cold weight they had carried. But it was cold. As they looked at it, Lyra's words from their first meeting echoed, "The soil below will be grateful for the drink." Tentatively, Kaelen breathed a warm, accepting sigh onto the frost. It didn't melt away in failure. Instead, it transformed. The frost patterns dissolved into a cascade of tiny, glistening dewdrops that soaked into the wooden sill. And from the seams of the wood, where the dew had sunk in, tiny, emerald-green sprouts pushed their heads into the world, unfurling into minuscule ferns that trembled with new life. It was a small victory, but a profound one. Sadness was not a flaw to be erased. It was a season to be weathered, a necessary rain that allowed for new growth. Kaelen's journey was not one of dramatic, overnight revolution, but of patient, daily metamorphosis. They began to tend a small garden behind their cottage, not with seeds from a packet, but with the seeds of their own being. A day of practiced patience saw them plant a feeling, and a slow-growing, sturdy oak seedling would emerge. A moment of forgiven anger was watered into the soil, and a patch of passionate, red poppies would wave their heads in the breeze. Their own body continued to be a canvas. When they finally spoke their truth in the village meeting, their voice clear and steady, their skin glimmered for a full day with the iridescent sheen of a dragonfly's wing. When they offered forgiveness to someone who had hurt them, their hair, for a brief, beautiful evening, was woven with strands of silver thread that caught the last of the sun. Lyra was there through it all, a steady, grounding presence. She taught Kaelen to listen to the language of the earth, to understand that a seed does not worry about becoming a flower, it simply trusts the process of becoming. "You," she said one evening as they sat watching fireflies blink over the magical garden, "are both the seed and the gardener. You contain the whole cycle within you." The culmination came not with a bang, but with a deep, resonant hum of rightness. The village was preparing for the Festival of Lanterns, a night where everyone released a paper lantern into the sky, carrying a wish for the coming year. Kaelen had always made a small, simple lantern, their wish a whispered secret. This year felt different. They stood before the river, their lantern in hand, but no wish formed in their mind. Instead, a feeling of profound acceptance bloomed within them, acceptance of their changing nature, of their quiet strength, of the beautiful, sometimes challenging, dialogue between their heart and the world. As this feeling swelled, something new happened. A soft, golden light began to emanate from Kaelen's own chest, visible through their tunic. It was warm and gentle, the light of a captured sunset. From their skin, delicate, papery wings of light unfolded, not to fly away, but to enfold them in a gentle embrace. They were, for a breathtaking moment, their own lantern, their own light source, aglow with the simple, radiant truth of their own being. The paper lantern in their hand remained unlit. They didn't need to send a wish out into the universe anymore. They were the wish already granted. The light slowly receded, folding back into their heart, leaving them feeling whole and serene. They looked up to see Lyra standing a little way off, her own lantern unlit. She simply nodded, her smile brighter than any festival light, and turned to walk back into the woods. Kaelen knew with a certainty that felt as natural as breathing that their formal lessons were over. The mentor appears when the student is ready, and disappears when the student becomes. The next morning, Kaelen went into their garden. The transformations had settled into a gentle, constant hum beneath their skin, a quiet song of self that no longer needed dramatic displays. In the center of the garden, where the soil was richest, they knelt and dug a small hole. They didn't plant a seed of a feeling, but a simple, ordinary apple seed. It was an act of faith in the future, in the continuous, beautiful cycle of change. They knew a tree would grow there. It would take years, patient and slow. It would weather storms and bask in sun, and eventually it would bear fruit. Kaelen smiled, brushing the rich, dark soil over the seed, their hands, once dusted with uncertain shimmer, now steady and capable. The story of their metamorphosis was complete. But the gentle, lifelong transformation of tending, growing, and becoming, that was only just beginning. Story 12. The little village of Evenfall nestled in the crook of the Whispering Woods, a place where chimney smoke curled into the sky like lazy gray ribbons, and the scent of baking bread and damp earth lingered always in the air. Each evening, as the great copper bell in the clock tower sang its 7 solemn notes, the villagers would light their lanterns, and the world would be bathed in a soft, buttery glow. But the truest magic began after dark, when the sky above Evenfall would blossom with stars, more stars than anywhere else in the world, it was said. They were so close you felt you could almost reach up and pluck one, like a silver apple from a celestial tree. This was the domain of a young woman named Lyra, the village stargazer and baker of the finest cinnamon star cookies. Every night she would climb the winding stairs to the observatory atop her cottage, a spyglass forged from ancient brass and wish glass at her side, and she would map the heavens. She knew each constellation by heart, the sorrowful swan, the weaver's loom, the little lantern, and her favorite, the kindly badger, whose stars formed a plump, friendly shape, always looking over the village. But one autumn evening, as the clock tower finished its 7th chime, and Lyra took her place at the spyglass, she noticed something was amiss. The air was still, carrying the gentle plink-plink of rain beginning to fall on the copper roofs below, and the distant, melodic sigh of the wind chimes hanging from Old Man Hemlock's porch. Yet the sky felt emptier. She adjusted the focus on her spyglass, her breath catching. The kindly badger was missing a star. Not just any star, but the one that formed its twinkling nose. It was simply gone, leaving a small, dark hole in the familiar pattern. Peculiar, she thought. Perhaps a passing cloud. But the sky was clear, but for a few wispy veils of mist. She made a note in her star log and resolved to check again in the morning. The next night it was worse. Not only was the badger's nose still missing, but 2 stars from the sorrowful swan's wing had vanished. A cold dread, not of fear, but of profound wrongness, trickled down Lyra's spine. The village below seemed to feel it too, the usual comfortable sounds of evening, the murmur of conversation, the crackle of hearths, were hushed, replaced by a watchful silence broken only by the persistent, gentle ring. The following day the mystery deepened. Lyra was in her garden, checking on her night-blooming glimmer petals, which usually shone with a soft blue light. This morning they were a confused, shimmering pink. Down the lane, the stream that babbled past the mill was flowing backwards. Waterwheels stood still and confused, and minnows swam in perplexed little circles. The village was abuzz with theories. The grumpy clockmaker, Ambrose, declared it was the gears of the universe slipping. The cheerful laundress, Posy, was sure the stars were just hiding behind a curtain of magic for a surprise. But Lyra listened to them all with a quiet heart, her empathy sensing the undercurrent of unease beneath their words. This wasn't a malicious act, it felt more like a plea, a miscommunication. That afternoon, seeking solace, she visited the village archive, a cozy room above the library that smelled of dusty parchment and dried lavender. She was looking for old star charts when her fingers brushed against a brittle, rolled-up map tucked behind a shelf. It wasn't a map of land, but of the sky above Evenfall, drawn by the first stargazers centuries ago. In the corner, in faded ink, was a nursery rhyme she had never seen before. When the badger loses his shining nose, and the swan cannot feel her wing, seek the key where the four winds doze, and mind the chimes that sing, not of greed, but of a forgotten need, under the rain's soft murmuring. Lyra's mind raced. The key where the four winds doze. The village square had an old compass rose set in cobblestones, marking the north, south, east, and west winds. That must be it. She hurried to the square as the day began to dim. The rain had softened to a mist, and the wind chimes around the square tinkled their hollow, glassy notes. She knelt at the center of the compass rose, running her fingers over the cold, wet stones. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary. Perhaps the key was metaphorical. Just then the clock tower began to chime 7, and on the 6th ring a strange thing happened. The various wind chimes, each made of different materials, copper, sea glass, carved wood, all fell silent for a fraction of a second between rings, as if holding their breath. In that profound silence, Lyra heard a new sound, a faint, desperate scrabbling, like tiny claws on stone. It was coming from the grates of the old drainage system beneath the square. The key wasn't a thing to find, but a place to listen. The chimes weren't just singing, they were masking a sound. This was her first red herring, but a delightful one. It led her not to the answer, but to the next clue. She ran to find Ambrose, the clockmaker, whose workshop was a wonder of ticking and whirring contraptions. Ambrose, she said, her words tumbling out. The chimes, they go silent between the 6th and 7th bell. There's something underneath the square. Ambrose adjusted his magnifying spectacles. Under the square, nonsense, girl. Nothing down there but old pipes and the foundations of the first bell tower, he grumbled. But then he paused. The first bell tower, now that's a thought. It was made of a special singing iron, they say, melted down to make the wind chimes when the new tower was built. They don't just chime, they resonate. They've been singing a lullaby for centuries. A lullaby. The thought settled in Lyra's mind. Not to mask a scary sound, but to soothe one. That night, armed with a lantern and a heart full of curiosity instead of fear, Lyra lifted the heavy iron grate in the square. The scraping of metal echoed, and she descended into the cool, dark beneath Evenfall. The sound of the gentle rain above was muffled here, replaced by the drip of water and her own soft footsteps. Her lantern light fell upon walls covered in ancient, faded paintings, constellations. And there, huddled in a small alcove, were 3 tiny, furry creatures she had only ever read about in myths, star nibbler. No bigger than field mice, with fur the color of a twilight sky and eyes like tiny, frightened black pearls. They were shivering, and with them was a small, woven nest holding the missing stars, which glimmered weakly, like fading embers. Lyra understood instantly. She didn't yell or startle them. She simply sat down, placing her lantern aside to seem less threatening. "You were cold," she whispered, her voice full of empathy. One of the star nibblers chittered softly, a sad, apologetic sound. They weren't thieves. They were refugees. Their own home, a warren deep in the whispering woods, had been flooded by the unusually persistent autumn rains. The ancient singing iron of the chimes had called to them, a vibration that soothed their nerves, but the noise of the village above was still too loud. So they had taken the stars, not to steal their light, but for warmth. And in their distress, their innate magic had subtly affected the world around them, changing the flowers, confusing the stream. Lyra gently scooped them and their precious, fading starlight into her scarf. "You only needed to ask," she said softly. The next day, the whole village gathered. There was no anger, only a shared desire to help. Ambrose and the other crafters worked together, not to repair something broken, but to build something new. Using fragments of the singing iron from old wind chimes, they crafted a beautiful, resonant little dome near the edge of the woods, a safe new home for the star nibblers that would always be warm and filled with the soothing music they loved. That evening, as Lyra climbed her observatory stairs, the entire village stood in the square, looking up. The clock struck 7. The new chimes on the Star Nibbler's home rang softly in harmony with the others. And one by one, the stars were returned. The badger's nose twinkled back into place. The swan's wing was made whole. But something new had happened. The stars, having been held in the nest of a grateful heart, now shone even brighter than before, their light warmer, more golden. The mystery was solved. The community was closer, united by a shared purpose and a newfound friendship with their secret, magical neighbors. And as the gentle rain began again, now a comforting patter on the leaves, Lyra knew that the true magic of Evenfall wasn't just in its stars, but in the kindness that illuminated its people from within. And with that warm, golden thought held close, the village of Evenfall and all who listened drifted into a deep and peaceful sleep. Story 13. In a quiet corner of the spiral galaxy, where stardust gathers like snowflakes in a gentle cosmic wind, there lived a being of soft light named Lyra. Her home was a small wandering moon called Lumen, where the very air shimmered with pastel hues and the rivers flowed with liquid silver. Lyra communicated not with words, but with the colors that danced across her luminous skin, a blush of rose for curiosity, a shimmer of gold for joy, and a gentle azure for contemplation. Not far away, on a planet where mountains sang and the trees hummed low melodies, lived a creature named Orion. His people spoke through harmonies that rose from their heart centers, each emotion a different pitch and rhythm. Orion's own song was a warm, steady hum, like cello strings touched by starlight. One day, a gentle cosmic current carried Lyra's moon close to Orion's world. Drawn by the unfamiliar yet beautiful songs rising from the planet, Lyra sent out a beam of soft, inquisitive amber light. Orion, hearing the faint hum of the moon's approach, answered with a questioning melody, a rising scale that meant, "Who are you?" At first, their attempts to understand one another were like trying to catch starlight in a net. When Lyra glowed a bright, excited yellow, Orion mistook it for alarm and hummed a protective, low note that made the moon's surface tremble. When Orion sang a cheerful, skipping tune, Lyra thought it sounded sad and pulsed a comforting, deep violet. They each retreated, confused but not discouraged. It was Orion who first had the idea to build a place where they could meet, a shelter between their worlds. Using crystalline fragments that floated in the space between, and weaving them together with strands of his own planet's humming vines and Lyra's beams of solidified light, they crafted a small, domed observatory. It rested on a tiny asteroid, with a transparent roof that offered a breathtaking view of the swirling nebulae and distant suns. Inside, they grew a garden of starflowers that bloomed in harmony with Orion's songs and glowed in response to Lyra's colors. There, in their shared sanctuary, they learned. They discovered that when Lyra swirled indigo and silver, she was sharing a memory. When Orion hummed in a soft, undulating wave, he was expressing gratitude. They learned to laugh without sound, Lyra by shimmering in quick, bright speckles like a shower of sparks, and Orion by trilling a light, bubbly sequence of notes. One evening, as they rested among the starflowers, watching a distant supernova paint the sky in fleeting ribbons of gold and crimson, a misunderstanding arose. Orion began to hum a deep, resonant tone, a song of mourning for a star that had lived long and died beautifully. But Lyra, feeling the sorrow in the vibration, glowed a hopeful, sunny yellow, thinking she was offering comfort. Orion stopped, his song fading into silence. For a moment Lyra dimmed, worried she had offended him. But then Orion did something unexpected. He reached out, not with a sound, not with a touch, for their forms were different and could not meet that way, but with a gentle pulse of empathy. Lyra felt it, a wave of understanding, patience, and kindness. She responded by letting her light soften into the gentle peach of apology and the lavender of compassion. They didn't need to share a language. They didn't need to explain. In that quiet moment, under the infinite tapestry of the cosmos, they simply understood. From then on, their friendship deepened. They spent countless evenings in their crystalline shelter, Lyra's light blending with Orion's harmonies, creating a new language altogether, one made of kindness, patience, and the shared wonder of the universe. They named their sanctuary the Heart Star Haven, and though they knew one day their worlds might drift apart, they also knew that the bond they had woven was stronger than distance, deeper than words, and brighter than any star. And so, as the galaxies turned and time flowed like a gentle stream, the being of light and the creature of song continued to share their stories, their dreams, and their quiet moments, forever reminded that the universe, in all its vastness, is made smaller and warmer by the simple, universal language of a kind heart. Story 14. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, casting dancing shadows upon the walls as the evening settled into a deep, velvety blue outside the window. The flames whispered secrets only the night could understand, and if you listened closely, you might just hear the beginning of a story woven from their golden light. There was once a young boy named Leo who lived in a cottage at the edge of a great, whispering forest. Leo was a quiet child, with thoughtful eyes the color of moss after rain, and a heart that beat in time with the natural world around him. But lately, a strange restlessness had settled in his bones, a feeling that there was something more waiting for him just beyond the familiar paths he walked each day. One evening, as the sun dipped below the tree line and painted the sky in shades of lavender and rose, Leo's grandmother placed a small, worn object in his hands. It was a lantern, but unlike any he had ever seen. Its metalwork was intricate, woven like vines around glass that seemed to hold the very essence of twilight. And nestled within was not a candle, but a smooth, milky stone that glowed with a soft, golden light. This, his grandmother said, her voice like the rustle of autumn leaves, was your grandfather's. He called it the Ember Lantern. It does not need fuel, nor wick, nor flame. It lights only for those with a curious heart and a need to find their way. Leo turned the lantern over in his hands. The stone within pulsed gently, like a heartbeat made of light. "What does it do?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. His grandmother smiled, her eyes crinkling at the corners. "It shows you what you need to see," she said. "But remember, light reveals not only paths, but truths. Carry it with care." That night, Leo could not sleep. The lantern sat on his windowsill, casting a warm, amber glow across his room. Its light seemed to breathe, rising and falling in a rhythm that matched his own. And as he watched, he noticed something peculiar. The light grew brighter when he looked toward the forest, as if beckoning him forward. With a resolve that surprised him, Leo dressed quietly, pulled on his warmest boots, and took the lantern from the sill. Its light intensified the moment his fingers curled around the handle, and he felt a gentle warmth spread through his palm, as if the lantern were greeting him. The forest at night was a different world, one of soft sounds and shifting shadows. The usual chorus of daytime birds was replaced by the distant hoot of an owl and the rustle of unseen creatures in the underbrush. But Leo felt no fear. The lantern's glow created a cozy circle around him, illuminating a path he had never noticed before, one lined with silver ferns and mossy stones that seemed to shimmer in the light. He walked for what felt like hours, though time seemed to stretch and bend in the moonlit woods. The air grew cooler, and a gentle mist began to rise from the forest floor, curling around his ankles like playful cats. And then he heard it, a soft, melodic humming that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. Following the sound, Leo pushed aside a curtain of weeping willow branches and found himself in a clearing he had never seen before. At its center stood a tree unlike any other. Its bark was pale and smooth, like moonlight given form, and its leaves shimmered with a faint, silvery light. And there, nestled among the roots, was a small figure. It was a girl, though not quite like any girl Leo had ever seen. Her skin had a faint, pearlescent sheen, and her hair was the color of birch bark, woven with tiny, glowing flowers. She was humming to herself as she arranged smooth stones in a spiral pattern on the ground. When she looked up, her eyes were the deep green of forest pools, and they widened in surprise. "You're carrying the ember lantern," she said, her voice like the chime of distant bells. Leo nodded, suddenly feeling shy. "My grandmother gave it to me. My name is Leo." The girl smiled, and the flowers in her hair seemed to brighten. "I am Sylvie. I am a keeper of this glade." She gestured to the glowing tree. "This is the heartwood. It is the source of light for our hidden world." Leo looked around, noticing for the first time that the entire clearing was illuminated not by moonlight, but by the gentle radiance of the tree and the thousands of tiny, bioluminescent fungi that dotted the forest floor like fallen stars. "I didn't know this place existed," he whispered. "Few do," Sylvie replied. "The forest reveals its secrets only to those who know how to look." She eyed the lantern in his hand. "And to those who carry that, the stone within comes from the heartwood, you know. It is a piece of its light." Leo held up the lantern, watching how its glow seemed to dance in harmony with the tree's pulsing light. "Why did it bring me here?" he asked. Sylvie's expression grew serious. "The light of the heartwood is fading," she said softly. "It has been growing dimmer with each passing season. Without it, our hidden world will vanish, and the forest will lose its magic." She pointed to the lantern. "That ember is one of the last strong pieces of its light. I believe you were brought here to help us." Leo felt a weight settle in his chest, not of fear, but of responsibility. "What can I do?" he asked. "The light fades because the heartwood is lonely," Sylvie explained. "Long ago it was connected to other trees like it, scattered throughout the forest. But over time, paths were forgotten, and the trees fell silent. If we can relight the connections between them, the heartwood will grow strong again." She looked at Leo, her green eyes earnest. "The ember lantern can show us the way. It can guide us to the other trees and help us awaken them." And so an unexpected friendship was forged there in the glowing clearing, between a boy from the cottage at the edge of the woods and a keeper of hidden light. Together they embarked on a journey that would transform them both. Their first destination was the Whispering Grotto, a place Sylvie had heard of in old stories but had never seen. The lantern's light grew more intense as they walked, its beam narrowing to point toward a hidden crevice behind a waterfall that cascaded like liquid silver in the night. The sound of the water was a constant, soothing rush, and the air was filled with a cool mist that clung to their skin. Inside the grotto, the walls were embedded with crystals that reflected the lantern's glow, creating 1,000 points of light that danced around them. But at the far end they found what they were seeking, a tree much smaller than the heartwood, with bark like amethyst and leaves that seemed to be made of crystal itself. It was dark and silent. "How do we awaken it?" Leo asked, his voice echoing softly in the cavern. Sylvie placed her hand on the tree's trunk. "It needs to remember its connection," she said. "The lantern's light can remind it." Leo held the ember lantern close to the tree. The milky stone within pulsed, and a thread of golden light extended from it, touching the crystal bark. For a moment, nothing happened. Then slowly the tree began to glow from within, a soft violet light that spread through its branches until the entire grotto was bathed in a luminous amethyst radiance. The crystals in the walls answered, brightening until the cavern was filled with a breathtaking, shimmering light. Leo felt a warmth spread through his chest, a feeling of rightness, of something lost being found. Their journey continued this way for many nights. They traveled to the marsh of memories, where willows wept glowing tears into still waters, and awakened a tree with bark like polished jet and leaves of shimmering aquamarine. They climbed to the high reaches of the Starfall cliffs, where a tree with silver bark and diamond-bright leaves had slumbered for centuries, waiting for their light. With each tree they awakened, the ember lantern's glow grew stronger, and Leo felt a change within himself. The restlessness that had plagued him was replaced by a deep sense of purpose. He learned to read the subtle signs of the forest, the way the moss grew thicker on the north side of trees, the meaning behind the different animal calls in the night, the secret language of the wind through the leaves. Sylvie, too, was changing. She had always been a keeper of one place, but now she was becoming a guardian of many. Her knowledge of the forest deepened, and her connection to the trees filled her with a quiet confidence that glowed almost as brightly as the flowers in her hair. But as they neared the end of their quest, they faced their greatest challenge. The final tree was located in the heart of the Silent Mountains, a place of sharp peaks and deep valleys where the air was thin and the paths were treacherous. A gentle snow began to fall, dusting the world in a blanket of white that glittered in the lantern's light. They found the tree growing from a crack in a great stone face, its branches bare and brittle, its bark gray and lifeless. This was the oldest of the trees, and its light had been dim for longer than any other. Leo held up the lantern, but its light seemed to falter here, as if discouraged by the tree's deep slumber. The thread of light that extended from it was faint, barely touching the bark before fading. "It's not enough," Sylvie said, her voice tight with worry. "Its sleep is too deep." Leo felt a cold dread seep into his bones. After all they had done, could they really fail now? He looked at the lantern in his hands, at the gentle, pulsing light that had guided them so far. And he remembered his grandmother's words, "Light reveals not only paths but truths." He realized then that the lantern had not just been lighting their way, it had been showing him his own growth, his own strengthening connection to the world around him. The light was not just in the stone, it was in him, too. "Maybe it doesn't need the lantern's light," Leo said softly. "Maybe it needs ours." He placed his hand on the tree's cold bark. Sylvie, understanding, placed her hand beside his. Together they closed their eyes and thought of all they had seen, the glowing grottos, the shimmering marshes, the star-kissed cliffs. They thought of the friendship that had grown between them, a warmth that had kept them going through cold nights and long journeys. They thought of the forest not as separate parts, but as a whole, connected by roots and light and memory. A warmth spread from their hands into the tree. It was not the golden light of the lantern, but something else, softer, gentler, but just as powerful. It was the light of connection, of care, of shared purpose. Slowly, the tree began to change. Color returned to its bark, deepening to a rich, earthy brown. Buds formed on its branches, swelling until they burst open into leaves that glowed with a soft, internal light, the color of dawn. The light spread through the tree, then leaped across the distance to the other trees they had awakened, connecting them all in a web of gentle radiance that only they could see. High in the mountains, under a sky filled with swirling snow and countless stars, Leo and Sylvie watched as the forest below began to glow, a hidden world revealed not to the eye, but to the heart. Their journey back was filled with a comfortable silence, broken only by the crunch of snow underfoot and the distant song of a nightingale. The ember lantern still glowed in Leo's hand, but its light was softer now, content. When they reached the Heartwood glade, the tree was shining more brightly than ever, its light pushing back the shadows and filling the clearing with a warmth that felt like coming home. The tiny fungi on the forest floor glittered like embers, and the air hummed with a peaceful energy. "It's done," Sylvie said, her voice filled with wonder. "The forest is whole again." Leo nodded, feeling a peace settle over him that he had never known before. The restlessness was gone, replaced by a deep, steady warmth, like the glow of the lantern in his hand. "Will you come back?" Sylvie asked, her green eyes earnest. "Always," Leo promised, and he knew it was true. The walk back to his cottage felt shorter than before, as if the forest itself was smoothing his path. When he slipped through his window just as the first rays of dawn painted the sky, the ember lantern's light faded to a soft glow, then winked out entirely. But Leo knew the light wasn't gone, it was simply resting, waiting for the next time it would be needed. He placed the lantern back on his windowsill and climbed into bed, his body tired but his heart full. As he drifted to sleep, he could have sworn he heard the faint, melodic hum of Sylvie's song drifting through the forest, a lullaby of light and friendship. Outside, the sun began to rise, but the forest held on to its magic, hidden just beneath the surface, waiting for those with curious hearts to find it. And in his dreams, Leo walked those glowing paths again, not as a restless boy, but as a keeper of light, forever connected to the hidden world and the friend he had found there. The fire in the hearth crackled softly, its embers glowing like distant stars in the night. The story was told, its warmth lingering in the air like a gentle embrace. And in the quiet that followed, filled with the soft sounds of the night and the steady rhythm of breathing, there was only peace and the promise of restful dreams. Story 15. The small, silver ship drifted through the velvet darkness of space like a dandelion seed on a gentle breeze. Inside, a young explorer from a world of soft moss and whispering forests gazed through the observation dome, her six-fingered hands resting lightly on the control panel. Her name was Lyra, and though she missed the rustle of her homeworld's luminous leaves, her heart beat with the steady rhythm of curiosity. Her ship, the Starlight Weaver, was not built for speed or conquest, but for listening, for tracing the delicate harmonies that hummed between the stars. It was on one such listening mission that her sensors detected a new frequency, a melody unlike any she had heard before, pulsing from a small, rocky planetoid drifting in the shadow of a sapphire nebula. Guided by that strange, beautiful song, Lyra brought her ship to rest on the planetoid's surface. As she stepped out, her boots crunched on crystalline frost, and the air tasted of ozone and stardust. And there, nestled within a grove of shimmering, quartz-like trees, she saw him. He was tall and slender, with skin that shifted in color like the surface of a soap bubble, reflecting the nebula's light in soft ripples of violet and gold. Where Lyra's people communicated through subtle shifts in bioluminescence across their skin, this being seemed to express himself in gentle, harmonic hums that vibrated in the air around him. He turned, and two large, dark eyes regarded her with a curiosity that mirrored her own. For a long moment, they simply observed one another. Lyra raised her hands, palms open, and let her skin glow with a warm, amber light, the universal greeting of her people. In response, the being hummed a low, welcoming note that seemed to resonate right inside her chest. She learned his name, or the closest her vocal cords could manage, Kaelen. He was from a world of singing crystals and wind-swept plains, where emotions were not spoken but sung, and where friendships were harmonized, not declared. At first, their interactions were a dance of miscommunication. When Lyra offered Kaelen a piece of fruit from her homeworld, he accepted it with a melody of gratitude, but then proceeded to hold it up to the light and study it for a full 10 minutes without taking a bite. Lyra's skin flickered in confusion. On her planet, refusing food was a grave insult. Only later did she understand that, for Kael, appreciating the beauty of a gift was the truest way to honor it. Another time, Kael hummed a complex, joyful tune and gestured for Lyra to follow him to a high ridge. Thinking he meant to show her a spectacular view, she hurried after, only to find him sitting cross-legged, perfectly still, humming softly as he watched a meteor shower paint the sky. She had expected action, he had intended shared stillness. And in that quiet, under the shower of silver streaks, Lyra felt a bond form deeper than any conversation could have forged. They decided to create a place where both could feel at home, a sanctuary that married light and sound, forest and crystal. They chose a wide, sheltered cavern half open to the sky, its walls embedded with natural luminescent minerals and acoustic crystals that caught even the faintest vibration. Lyra brought cuttings from her ship's garden, vines that glowed with soft blue light, flowers that released calming scents when touched. Kael spent days tuning the cavern's crystals until they resonated with perfect clarity, turning the space into a natural amplifier for his harmonies and a reflector for her light. They called it the Echo Garden. It became their classroom and their refuge. Lyra taught Kael how different colors and patterns of light could convey emotion, how a slow pulse of green could mean peace, or a quick shimmer of gold could signal excitement. Kael, in turn, showed her how a single sustained note could hold more meaning than 1,000 words. He taught her that a descending melody could express sympathy, and a rising scale could share joy. There were moments of laughter, too. Once, Kael tried to imitate the flickering patterns on Lyra's arms during a story she was telling. His resulting series of chirps and wobbles was so comically off-key that Lyra's laughter came out in a burst of bright pink sparks, which startled Kael into a high-pitched hum that made them both dissolve into shared mirth. But their most cherished ritual grew from those early misunderstandings. Each evening, as twin moons rose over the planetoid's jagged horizon, they would settle onto a cushioned mound of moss Lyra had cultivated, and Kael would hum a low, soothing tone as Lyra dimmed her natural light to a soft glow. Together, they would watch the stars bloom in the endless night. One evening, as a particularly vivid nebula drifted into view, swirls of emerald and rose that danced like living watercolor, Kael began to hum a new melody. It was slow and wondering, full of gentle rises and soft pauses. Lyra felt her own heart swell in response, and without thinking, she let her skin ripple in patterns of silver and lilac, moving in time with his song. They weren't just coexisting anymore, they were duetting. In that moment, they understood each other completely. Not through vocabulary or grammar, but through the shared language of awe. Kael's song was the sound of beauty observed, Lyra's light was the sight of beauty felt. And together, wrapped in the quiet of their echo garden, they spoke the same truth, that the universe was vast and mysterious, but it was also kind. It had brought them together, not in spite of their differences, but because of them. Years later, travelers who passed through that sector would sometimes hear stories of a hidden garden on a small planetoid, where light and music intertwined beneath the stars. Some claimed that if you listened closely near the Sapphire Nebula, you could hear a harmony that felt like coming home, and see a glow that felt like being understood. And though no one ever found the Echo Garden again, the legend persisted, a reminder that friendship needs no common tongue, only a common heart. That in the quiet spaces between the stars, kindness is the one language that needs no translation. And so, under the watchful light of distant suns, the garden remained, a secret sanctuary where light continued to dance to an old, familiar song, and where two friends, though long parted, still met in the stories told by the stars. Story 16. Story 17. Story 18. Story 19. Story 20. Story 21. Story 22. Story 23. Story 24. Story 25. 26. Story 27. Story 28. Story 29. Story 30. Story 31. Story 32. Story 33. Story 34. Story 35. Story 36. 37. Story 38. Story 39. Story 40. Story 41. Story 42. Story 43. Story 44. Story 45. Story 46. Story 47. Story 48. Story 49. Story 50. Story 51. Story 52. Story 53. Story 54. Story 55. Story 56. Story 50. Story 58. Story 59. Story 60. 61. Story 62. Story 63. Story 64. Story 65. Story 66. Story 67. Story 68. Story 69. Story 70. Story 71. Story 72. Story 73. Story 74. Story 75. Story 76. Story 77. Story 78. Story 79. Story 80. Story 81. Story 82. Story 83. Story 84. Story 85. Story 86. Story 87. Story 88. Story 89. Story 90. Story 91. Story 92. Story 93. Story 94. Story 95. The first frost of autumn painted silver cobwebs across the whispering woods that morning, and Leela felt its crisp breath kiss her cheeks as she slipped away from the bustling village of Oakhaven. Down in the valley, chimneys puffed cheerful smoke, and the clang of the blacksmith's hammer rang like a bell, but Leela craved the quiet symphony of the woods. Here, beneath the ancient, gnarled oaks draped in cloaks of russet and gold, the world felt hushed and full of secrets. She was a quiet child, often overlooked amidst her boisterous siblings, finding solace not in chatter, but in the rustle of leaves, the gurgle of the hidden stream, and the intricate patterns of moss on stones. Her worn boots crunched softly on the frosted path as she ventured deeper than usual, drawn by a flicker of light, a glint of impossible gold that seemed to dance just beyond the next bend. It vanished when she blinked. Curiosity, a warm ember in her chest, urged her forward. She pushed aside a curtain of cascading ivy, its leaves stiff with cold, and gasped. The path hadn't ended, it had transformed. Before her stretched a hidden glade bathed in perpetual twilight, untouched by frost. Luminescent mushrooms like scattered sapphires and emeralds carpeted the soft earth, casting an ethereal glow. Flowers the size of teacups bloomed in impossible hues of violet and silver, their petals shimmering as if dusted with starlight. The air hummed with a soft, musical warmth, smelling of honey and damp earth. In the very center of this secret sanctuary, resting on a moss-covered stone that pulsed faintly, lay a locket. It was unlike anything Leela had ever seen. Crafted from a pearlescent shell that shimmered with internal light, it was shaped like a spiraling nautilus. Its surface was etched with impossibly fine patterns resembling constellations and unfurling ferns. As Leela drew closer, her breath catching, the locket seemed to welcome her. A gentle warmth radiated from it, brushing against her fingertips as she hesitantly picked it up. It felt alive, humming softly against her palm. With trembling fingers, she found a tiny clasp and opened it. Inside, nestled on a bed of softest moss, lay a single, perfect dewdrop that glowed with captured moonlight. As she watched, mesmerized, the dewdrop shimmered, and within its liquid heart she saw a reflection not of her face, but of the glade itself, teeming with tiny, darting lights she hadn't noticed before. A soft gasp escaped her, not her own. Lyra whirled around. Perched on a glowing mushroom cap was a creature barely taller than her hand. It had delicate, translucent wings like dragonfly gossamer, shimmering with iridescent greens and blues. Its skin was the color of polished walnut, and large, luminous eyes, the shade of deep forest pools, regarded her with startled curiosity. It wore a tunic woven from spun cobwebs and dried petals. Behind it, peeking from behind flower stems and under mushroom caps, were dozens more, tiny beings with wings of butterfly silk, bark-like skin, or mossy hair. Their collective presence filled the air with a soft, chiming whisper. You can see us," the little creature on the mushroom asked, its voice like the tinkling of tiny bells mixed with the rustle of leaves. I think so," Lyra breathed, clutching the locket tighter. Its warmth spread up her arm, a comforting anchor in the overwhelming wonder. "Are you spirits?" "We are the Glimmer folk," the creature announced, puffing out its tiny chest. "Guardians of the Whispering Glade, I am Tobin." It fluttered closer, landing lightly on the stone beside her. Its large eyes fixed on the locket. "And you hold the heart's echo, it chose you." "The heart's echo," Lyra whispered, looking down at the glowing dewdrop. "Our world, the Veiled Vale, lies hidden within these woods," Tobin explained, gesturing with a tiny hand towards the shimmering air around them. "It is sustained by the great heart tree, ancient and wise. The heart's echo is a shard of its purest magic, a key and a beacon. It only reveals itself and us to one whose own heart resonates with the quiet magic of the deep woods, one who listens." Lyra thought of her hours spent sitting silently by the village stream, watching water striders or tracing the veins of fallen leaves. She thought of the feeling of being unseen, unheard. Why me? Tobin's luminous eyes softened. "Because you see, Lyra, you see the patterns in the bark, the dance of the dust motes in sunlight. The heart tree feels its strength waning. The veiled veil grows dimmer. The echo called out for a keeper, a bridge between our hidden world and yours, to help us before the veil fades entirely." A shiver ran through Lyra, not of cold, but of profound awe and a sudden, heavy responsibility. "Fades, how? What can I do?" "The heart tree is weakening," Tobin said, his tiny voice grave. "A shadow creeps into its roots, a sickness born of forgetting. The world outside grows louder, busier, drowning out the ancient songs that nourish it. To heal it, we need 3 rare essences, scattered deep within the veiled veil, places even we glimmer folk find perilous to reach alone. The tears of the moon petal, found only in the cave of whispering shadows. The song of the crystal falls, captured at the peak of the singing mountain. And the ember of the forgotten hearth, guarded in the ruins of the stone giants. He fluttered his wings nervously. "We need a keeper to bear the echo and guide the gathering. Will you help us, Lyra?" Fear, cold and sharp, pricked at Lyra. Perilous places, shadowy caves, singing mountains. She was just a quiet girl from Oakhaven. But as she looked at Tobin's hopeful, worried face, and then down at the heart's echo pulsing gently in her hand, she felt the locket's warmth seep into her bones, filling her with a quiet courage she hadn't known she possessed. It felt like the approval of the ancient trees themselves. She thought of the fading magic, the silent glimmer folk depending on her. "Yes," she whispered, her voice gaining strength. "I will help." A collective sigh, like a breeze through reeds, swept through the gathered glimmer folk. Tobin beamed, a tiny sunburst of relief. Then the journey begins, the veiled veil awaits. With the heart's echo clasped firmly around her neck, nestled warmly against her skin, Lyra stepped forward as Tobin gestured towards a seemingly solid wall of giant, glowing ferns. As she neared, holding the locket forward, the ferns shimmered and parted like a curtain of liquid light. Beyond was not the familiar woods, but the entrance to the veiled vale. The air changed instantly. It was warmer, thicker, saturated with the scent of 1,000 unknown blossoms and rich, loamy earth. The light was soft and dappled, filtering through leaves the size of wagon wheels that glowed with internal veins of gold and silver. Trees soared impossibly high, their trunks wide as houses, draped in cascades of luminous vines. Strange, beautiful creatures flitted through the air, birds with feathers like stained glass, insects carrying tiny lanterns on their backs. Beneath her feet, the moss felt springy and alive. It was breathtaking, a world woven from pure, ancient magic. Tobin guided her along a path of softly glowing stones. First we seek the tears of the moon petal. The cave of whispering shadows lies near the root tangles of the western elderwood. But be wary, keeper, the shadow's there. Listen. The journey through the vale was wondrous and strange. They passed meadows where flowers chimed softly in an unfelt breeze, crossed streams on bridges woven from living willow, and saw glimmerfolk villages built high in the branches, sparkling like constellations. Lyra marveled, the echo humming contentedly against her chest, amplifying the beauty. Yet as they neared the western elderwood, the atmosphere shifted. The light dimmed. The vibrant greens deepened into murky olives and grays. The cheerful sounds of the vale faded, replaced by an oppressive silence broken only by the drip of unseen water and the low groan of ancient wood. The entrance to the cave was a jagged maw in the base of a colossal, gnarled tree, its roots twisting like petrified serpents. An unnatural chill emanated from within. Tobin shivered, landing on Leela's shoulder. The moon petal blooms deep inside where the shadows are thickest. Its tears are pure starlight, but the shadows, they feed on fear and doubt, they whisper. He nestled closer. The echo will protect you, but you must guard your thoughts. Think only of light, of courage. Taking a deep breath, the warm pulse of the locket a steady anchor, Lyra stepped into the darkness. The cave swallowed them whole. The air was cold and damp, smelling of wet stone and something older, mustier. Bioluminescent fungi provided faint, eerie patches of blue and green light, revealing slick walls and hanging stalactites that dripped icy water. And then the whispers began. Not loud but insidious, slithering into her mind like cold smoke. Little girl lost alone, too small, too quiet, who would miss you? The voices hissed, echoing her deepest insecurities. The glimmerfolk will fail, the veil will fade, because of you, weak, useless. Fear threatened to choke her. Images flashed her siblings laughing without her, the village bustling on, oblivious to her absence, the heart tree crumbling into dust. Her steps faltered. The darkness seemed to press closer, colder. Tobin trembled on her shoulder. No. Lyra whispered fiercely, clutching the heart's echo. Its warmth flared, a small sun against her chest. She focused on its light, pouring her thoughts into it. She thought of Tobin's trusting eyes, of the glimmerfolk's hopeful chimes, of the vibrant beauty of the vale she had seen. She thought of the quiet strength she felt when listening to the woods. I am not useless, she thought back at the shadows. I see. I listen. I am the keeper. The echo pulsed brighter, pushing back the chill. The whispers hissed and receded, frustrated. Deeper they went, guided by the echo's strengthening glow, until they found it. In a small chamber bathed in a shaft of faint, silvery light filtering from a crack high above, grew a single flower. Its petals were translucent white, shimmering with captured moonlight, and at its heart, 3 perfect dewdrops glistened like liquid diamonds, the tears. With reverence, Lyra used a tiny vial Tobin provided, carefully collecting the precious tears. As she did, the moon petal seemed to sigh, a sound of pure relief. The oppressive atmosphere in the chamber lessened slightly. They had passed the first trial. Emerging from the cave felt like breaking the surface after a deep dive. Lyra gulped the fresher air, the echo humming warmly, as if proud. Tobin fluttered excitedly. "You did it, Keeper. You faced the shadows." His faith warmed her more than the locket. Their next destination was the Singing Mountain, a towering peak of pure, rose-quartz crystal that pierced the twilight sky of the Vale. Its slopes were treacherous, jagged crystal formations, catching the light and scattering rainbows across the valley below. "The song is not something you hold," Tobin explained as they began the arduous climb. "It is a resonance, a pure note sung by the mountain itself at its peak, where the winds dance through crystal flutes. The echo must capture its essence." The climb was grueling. The crystal was slippery, sharp, and cold. Strange, whistling winds tugged at them, carrying snatches of discordant, unsettling melodies. Leela's hands grew raw, her breath came in gasps. Doubt whispered again, softer this time, fueled by exhaustion. "Too high, too hard, you'll fall," but she remembered the moon petal, the shadows she'd faced. She focused on the warmth of the echo, on Tobin's constant, encouraging chatter beside her. He darted ahead, pointing out safer paths, his wings a blur of cheerful color against the stark crystal. His unwavering companionship became a lifeline. Near the summit, the wind became a roaring symphony, rushing through natural crystal arches and hollows, creating complex, shifting harmonies. It was beautiful but overwhelming, a physical force that threatened to pluck them from the mountain. The peak was a small plateau of smooth, resonant crystal. Layla stood, buffeted by the gale, Tobin clinging to her cloak. This was where the pure song was born. Holding the heart's echo aloft, Lyra closed her eyes. She didn't try to fight the wind, instead she listened. She filtered out the roar, seeking the core melody, the single, pure note that underpinned the symphony, the true song of the crystal falls. It was like finding a single, clear voice in a roaring crowd. The echo began to vibrate in her hand, humming in perfect resonance with that pure note. Light streamed from the locket, weaving around the captured sound, drawing it in. The dewdrop inside pulsed with a new, vibrant light, now holding the essence of the song. They had succeeded, their bond strengthened by the shared struggle. The final quest led them to the ruins of the stone giants. It was a desolate place on the edge of the Vale, where colossal, moss-covered statues of ancient beings lay toppled and broken, half swallowed by the encroaching forest. A deep silence hung heavy here, a silence of forgotten ages. At the center of the ruins stood a crumbling stone archway, within which flickered a single, stubborn ember of deep red fire, the ember of the forgotten hearth. The hearth fire was the heart of the giant's long-lost home, Tobin murmured, his voice hushed with reverence. Its ember holds the warmth of memory, of stories untold, but it is guarded by the sentinel spirits of stone bound to protect it. As they approached the archway, the ground trembled. From the rubble around them, figures began to coalesce. They were humanoid shapes formed from shifting stone and moss, their eyes glowing with dull, amber light. They moved with grinding slowness but immense power, blocking the path to the ember. They didn't attack, merely stood, impassive and immovable walls. "The sentinels test worthiness," Tobin said. "They require proof that the seeker understands the value of memory, of the past. Words are stone to them, they need to feel it." Lyra looked at the stoic stone figures, then at the fragile, enduring ember. She thought of the heart tree, ancient and fading. She thought of the whispering woods she loved, full of stories in every ring of bark. She thought of her own quietness, her habit of observing, of remembering the small things others overlooked. The echo warmed against her chest, resonating with her understanding. She didn't speak. Instead, she knelt on the cold stone before the nearest sentinel. She placed her hand, warm from the echo's glow, gently on its moss-covered leg. Closing her eyes, she poured her feelings into the touch. She sent images of the heart tree's majestic branches, the Glimmerfolk's sparkling villages, the vibrant life of the vale. She sent the sorrow of its fading, the hope for its renewal. She sent her own memories, the quiet joy of discovering a bird's nest, the comforting smell of leaf mold, the sound of the village stream. She sent gratitude for the ancient giants, whose forgotten hearth still held warmth. She sent a promise, to remember, to cherish. A deep, resonant hum vibrated through the stone beneath her hand, traveling up her arm. The sentinel's amber eyes flickered, then softened. It slowly, ponderously, stepped aside. One by one, the other sentinels did the same, creating a path to the archway. The grinding sound ceased, replaced by a low, approving rumble that seemed to come from the earth itself. With reverence, Layla approached the ember. Using a small, heat-resistant crucible Tobin provided, she carefully scooped the glowing fragment. It pulsed with a gentle, ancient heat. As she placed it within the crucible, the heart's echo flared brilliantly, drawing the ember's essence into its glowing dewdrop, which now shimmered with captured moonlight, resonant song, and ancient fire. They had all three essences. Hope, bright and fierce, surged through Layla and Tobin as they raced back towards the whispering glade, the gateway to the heart tree. The journey back felt faster, the veil seeming to brighten in anticipation. But as they burst into the hidden glade, their elation turned to ash. The once vibrant sanctuary was dim. The luminous mushrooms were fading, their light guttering. The starry flowers drooped, their colors muted. The air hung heavy and silent, the musical hum gone. At the center, the moss-covered stone pulsed erratically, weakly. And the heart tree, visible now through the shimmering veil as they approached the gateway, was a sight of profound sorrow. Its immense trunk, once glowing with vibrant life, was dull and gray. Great cracks marred its bark, leaking a thin, dark vapor, the shadow sickness. Its mighty branches sagged, leaves falling like silent tears. The Glimmerfolk gathered at its base were hushed, their lights dimmed, their faces etched with despair. "The shadow, it deepens faster than we feared," Tobin whispered, his voice thick with grief. Leela clutched the heart's echo, the three captured essences swirling powerfully within its core. "We have the cure, how do we use it?" "The essences must be poured onto the heartstone." Tobin pointed to the large, flat stone embedded at the very base of the giant tree's trunk. It was the color of dried blood and pulsed faintly, weakly. "But the shadow, it clings fiercely. Pouring the essences requires pure intent, unwavering belief, and the shadow, it will try to stop you, it will show you despair." Leela approached the heartstone. The air grew colder with each step. The dark vapor swirling around the tree seemed to thicken, coiling towards her. As she raised the open locket above the stone, the shadow struck not physically, but mentally. Visions flooded her mind, vivid and crushing. She saw Oakhaven, but empty and silent, covered in gray dust. The whispering woods were dead, skeletal trees clawing at a leaden sky. The veiled vale was gone, replaced by barren rock. The Glimmerfolk were faded ghosts, dissolving into mist. Tobin lay still, his wings broken, his light extinguished. A voice colder than the cave's shadows hissed, "Foolish child, your efforts are dust. All is already lost. Everything fades. Your quietness, meaningless. Your courage, a spark easily snuffed. Give up. Let the silence take you." The despair was suffocating, a physical weight pressing down. It whispered the truth of her deepest fears, that she was insignificant, that her actions didn't matter, that darkness always won. The locket trembled in her hand. The swirling essences within flickered. Her arm felt leaden, impossible to move. To pour the cure felt futile against such overwhelming, inevitable decay. Tears welled in her eyes, blurring the dying tree. Give up. but then, through the crushing despair, she felt it. A tiny, persistent warmth against her chest. The heart's echo. It pulsed, faint but stubborn. It wasn't just a tool, it was a mirror. It reflected her quiet strength, her ability to see wonder, her courage in facing the cave, the mountain, the stone giants. It resonated with the friendships forged Tobin's unwavering trust, the Glimmerfolk's quiet hope. It echoed the beauty she had witnessed, the moon petal's tears, the crystal mountain's song, the ancient embers' enduring warmth. The shadows showed her endings. The echo reminded her of beginnings found in quiet moments, in courage mustered, in bonds formed. It reminded her that she was the keeper, chosen not for loudness, but for depth. Her quietness wasn't weakness, it was the space where true listening, true seeing happened. Her courage wasn't the absence of fear, but action taken despite it. I choose light, she thought, pouring every ounce of her will into the locket. I choose hope. I choose to remember the beauty. I choose to fight for the quiet wonders. With a cry that was part defiance, part pure belief, she poured the swirling, radiant essences from the heart's echo onto the heartstone. A sound like 1,000 crystal bells ringing filled the glade. Pure, blinding light erupted from the stone, shooting up the heart tree's trunk in a wave of gold, silver, and crimson fire. It met the clinging shadow vapor head-on. There was a silent, titanic struggle, light against dark, hope against despair. The dark vapor hissed and recoiled, fighting back with visions of decay, but the combined power of the three essences, amplified by Leela's unwavering belief and the echo's resonance, was overwhelming. The light surged pure and triumphant, washing over every crack, every branch, every leaf. The transformation was breathtaking. Color flooded back into the heart tree's bark, richer and more vibrant than before, pulsing with golden light. New leaves shimmering with emerald and silver unfurled from the branches. The cracks sealed seamlessly. The dark vapor dissolved into nothingness, replaced by a warm, golden glow that radiated outwards, washing over the entire glade. The luminous mushrooms blazed with renewed sapphire and emerald fire. The starry flowers lifted their heads, petals shimmering brilliantly. The air filled again with the gentle, musical hum, louder and sweeter than ever. The Glimmerfolk erupted in a chorus of joyous chimes and fluttering dances, their lights blazing like tiny suns. The veiled veil pulsed back to life, brighter, more magical, more real than Leela had ever seen it. Tobin zipped around her head, laughing his bell-like laugh. "You did it, Keeper, you saved the heart, you saved the veil." He landed on her shoulder, radiating pure happiness. Layla stood, breathing in the revitalized air, the echo warm and content against her skin. She looked at the magnificent heart tree, now a beacon of life, and then at the celebrating Glimmerfolk. She hadn't just healed a tree, she had affirmed the power of quiet courage, the strength found in deep connection, and the vital importance of preserving the hidden wonders. She felt different, taller somehow, filled with a serene confidence that hadn't been there before. As twilight deepened in the world outside, Layla knew it was time to return. Standing once more in the hidden glade, the gateway shimmering, Tobin hovered before her. "You will always be our keeper, Layla," he said softly. "The veiled veil remembers its friends, and the whispering woods will always listen for you." He placed a tiny, perfectly formed acorn cap, glowing faintly, into her palm. A piece of the veil to remember. With a final, grateful look at the vibrant glade and the majestic heart tree visible beyond, Leela stepped back through the shimmering curtain of ferns. She emerged into the familiar whispering woods. It was night now. A full moon silvered the frost-kissed branches. The village lights twinkled distantly, but the woods felt different, richer, deeper. She could feel the vibrant life of the veiled veil humming just beneath the surface, a secret warmth in the cool air. The heart's echo rested warmly against her chest, its captured essences now a soft, steady glow within the dewdrop, a constant reminder of the hidden world and her place within it. Walking back towards Oakhaven, Leela didn't feel small or overlooked. She felt connected, vast. She paused, listening. The rustle of leaves sounded like glimmerfolk laughter. The gurgle of the stream echoed the song of the crystal falls. The scent of pine carried the ancient warmth of the ember. She held the glowing acorn cap tightly. She was still quiet, still observant. But now she knew the profound power in that quietness. She was the listener, the seer, the keeper of the echo. And as she stepped into the circle of firelight from her cottage window, the comforting smell of wood smoke welcoming her home, she carried the magic of the hidden world within her, a quiet ember of wonder and courage that would glow brightly for all her days. The woods whispered their secrets, and Layla, finally, knew she belonged to them. Story 96. Story 97. Story 98. Story 99. In the velvet-hued valley of Willowbrook, where chimney smoke curled into shapes of sleeping dragons, and the cobblestones remembered every footstep, there came a winter when the teacups began singing. Not the rowdy tavern songs that made apples ferment in their barrels, but soft, shivery melodies that left frost patterns on windows. Young Leela first noticed it while scrubbing the hearth in her aunt's bookshop, a porcelain cup trembling on its shelf, its handle quivering as it hummed a tune like wind through icicle teeth. By week's end, the entire village murmured with peculiarities. Milk pitchers filled with starlight instead of cream. Bootprints appearing on ceilings. The great copper weather vane at the town square spun not with the wind, but with the rhythm of distant laughter. The frost fairies are restless, declared old Granny Heddleworth, her knitting needles clicking like beetle mandibles. But Leela, whose braids perpetually smelled of pine needles and curiosity, noticed the clues others missed, how the singing always began near the abandoned clock tower, how the frost patterns formed tiny arrowheads pointing northwest. Her investigation began with a lantern carved from a wintermelon, its light smelling faintly of candied rind. The trail led past Mrs. Bramble's bakery, where raisin buns levitated in apologetic formations to the edge of the whispering woods. There beneath a moon-washed oak sat a hedgehog wearing a waistcoat of frost crystals. "You're smaller than the last troubleshooter," it observed, adjusting its pince-nez. "But your shadow has the right shape for mysteries." The hedgehog, introduced as Professor Quillen of the Northern Thorn University, became Leela's first ally. Together they discovered that the disturbances followed a pattern. Every odd hour, the chaos rippled outward from the clock tower like pond rings. During the quiet moments between, they found peculiarities: a family of field mice ice-dancing in Mrs. Bramble's cooling pie tins, a colony of ladybugs polishing the weather vane with warmed honey. "They're not causing the trouble," Quillen noted, tapping his spectacles. "They are tidying up after it." The mystery deepened when they consulted the night librarian, an owl named Hootridge, who lived in the bookshop's rafters, his feathers dusted with the pollen of ancient stories. "What if," he mused, turning a page with his beak, "the clock tower isn't abandoned at all?" His talon tapped an illustration of frost sparrows, shy winter spirits who nest in forgotten places, their fluttering wings stirring up harmless mischief. Midnight found Leela and her companions at the clock tower's ivy-choked door. The stones hummed beneath her mittened palm, not cold but thrumming like a sleeping cat's purr. Inside, gears glimmered with hoarfrost constellations. And there, in the rafters, a nest woven from lost buttons and piano wires, sheltering 3 frost sparrow chicks whose breath crystallized into snowflake lullabies. Their parents, it seemed, had flown south to mend a broken aurora, leaving the hatchlings to accidentally stir the village into gentle disarray. The solution came not through magic, but compassion. Mrs. Bramble baked seed cakes that steamed like tiny geysers, keeping the chicks fed. The mice knitted minuscule scarves from dandelion fluff. Even Granny Heddleworth contributed, her needles clicking out a snug blanket patterned with cloud formations. By the time the parent sparrows returned trailing ribbons of green and violet light, the clock tower chimed again, its hands kept steady by a family of enthusiastic pill bugs who'd taken a liking to gear mechanics. Years later, when travelers asked about Willowbrook's weather vane, now spinning tails instead of wind directions, or the teacups that occasionally harmonized with passing songbirds, villagers would smile and say, "All homes have hearts, even those we think are empty." And if you linger near the clock tower at twilight, you might glimpse a young woman with pine-scented braids, reading aloud to a hedgehog in a frost-trimmed waistcoat, while owl wings turn the pages of a story that hasn't quite ended, only paused for tea. The crackling fire paints dancing shadows on the walls as the chill wind whispers against the window pane. Tonight, little one, let me tell you of Finn, a boy whose heart held a quiet ache, and the journey sparked by a single, impossible ember. Finn lived in the village of Hearthwood, nestled where the whispering pines met the rolling meadows. It was a place of warm bread, chimneys puffing steady smoke, and laughter echoing from sturdy wooden houses. Yet Finn often felt like a puzzle piece that didn't quite fit. While other children raced through the frost-kissed lanes preparing for the Frost Festival, he lingered near the ancient boundary stone marking the edge of the Oldwood forest. The Oldwood was vast and deep, a place of tangled roots and hushed secrets, where villagers ventured only in the brightest daylight. Finn felt a strange pull towards its shadowed depths, a pull he couldn't explain, a quiet yearning that mirrored the low, mournful wind sighing through the pines. One crisp afternoon, just as the weak winter sun began its descent, Finn wandered closer than usual to the Oldwood's edge. The air held a bite, sharp and clean, carrying the scent of snow yet to fall and the rich, damp perfume of decaying leaves beneath the trees. A flicker of orange light, low amidst the gnarled roots of an ancient oak, caught his eye. It wasn't the steady glow of a hearth, nor the sharp spark of flint. It pulsed softly, warmly, like a tiny, living heartbeat nestled in the gloom. Curiosity, a stronger force than caution, drew him forward. He knelt, the frozen moss crunching faintly under his knees, and gently brushed aside a layer of crisp, brown leaves. There it lay, an ember, but no ordinary ember. It was the size of a robin's egg, perfectly round, and glowing with a deep, internal warmth that seemed to breathe. Its light wasn't harsh, it was the soft, inviting glow of a banked fire promising comfort. Hesitantly, Finn reached out. Instead of searing heat, a gentle, profound warmth radiated from it, seeping into his chilled fingers, spreading up his arm like a comforting embrace. It felt alive. As his fingers closed around it, the ember pulsed brighter, bathing his face in its soft, amber light. A faint, melodic hum, like the lowest note of a wind chime kissed by a breeze, vibrated against his palm. And then the ember rolled. It rolled purposefully away from his hand, deeper into the shadowed embrace of the Oldwood. Finn's breath hitched. He knew the stories. The Oldwood was wild, untamed, home to things best left undisturbed. But the ember's warmth lingered on his skin, and its gentle hum resonated in his chest, quieting the lonely ache he carried. It felt like an invitation, a thread of light in the gathering dusk. With a final glance back at the safe, familiar glow of Hearthwood's chimneys, Finn took a deep breath, the scent of pine resin and cold earth filling his lungs, and stepped beneath the canopy of the Oldwood, following the pulsing glow of the little ember. The forest swallowed the fading daylight whole. Beneath the dense evergreen boughs, twilight reigned. Sounds shifted, the wind became a sighing chorus high above, the crunch underfoot was muffled by thick layers of needles and moss. The air grew stiller, colder, except for the sphere of warmth radiating from the ember Finn, now carried cupped in his hands. Its light painted the gnarled bark of trees in shifting patterns of gold and amber, revealing intricate carvings of frost on leaves and the watchful eyes of hidden creatures. He saw a badger pause at the entrance to its set, its dark eyes reflecting the ember's glow with intelligent curiosity before it vanished. A family of deer, ghostly shapes in the gloom, watched him pass with liquid dark eyes before melting silently into the undergrowth. The ember led him deeper, along paths only it seemed to know, paths that twisted around moss-covered boulders, crossed whispering streams on stepping stones slick with ice, and wound through thickets where bare branches reached like skeletal fingers. The silence wasn't empty. It was filled with the soft rustle of unseen life, the drip of melting frost from high branches landing with a soft plink in pools below, and the constant, reassuring hum of the ember itself. Finn felt a strange sense of peace settle over him, deeper than any he'd known in the village. The loneliness receded, replaced by a quiet wonder at the ancient, sleeping world around him. After what felt like hours, the ember's glow intensified, pulsing faster. It rolled forward with renewed purpose, leading Finn into a small, hidden clearing he never would have found alone. The air here was noticeably warmer, smelling of damp earth and something sweet, like crushed juniper berries. In the center of the clearing stood the stump of a colossal, long-fallen tree, wider than Finn's cottage back home. It was hollowed out by time, forming a natural bowl. And nestled within that bowl, radiating a soft, steady light that illuminated the entire clearing, was the source of the ember's pull. It was a creature woven from living flame. No taller than Finn's forearm, its form was fluid and graceful, like a dancer glimpsed through heat haze. Its body shimmered with shades of gold, soft orange, and deep crimson, constantly shifting and flowing. 2 points of brilliant white light, warm and intelligent, shone where eyes might be. It pulsed gently, radiating a profound, comforting heat that banished the forest chill. As Finn approached, holding the small ember out, the creature stirred. A soft crackling sound, like dry leaves gently burning, filled the air. The little ember in Finn's hand vibrated, then leaped, not falling, but floating through the air like a soap bubble, merging seamlessly into the creature's chest. The creature glowed brighter for a moment, its form solidifying slightly, and a wave of pure, gentle warmth washed over Finn. "Thank you, Walker of the Edge," a voice resonated, not in Finn's ears, but directly within his mind. It was the sound of logs settling in a hearth, of sparks dancing upwards, warm and ancient. "You have returned a piece of me that was lost to the cold winds. I am Emberkin." Finn stood frozen, awestruck. You speak, inside my head." The Emberkin's light pulsed, a gentle ripple of amusement. "Thought and warmth are kin, little one. Words are simply sparks given shape. You felt the call of my lost ember. Few beyond the roots of the world can hear such whispers." It shifted, flowing closer to the edge of the great stump. "You carry a quietness within you, Walker, a space where the forest's sigh can be heard." Finn found his voice, small in the vast quiet. "I'm Finn, I just followed the light. It felt warm." He hesitated. "Why was it lost? Why are you here?" The Emberkin's light dimmed slightly, the comforting warmth ebbing just a fraction. "I am guardian of this hearthstone." It gestured with a flickering limb towards the massive stump. "A place where the deep earth's warmth meets the forest's breath, but the great chill comes earlier, bites deeper. The roots grow colder. The sustaining warmth weakens. A gust fiercer than any before tore that piece of me away. Without it, I cannot hold the balance. The hearthstone cools." As it spoke, Finn noticed the light within the hollow stump wasn't as steady as before. It flickered occasionally, like a candle in a draught, and the circle of warmth it cast seemed smaller, less potent. The sweet scent of juniper was tinged with a faint, cold smell of damp stone. A pang of understanding struck Finn. The fading warmth. The struggle to hold on. It echoed his own quiet loneliness. "But your fire, can't you just burn brighter?" The Emberkin's form shimmered, a soft sigh echoing in Finn's mind. Fire needs fuel, little Finn, not just wood but connection, belief, the shared warmth of life. The forest forgets. The deep roots sleep too soundly. The creatures huddle alone against the cold, forgetting the old ways, the shared hearth. My strength wanes with their fading memory. Finn looked around the clearing. In the Emberkin's wavering light, he saw frost creeping further onto the moss, saw the stillness of the air, heavy and cold. What can be done? The heart fire must be rekindled, the Emberkin pulsed. Not just mine, but the memory of warmth within the forest itself. The source lies deep at the wellspring of roots, where the earth's first heat still sleeps. But the paths are forgotten, grown cold and treacherous, and I am bound to this stone. I grow dim. Finn felt the warmth of the little ember that had merged back, still a faint echo in his palm. He thought of the village, preparing for the frost festival, celebrating warmth together. He thought of his own quiet ache. I could go, he said, the words surprising even him. I could find this wellspring. I'm good at finding things, quiet things. He remembered the badger, the deer, the hidden paths the ember had shown him. The Emberkin's light flared, a surge of warmth washing over Finn. You offer this, walker, the journey is long. The old wood holds mysteries and shadows. The cold bites deep where the wellspring sleeps. Finn met the creature's brilliant gaze. The loneliness in his chest wasn't gone, but it was changing, warming into something else purpose. You helped me feel less alone, he said simply. Even just your little ember did that. Maybe I can help you feel warm again too. He looked at the flickering light in the hearthstone. The forest needs you. A profound silence fell, filled only by the soft crackle of the Emberkin's form and the distant sigh of the wind in the pines. Then a warmth, deeper and more grateful than any before, emanated from the creature. Then a bond is forged, Finn, finder of lost warmth. A tiny tendril of flame, no bigger than a candle's wick, detached from the Emberkin's core. It floated towards Finn, not hot, but radiating a gentle, steady heat. Take this spark, it will light your way, ward off the deepest chill, and guide you towards the heart's heat. Remember the warmth you carry within. It is your true compass. Finn carefully cupped the spark. It nestled against his palm, humming softly, a miniature echo of the Emberkin's presence. Its light was small but unwavering, pushing back the encroaching shadows of the clearing. He felt a connection, thin but strong, stretching back to the guardian at the hearthstone. He took a deep breath, the scent of pine and cold earth now mixed with the faint, comforting smell of wood smoke from the spark. Which way? The Emberkin's form flowed, pointing a shimmering limb deeper into the forest, towards where the land began to slope downwards into even deeper shadow. Follow the sigh of the stones, listen for the water that runs warm beneath the frost, trust the spark and trust the quiet knowing that led you here. With a final look at the Emberkin, its light flickering bravely in the cooling hearthstone, Finn turned. Holding the spark aloft like a tiny lantern, he stepped beyond the clearing, leaving the circle of fading warmth and venturing into the deeper, colder embrace of the old wood. The spark's light painted a small, golden path before him, illuminating frost ferns on fallen logs and the watchful eyes of owls high above. The journey had truly begun. The descent was slow and careful. The path the Emberkin had indicated wasn't a path at all, but a way through thickets of holly that scraped against his coat with a sound like dry whispers, across ravines spanned by fallen giants of trees, their bark rough and icy under his hands, and down slopes where frost-slicked roots threatened to send him tumbling. The spark's warmth was a constant comfort against the deepening cold that seeped through his clothes, a cold that felt ancient and heavy, pressing in from the shadowed earth. The air grew stiller, damper, smelling less of pine and more of deep, cold stone and undisturbed loam. The usual forest sounds faded, replaced by an immense, watchful silence broken only by the drip of icy water somewhere in the dark and the soft, steady hum of the spark in his hand. He walked for hours, guided by the spark's unwavering glow and the subtle pull in his chest, that quiet knowing the Emberkin had spoken of. He learned to read the forest in the spark's light, the way frost patterns thickened where the cold was deepest, the faint mist that curled from cracks in the earth where hidden warmth might linger. He paused by a cluster of frozen berries, their red stark against the white, and the spark pulsed gently, its light reflecting off the ice like tiny scattered rubies. His first true test came as dusk began to settle permanently beneath the ancient trees. He reached a wide, fast-flowing stream, black water churning over smooth, dark stones, its surface crusted with brittle ice at the edges. Mist rose from its surface, cold and clinging. The spark's light reflected on the rushing water, showing no easy crossing. The opposite bank was steep and slick. Finn shivered, the cold gnawing at him despite the spark's warmth. Panic fluttered in his chest. How could he cross this? As he stood pondering, a soft, chittering sound came from the bank beside him. He lowered the spark, its light revealing a small, sleek creature with dark, intelligent eyes and fur the color of wet slate. An otter. It regarded him curiously, tilting its head, then slipped silently into the icy water, vanishing beneath the dark surface. Finn watched, feeling a pang of despair. Then a moment later the otter resurfaced further upstream, near a tangle of half-submerged roots that formed a natural, if precarious, bridge across the narrowest point of the stream. It chittered again, looking directly at Finn, then dove once more. Finn understood. Holding the spark carefully, he scrambled over the slippery rocks towards the roots. They were slick and uneven, but strong. Taking a deep breath, he began to cross, using his free hand to grip the cold, wet wood. The water roared below, sending sprays of icy mist onto his face. Halfway across, his foot slipped. He cried out, scrabbling for purchase, the spark held high. Just as he felt himself falling, something nudged his leg firmly from beneath the water. The otter. It braced him, giving him the precious second he needed to regain his balance. Heart pounding, Finn scrambled the rest of the way to the far bank. He turned, breathing heavily, steam puffing from his mouth in the cold air. The otter popped its head up, gave one final, soft chitter, and vanished downstream. "Thank you," Finn whispered into the gloom, his voice small but sincere. The spark pulsed warmly in his hand, as if acknowledging the otter's help. He felt a flicker of something new, not just gratitude, but a sense of belonging within the forest's intricate web. He wasn't entirely alone. The land sloped ever downwards. The trees grew taller, their trunks massive and twisted, draped in curtains of gray-green lichen that glowed faintly in the spark's light like ghostly lace. The air grew thick with the smell of minerals and deep earth. The cold intensified, a dry, penetrating cold that seeped into his bones despite the spark's valiant efforts. Frost coated everything in thick, feathery crystals that sparkled like diamonds in the tiny lantern's glow. Finn's breath plumed white, and his steps became slower, heavier. Doubt began to creep in, cold and insidious. What was he doing? A boy lost in the deepest woods, chasing a fire sprite's dream. The wellspring seemed like a myth. The quiet ache of loneliness threatened to return, colder than the air around him. He stumbled into a small, icy hollow, ringed by sheer walls of frozen rock. Exhaustion washed over him. He sank down onto a frost-covered boulder, pulling his knees to his chest, holding the spark close. Its light seemed dimmer now, struggling against the oppressive, ancient cold of this deep place. The silence was absolute, heavy, suffocating. He felt very small, very lost. A tear, hot against his frozen cheek, traced a path downwards. Was the Emberkin fading away even now, alone at the hearthstone? Had he failed before he'd even truly begun? Remember the warmth you carry within. The Emberkin's words echoed softly in his memory. Finn closed his eyes, shutting out the oppressive gloom. He focused not on the biting cold, but on the small, steady warmth of the spark against his palm. He thought of the otter's helpful nudge, its sleek head popping up in the black water. He thought of the badger's curious glance, the deer's watchful eyes. He thought of the emberkin's profound gratitude, its light flaring when he offered to help. He thought of the village, yes, even the village, the smell of baking bread, the sound of laughter during the frost festival preparations, the warm glow of hearths seen through windows. He didn't quite fit there, but the warmth was real. It existed. It was part of him, too. He focused on that feeling, not the absence of belonging, but the presence of connection, however small. The warmth of kindness offered, of purpose accepted. He poured that feeling, that memory of warmth, into the spark cupped in his hands. He imagined it feeding the tiny flame, strengthening it with his own quiet courage. A soft gasp escaped him. The spark flared. Not violently, but significantly. Its light, which had been dwindling to a faint amber glimmer, suddenly brightened, pushing back the shadows of the hollow. Its warmth intensified, a wave of comforting heat washing over him, banishing the chill that had settled in his core. The hum grew stronger, clearer, a resonant chime in the silence. And as the light grew, it illuminated something on the far wall of the hollow he hadn't seen before, a narrow fissure in the rock, barely wider than his shoulders. From within that fissure drifted the faintest whisper of air, warm air. And beneath the roar of his own pulse in his ears, he heard it, the sigh of stones the Emberkin had spoken of, a low, deep, resonant hum coming from the earth itself, and the faint, musical trickle of flowing water. Not icy water, but water carrying the promise of warmth. Hope, warm and bright, surged through Finn, stronger than the spark's renewed glow. He scrambled to his feet, renewed energy coursing through him. The path wasn't gone, it was hidden. He had found it not just with his eyes, but with the warmth inside him. He approached the fissure. The warm air flowing from it smelled different, like wet stone, yes, but also like minerals and something ancient and comforting, like sun-warmed rock from a deep place. The spark pulsed eagerly in his hand, its light streaming into the dark crack. Taking a deep breath of the surprisingly warm air, Finn squeezed into the fissure. The rock was cold and smooth against his back and chest, but the air flowing past him was blessedly warm. He edged forward, the spark held before him, illuminating damp, glistening walls that narrowed and then widened. The sigh of the stones grew louder, a deep, resonant vibration he could feel in his bones, mingling with the growing sound of trickling water. The air grew warmer, damper, smelling strongly now of minerals and heat. After a tense, cramped journey, the fissure opened abruptly. Finn stepped out into a cavern. His breath caught. The wellspring of roots was not a roaring fire, but a place of profound, deep earth warmth. The cavern was vast, its ceiling lost in darkness beyond the reach of the spark's light. The walls and floor were smooth, dark stone, glistening with moisture. In the center bubbled a pool, not of water, but of thick, viscous liquid that glowed with a soft, internal light, molten earth, perhaps, or some primordial spring. It shimmered with hues of deep gold, burnt orange, and rich crimson, casting shifting, warm reflections on the cavern walls. Steam rose gently from its surface, curling in the still air, carrying the scent of hot stone and ancient minerals. This was the source, the deep heart fire the Emberkin needed. But the warmth here felt dormant, sleeping, like a banked fire waiting for a breath. The pool bubbled sluggishly. The light it cast was gentle, but not vibrant. The cavern, while warm compared to the frozen hollow outside, held a stillness, a sense of waiting. Finn approached the edge of the pool cautiously. The heat radiating from it was intense but not scorching. It was the deep, penetrating warmth of a healing stone. He looked at the spark in his hand. The Emberkin's instructions echoed, rekindle the heart fire. rekindle the memory of warmth. He understood. It wasn't just about bringing the spark here, it was about awakening the connection. He needed to share the warmth he carried, the warmth of the Emberkin's hope, the otter's kindness, his own quiet courage, and the memory of all warmth he had ever known. He knelt by the glowing pool, the heat warming his face. He cupped the spark carefully, feeling its eager pulse against his skin. Closing his eyes, he didn't just think of warmth, he felt it. He felt the comforting heat of the spark. He felt the profound gratitude of the Emberkin. He felt the sturdy helpfulness of the otter. He felt the watchful presence of the forest creatures. He felt the cozy glow of Hearthwood's hearths, the laughter of children, the smell of baking bread. He felt his own determination, the quiet strength that had brought him here. He gathered all these feelings, all these sparks of connection and kindness, into his heart, a glowing constellation of warmth. Then, gently, reverently, he lowered his hands towards the shimmering surface of the wellspring. He didn't plunge the spark in, he let it hover just above the glowing pool. He poured all that gathered warmth, all that feeling, down through his arms, through his hands, and into the spark. He offered it not as a demand, but as a gift, a reminder. The spark flared brilliantly, its light dazzling in the cavern, painting the steam gold. Its hum rose to a clear, resonant chime that echoed off the stone walls. Then it detached from Finn's hands. It floated down, a tiny, brilliant star, and touched the surface of the wellspring. For a heartbeat, nothing happened. Then a ripple spread out from where the spark touched, a circle of brighter, more vibrant gold. The sluggish bubbles in the pool became more vigorous. The molten light within surged, glowing brighter, hotter. The deep, resonant sigh of the stones intensified, becoming a powerful, welcoming hum that vibrated through the entire cavern, shaking loose tiny crystals of mineral that sparkled like falling stars in the renewed light. Steam billowed more thickly, carrying the intensified scent of hot stone and life. The warmth radiating from the pool deepened, becoming a palpable, enveloping embrace that chased away the last vestiges of cold from Finn's body. The wellspring wasn't just awake, it was alive, pulsing with renewed, vibrant energy. Finn watched, awestruck, tears of relief and wonder warming his cheeks. He had done it. He had rekindled the heart fire. The connection was restored. The journey back felt lighter, guided by the now unwavering warmth resonating from the earth itself. The spark, its task complete, remained a warm, comforting presence in his hand, its light steady and strong. The path seemed clearer, the cold less biting. He emerged from the deep fissure into the frozen hollow to find the frost receding, the air already less frigid. As he retraced his steps upwards through the old wood, he saw subtle changes. Frost melting faster from leaves, small creatures venturing out more boldly, their eyes reflecting the spark's light with less wariness. The sigh of the stones, the deep hum, followed him, a constant, warm vibration underfoot. He reached the hidden clearing just as the first true stars began to pierce the twilight sky above the thinning canopy. The hearthstone pulsed with light. Not the flickering, struggling light he had left, but a steady, radiant, golden glow that filled the entire clearing, banishing the shadows and radiating profound warmth. The Emberkin stood tall and bright within the hollow stump, its form vibrant, shimmering with powerful, joyful energy. Its light spilled out, painting the surrounding trees in hues of gold and amber, making the frost on their branches glitter like scattered jewels. Finn, the voice resonated in his mind, rich with warmth and overwhelming gratitude. You found the heart fire, you rekindled the memory, the warmth flows strong again. The Emberkin flowed towards the edge of the stump as Finn approached, its light bathing him in pure, comforting heat. The forest remembers, the roots drink deep, the great chill will not claim us. Finn held up the spark. It showed me the way, and I remembered. He smiled, a true warm smile that chased away the last shadows of loneliness. I remembered the warmth. You carried it within you, little guardian, the Emberkin pulsed. You shared it, that is the truest fire. It extended a shimmering limb. The spark has served its purpose. Let it return to the whole, carrying the echo of your journey. Finn nodded. He opened his hand. The spark floated up, glowing brilliantly, and merged back into the Emberkin's radiant core. A wave of even greater warmth washed over Finn, carrying with it a profound sense of peace and accomplishment. He felt a gentle tug in his chest, a silent farewell. The Emberkin needed to tend the renewed hearthstone, to spread the rekindled warmth through the slumbering forest roots. Go, Finn, finder of warmth, the Emberkin's voice was soft, like embers settling. Carry this feeling with you, the village awaits its frost festival. Go and share the true warmth you have found not just in hearths, but in connection, in quiet courage, in remembering. Finn looked back towards the village. Through the trees, he could see the warm, welcoming pinpricks of light from Hearthwood's windows. The pull towards home was strong now, but different. He didn't feel like the puzzle piece that didn't fit anymore. He felt like a bridge. He turned back to the Emberkin, bathed in its golden light. Will I ever see you again? The Emberkin's light pulsed gently, affectionately. Look to the hearth fire, Finn, see the dance of the flames, that is the forest breathing. Feel its warmth, that is the heart fire shared. I am in every spark, in every comforting glow. And you carry the memory of the deep warmth within you now. You will always find me there. With a final, grateful nod, Finn turned and walked back through the trees, towards the village lights. He carried no physical ember, but his heart felt full, glowing with a quiet, steady warmth that radiated outwards. The loneliness was gone, replaced by a profound sense of belonging not just to the village, but to the whispering forest, to the ancient stones, to the intricate web of life he had touched and been touched by. He slipped back into Hearthwood just as the Frost Festival was beginning in earnest. The village square was alive with light and laughter. Lanterns hung from poles, casting pools of warm yellow light on the snow-dusted ground. A great bonfire crackled merrily in the center, its flames leaping towards the starry sky, filling the air with the sweet scent of burning pine. People laughed, talked, shared spiced cider and warm pastries. Music fiddles and pipes wove a cheerful tune through the crisp night air. Finn stood at the edge of the square for a moment, watching. He saw the baker laughing with the woodcarver, children chasing each other with sparklers painting trails of light, elders smiling by the fire. He saw the warmth not just from the flames, but in the connections, the shared joy, the simple act of being together against the winter's chill. It was the same warmth he had carried to the wellspring, the same warmth the forest now remembered. He walked towards the bonfire. As he drew near, a girl he sometimes sat beside in lessons, usually quiet like him, turned and saw him. Her eyes widened slightly, then she smiled, a warm, genuine smile. Finn, you're back, we wondered where you'd gone. Come have some cider, it's hot. He held out a steaming mug. Finn took it, the warmth of the ceramic seeping into his hands. He looked into the mug, seeing the firelight reflected in the dark liquid. He looked up at the girl, then at the roaring bonfire, its flames dancing with wild, joyful energy. In their flickering shapes he saw the flowing form of the Emberkin, the pulse of the wellspring, the watchful eyes of the forest creatures. He felt the deep, steady hum of the earth's warmth resonating within him. He smiled back, a smile that held the quiet wisdom of the deep woods and the simple joy of coming home. Thank you, he said, his voice clear and warm. He raised the mug slightly towards the fire. It feels just right. He took a sip, the hot, spiced cider warming him from the inside out, mingling with the profound, peaceful warmth glowing steadily in his heart. He settled onto a log near the fire, the crackling flames painting patterns on his face, the laughter and music wrapping around him like a cozy blanket. The Frost Festival wasn't just about the cold outside, it was a celebration of the warmth within and between them all. Finn closed his eyes for a moment, feeling the heat of the bonfire on his skin, listening to its cheerful crackle, the murmur of voices, the distant sigh of the wind through the pines, the forest breathing. He felt the deep, quiet hum of the earth beneath his feet, the echo of the wellspring's song. He was home. He was warm. And as the firelight danced and the stars shone cold and bright above, Finn, the boy who found lost warmth, finally let the peaceful rhythm of the flames and the forest sigh lull him towards a deep, contented sleep, right there by the crackling hearth of his village, under the watchful gaze of a million stars, dreaming of golden light and ancient, comforting warmth. The journey was done. The warmth was found, and all was well. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, its warm light dancing across the room like golden fairies. Outside, the wind whispered through the pine trees, but here, nestled in blankets, all was safe and still. Tonight I shall tell you a story of quiet magic, of hidden worlds, and of a light that glows with the warmth of a heart finding its way home. In a small village nestled in a valley where the mountains kissed the sky, there lived a young boy named Leo. Leo was a quiet soul, with eyes the color of autumn leaves and a heart that often felt too big for his small world. While other children raced through the meadows playing games of chase and laughter, Leo preferred to sit beneath the great willow tree by the brook, listening to the water tell its endless story. He felt, in a way he couldn't quite explain, that he was waiting for something. A sign. A purpose. A warmth he couldn't find by the hearthside. One evening, as the sun dipped below the mountain peaks and painted the sky in shades of violet and rose, Leo's grandmother called him to her side. Her hands, wrinkled like a well-loved map, held a small object wrapped in faded velvet. "Leo," she said, her voice a soft rustle like dry leaves. "This has been in our family for longer than the oldest oak in the forest. It is a locket, but it holds no picture. It holds a promise." She placed the cool, smooth object in his palm. It was an oval locket made of a strange, dark metal that seemed to drink the fading light. It was utterly plain, with no clasp, no hinge, and no way to open it. "They say," his grandmother continued, her eyes twinkling with a light that seemed to come from within, "that it only glows for the one who is meant to find what was lost. It is a guide, a warmth in the darkness, but its light is not for seeing with the eyes, Leo. It is for feeling with the heart." That night Leo lay in his bed, the locket held tightly in his hand. The moon rose, a silver coin in a velvet sky, and its light streamed through his window. And then something miraculous happened. A gentle warmth began to spread from the locket, a soft, pulsing heat that felt like a tiny heartbeat against his palm. He uncurled his fingers. There in the center of the dark metal, a faint, golden light was beginning to glow. It was the color of embers in a dying fire, of honey in sunlight, of pure, gentle magic. His breath caught in his throat. The light pulsed slowly, rhythmically, and with each pulse he felt a gentle tug, a silent calling from deep within the ancient forest that bordered their village. The Whispering Woods, a place the elders spoke of in hushed tones, a place of secrets and old magic. The next morning, with the locket hanging securely around his neck, hidden beneath his tunic, Leo packed a small satchel with bread, cheese, and a flask of cool water. The ember light within the locket was a constant, warm presence against his chest, its gentle pull a compass in his blood. He told his grandmother he was going to explore the woods, and she simply smiled, her knowing eyes seeing more than he could say. The entrance to the Whispering Woods was an archway of intertwined hawthorn trees, their branches gnarled and wise. As Leo stepped across the threshold, the air changed. It grew stiller, cooler, and filled with the rich, damp scent of earth and moss. Sunlight filtered through the dense canopy in scattered shafts, illuminating dancing motes of dust. The world outside seemed to fade away, replaced by the deep, breathing silence of the forest. He walked for what felt like hours, following the soft, insistent tug of the locket. The path was not a path of stone or dirt, but one of intuition. He stepped over roots that looked like sleeping serpents, brushed past ferns that unfurled like green blessings, and listened to the symphony of the woods. The chatter of a squirrel, the distant hammering of a woodpecker, the rustle of unseen creatures in the undergrowth. It was during a moment of rest, as he sat on a moss-covered log sipping his water, that he heard a different sound. It was a small, frustrated snuffling, followed by a sad little whimper. Curiosity overriding caution, Leo crept towards the sound. Pushing aside a curtain of hanging ivy, he found a small clearing. And in the center of the clearing was a fox. But this was no ordinary fox. Its fur was the color of a twilight sky, a deep, silvery gray dappled with hints of dusky purple, and its eyes were not amber but a luminous, intelligent green. One of its back legs was trapped, not in a hunter's snare, but in the twisted, grasping roots of an ancient tree that had seemingly come alive to hold it fast. The fox stopped struggling as it saw Leo, its green eyes wide with fear and pain. "It's all right," Leo said softly, his voice barely a whisper. He approached slowly, his hands held out to show he meant no harm. "I won't hurt you." The fox watched him, trembling. As Leo drew nearer, the locket against his chest flared with a sudden, warmer pulse. The fox's eyes flickered down to Leo's chest and then back to his face, and a strange understanding seemed to pass between them. The fear in its eyes softened into a desperate hope. Leo knelt and examined the root. It was thick and woody, wrapped tightly around the fox's slender leg. He pulled and tugged, but it was no use. The root was as strong as iron. He looked around for a sharp stone, but found none. He was about to despair when the locket pulsed again, and an idea, clear and calm, blossomed in his mind. He wasn't supposed to break the root. He was supposed to ask it. It was the strangest thought he'd ever had. But the warmth of the locket urged him to trust it. He placed his hands on the rough bark of the root. He closed his eyes, trying to pour all his gentle intention, all his desire to help, into his touch. "Please," he whispered to the ancient tree. "Please let him go. He means you no harm." For a long moment, nothing happened. Then a deep, groaning shudder ran through the root. Slowly, as if waking from a long sleep, the woody coil began to unwind itself. It loosened its grip, creaking and sighing, until finally the fox's leg was free. The fox scrambled back, limping slightly, and shook its leg. It then turned its luminous green eyes on Leo, and to Leo's astonishment, it dipped its head in a clear, graceful bow of thanks. "You're welcome," Leo said, his heart swelling with a joy he'd never known. The fox did not run away. Instead, it took a tentative step closer, then another, until it was close enough to nudge Leo's hand with its cool, wet nose. A friendship unexpected and warm was forged in that sun-dappled clearing. "I'm looking for something," Leo said, though he wasn't sure why he was telling a fox. "The locket is guiding me." The fox tilted its head, then turned and took a few limping steps towards a deeper part of the forest. It looked back at Leo, waiting. It was offering to guide him. And so, the boy and the twilight fox journeyed deeper into the whispering woods. The fox, whom Leo learned was named Finn through a series of understanding looks and gestures, knew the secrets of the forest. He led Leo along hidden animal trails, to a spring where the water sparkled like liquid crystal, and past meadows of flowers that chimed softly in the breeze. As they walked, Leo told Finn about his village, his grandmother, and the feeling of waiting for something more. Finn listened, his intelligent eyes missing nothing. The mystery of the locket's purpose began to unfold like the delicate petals of a night-blooming flower. The light would grow warmer and brighter when they were on the right path, and would dim to a faint glow if they strayed. It was not leading him to a place, Leo realized, but to a feeling, a state of being. One afternoon they came upon a part of the forest that was dying. The trees were skeletal, their leaves gray and brittle. The air was cold and carried no birdsong. A deep sadness hung over everything. In the center of this blight stood a single, magnificent tree, larger than any Leo had ever seen, but it was weeping a strange, black sap from a gash in its trunk. The locket on Leo's chest grew so hot it was almost uncomfortable, its light shining like a tiny star against the gloom. This was it. This was what he was meant to find. He approached the great tree, Finn staying close by his side, a low whine in his throat. Leo placed his hand on the rough, suffering bark. He could feel its pain, a deep, aching throb that echoed in his own bones. The tree was the heart of this part of the forest, and it was wounded, and its sorrow was poisoning the land around it. The gash was too big, too deep. He had no tools, no medicine. Despair threatened to wash over him. But then he remembered the root that had trapped Finn. He hadn't forced it. He had asked it. He had connected with it. He looked at the locket, now glowing with a fierce, loving light. Its promise was not of a tool, but of an ability. The ability to understand, to feel, to heal not by force, but by friendship. He sat down at the base of the great tree, leaning his back against it. Finn curled up beside him. Leo closed his eyes. He didn't try to think of a solution. Instead, he simply listened. He poured all his compassion, all the warmth from the locket and from his own heart, towards the ancient being. He shared its sadness, its fear of fading away. He sent it images of the vibrant forest it once nurtured, of the sun on its leaves, of the birds nesting in its branches. He offered it his friendship. He sat there for a long, long time, until the sun began to set. He felt a single, warm tear trace a path down his cheek. As it fell onto the root beneath him, something extraordinary happened. The locket's light flared one last, brilliant time, and then the light didn't fade. It poured out of the locket not as light, but as a wave of palpable, golden warmth. It flowed from Leo's chest, over his hands, and into the tree. It seeped into the gash, and where it touched the black sap, the sap turned clear and golden, like tree blood made of sunlight. The gash began to knit itself together, the bark weaving over the wound until it was whole again. A shudder of life ran through the great tree. Its gray leaves shivered and turned a vibrant, healthy green. The color spread out from the tree like a ripple in a pond, flowing through the soil, up the trunks of the skeletal trees, across the brittle grass. Life returned to the grove. Birds began to sing again. The air lost its chill. The transformation was complete. Leo stood up, weary but filled with a profound peace. The locket around his neck was dark and cool once more, its purpose fulfilled. He understood now. The journey had transformed him. He was no longer the boy who waited. He was a boy who listened, who understood, who could be a friend to the world. Finn nudged his hand, his green eyes shining with pride. Their journey back through the now-living forest was a quiet celebration. They did not speak, for no words were needed. The understanding between them was a warm, steady glow that needed no ember light. When Leo finally emerged from the whispering woods, the moon was high. He turned to say goodbye to his friend. Finn pressed his head against Leo's leg one last time, then turned and disappeared into the shadows between the trees, a creature of magic returning to his world. Leo walked back to his village, a different boy from the one who had left. He went straight to his grandmother's cottage. She was waiting by the fire, as if she had known he would return at this exact moment. He didn't need to say a word. He simply took the now-dark locket from his neck and placed it in her hand. She smiled, a smile that held the wisdom of ages. "You found it," she said. "I did," Leo replied, his voice steady and sure. "It was never about finding a thing. It was about finding a part of myself." His grandmother nodded, closing her fingers around the locket. "The light was always your own, my dear. The locket just helped you see it." That night, Leo slept a deep and dreamless sleep. He had journeyed into the unknown and found not a treasure, but a truth. He had discovered that the greatest magic is not in glowing lockets or talking foxes, though those are wonderful things. The greatest magic is a heart that is open, a hand that is offered in help, and the quiet, steady warmth of true friendship. And he carried that magic with him, a gentle, glowing ember in his soul, for the rest of his days. And so the fire crackles on, its warm light a promise against the night. The story is told, its magic lingering in the air like the scent of pine. May its warmth guide you, may its peace hold you, and may you journey into dreams knowing that the gentlest magic of all is already within you, waiting to glow. Sleep now. All is well. The old house had a way of settling in the evenings, its wooden beams sighing contentedly as the sun dipped below the hills. In the quietest room at the very top, beneath a slanted ceiling dusted with moonlight, young Leo often found himself drawn to the forgotten treasures of generations past. Tonight, as rain whispered against the window panes like 1,000 tiny fingertips, he climbed the creaking steps to the attic, guided by the soft glow of his lantern. "Siarararik" went the attic door as he pushed it open, the sound mingling with the distant rumble of thunder. The air smelled of cedar and memories, of dried lavender and old books. Leo's slippers whispered across the floorboards as he moved between towers of trunks and leaning stacks of hatboxes, his lantern casting long, dancing shadows that seemed to beckon him deeper. It was behind a faded quilt, folded neatly over a rocking chair that had not rocked in decades, that Leo noticed something glimmering. He reached carefully, his fingers brushing against something cool and smooth. It was a snow globe, but unlike any he had ever seen. Instead of a winter scene, it held a miniature forest in eternal autumn, with golden leaves perpetually drifting toward mossy ground. At its center stood a tiny, silver-leafed tree that seemed to pulse with a soft, inner light. Ting-ting went the leaves as they landed, a sound like faraway bells. As Leo lifted the globe, the attic seemed to grow warmer, the shadows less deep. He settled onto an old velvet footstool, cradling the sphere in his palms. For a long moment he simply watched the leaves drift downward, each one landing without a sound, and he felt his own breathing slow to match their gentle rhythm. Then, from a nearby stack of yellowed sheet music, emerged a plump tabby cat with fur the color of toasted cinnamon. This was Barnaby, the attic's unofficial guardian, who considered dust mice and daydreams his primary responsibilities. He patted over and rubbed against Leo's knee, his purr a steady, comforting rumble like a tiny thunderstorm of contentment. "What have you found, little one?" Barnaby's voice was as warm and grainy as old honey. He nudged the snow globe with his nose, and the leaves inside shivered as if in greeting. "I'm not sure," Leo admitted. "It feels important." Just then a small, papery rustle came from a hatbox, adorned with faded violets. Out peeked a mouse with whiskers that twitched with curiosity. This was Pippin, who made his home in the linings of unworn gloves and the pockets of forgotten coats. Ooh, the memory globe. Pippin squeaked, his voice like the turning of a delicate page. It hasn't been awakened in ever so long. Leo looked from the mouse to the cat to the globe in his hands. "Awakened?" he asked. Barnaby nodded, his green eyes solemn. "It shows not just any forest, but the forest of forgotten courage. Long ago, people would gaze into it to remember how to be brave when fear made them feel small." As if on cue, the soft light within the silver tree flickered, and Leo felt a strange pull in his chest, a longing to understand, to help. "It's growing dim," he observed, his voice barely a whisper. Pippin wrung his tiny paws. Oh dear, that means someone's courage is fading. The globe reflects the state of a heart in need. Leo's own heart gave a little thump. What can we do? Barnaby stretched, his tail curling thoughtfully. We must journey into the globe, not with our feet, but with our spirit. We must find the fading heart and help it remember its own strength. And so, with the rain pattering gently against the roof and the lantern casting a golden pool of light around them, Leo closed his eyes and pressed his forehead against the cool glass of the snow globe. Barnaby settled across his feet, purring steadily, and Pippin climbed onto his shoulder, holding fast to the collar of his pajamas. There was a sensation like sinking into a soft blanket, and then Leo found himself standing at the edge of the autumn wood from the globe. The air smelled of cinnamon and crisp apples, and the leaves underfoot made a gentle shush-shush as he walked. Barnaby and Pippin were beside him, though they seemed made of starlight and dream stuff. "This way," murmured Barnaby, his whiskers twitching toward a path lined with amber ferns. Courage often hides in quiet places. They walked deeper into the forest, where the trees arched overhead like the vaulted ceiling of a great cathedral. The only sounds were the rustle of leaves, the distant ting of the falling ones, and the soft crunch of their footsteps. After a time they came upon a clearing where a small, shimmering figure sat hunched beneath the silver tree. It was a boy made of light and shadow, and he was trying, and failing, to kindle a flame between his cupped hands. Each time a spark flickered to life, it sputtered and died, and the boy's shoulders slumped further. "That's the one," whispered Pippin. "His courage is going out." Leo approached slowly, his footsteps silent on the moss. "Hello," he said softly. The boy looked up, and Leo saw that his own face looked back at him, not exactly, but in the way that all hearts recognize one another when they are feeling lost. "I can't make it stay lit," the boy said, his voice trembling. "I'm supposed to give a speech tomorrow in front of everyone, but every time I try to practice, the words disappear and my hands shake." Leo sat down beside him. Barnaby curled up nearby, his purr vibrating through the earth like a gentle earthquake of support. Pippin scampered up the silver tree and began dropping little glowing acorns, which landed with soft plinks. "I get scared too," Leo confessed. "Last week I couldn't raise my hand in class, even though I knew the answer. It felt like my voice was hiding." The boy looked at him, his eyes wide. "What did you do?" "I took a very small breath," Leo said. "And then another, and I remembered that my teacher's smile is kind, and that my friend Sam sits right beside me. I didn't raise my hand that day, but the next time I did." High in the tree, Pippin squeaked. "It's like nibbling a bit of cheese. You don't eat the whole wedge at once. You take one tiny bite, and then another." Barnaby nodded. "Courage isn't about not being afraid. It's about hearing the fear purring beside you and walking forward anyway." The boy looked down at his hands, where the faintest spark flickered once more. "So, I don't have to not be scared." "No," Leo said gently. "You just have to be a little bit braver than the scared." Together they sat in the clearing as the autumn leaves drifted down around them. Leo told the boy about the time he'd climbed the big oak in the backyard, how his heart had hammered, but how the view from the highest branch had made it all worthwhile. Pippin shared the story of the first time he'd ventured beyond the hat box, and how a crumb of shortbread had waited as his reward. Barnaby simply purred, and the rumble seemed to weave a blanket of comfort around them all. Slowly, carefully, the boy tried again. He cupped his hands and breathed onto the spark. It wavered, and for a heart-stopping moment, Leo thought it might fail. But then Pippin dropped a glowing acorn right into the boy's palms, and Barnaby's purr grew louder, and Leo whispered, "You can do it." The spark caught, grew, and became a steady, warm flame that danced between the boy's fingers. It didn't roar, it didn't need to. It was a small, brave light, and it was enough. The boy smiled, and as he did, the entire forest seemed to glow a little brighter. The silver tree above them shimmered, and its light pulsed strong and clear. "Thank you," the boy said, his voice no longer trembling. Leo felt a gentle pulling sensation, and the forest began to fade around them. The last thing he saw was the boy standing tall beneath the tree, his small flame held proudly in his hands. When Leo opened his eyes, he was back in the attic, curled on the footstool with Barnaby on his feet and Pippin on his shoulder. The snow globe in his hands glowed warmly, its leaves drifting down with soft ting sounds, and the silver tree at its center shone with a steady, unwavering light. The rain had stopped, and through the attic window, Leo could see the moon hanging like a silver coin in a now clear sky. He felt peaceful and full of a quiet understanding. Barnaby stretched and yawned. "Well done, little one," he rumbled. "You helped a heart find its way home." Pippin nodded enthusiastically. "And you didn't even have to leave the attic." Leo smiled, placing the snow globe carefully on a shelf where the moonlight could reach it. "Do you think he'll be okay tomorrow with his speech?" Barnaby blinked slowly. "He may still feel the fear, but now he knows he also has the courage. That is the secret most hearts need to remember." As Leo made his way back to bed, the attic seemed to sigh around him, content and at peace. He climbed under his quilt just as the grandfather clock in the hallway chimed a soft, deep midnight. And far away in a house much like his own, a boy who had been practicing his speech in front of his bedroom mirror paused, took a small breath, and then another. He thought of autumn leaves and kind friends, and his voice didn't shake at all when he spoke the next words. Outside Leo's window, the world settled into stillness, where the only sounds were the gentle rustle of wind in the trees and the distant, comforting purr of dreams waiting to be dreamed. And in the attic, the snow globe glowed softly on its shelf, its leaves forever falling, its light forever steady, a quiet reminder that courage, no matter how small, always finds a way to shine. The first frost had painted silver cobwebs on Lily's window pane that morning. Now, as twilight deepened into a velvety indigo outside, the familiar shapes of her room, the sturdy oak wardrobe, the bookshelf crammed with well-loved tales, the rocking chair draped with a worn quilt seemed to hold their breath, waiting for the night's story to unfold. Lily burrowed deeper under her patchwork duvet, the scent of lavender sachets mingling with the faint wood smoke drifting from the hearth downstairs. Her gaze drifted to the small, smooth stone resting on her bedside table. It wasn't much to look at by daylight, just a gray river pebble. But in the fading light it held a secret, a faint, pulsing warmth deep within its core, like a captured ember. She'd found it weeks ago, washed up on the bank of the Whispering Creek, and it felt alive. Tonight the stone hummed softly against her palm when she picked it up. A gentle vibration, almost a purr, resonated through her fingers. Lily closed her eyes, breathing in the quiet. That's when she heard it, a sound woven into the silence itself. Not the creak of the house settling, nor the distant hoot of an owl. This was a melody, faint and ethereal, drifting on the cool night air like the scent of moonflowers. It seemed to come from inside the stone, a song of longing and forgotten paths. Curiosity, a familiar friend, nudged Lily. Slipping out of bed, the polished wood floor cool beneath her bare feet, she padded to the window. The melody grew clearer, not from the stone now, but seemingly from the ancient oak tree that stood sentinel at the bottom of her garden. Its gnarled branches, silhouetted against the star-strewn sky, seemed to beckon. The stone pulsed warmly in her hand, its inner light flaring briefly, illuminating tiny veins of gold and amber within its gray surface. It felt like an answer, a key. Pulling on her thickest woolen socks and wrapping her faded dressing gown tightly around her, Lily slipped out of her room. The house was quiet, filled only with the rhythmic ticking of the grandfather clock in the hall. The cool night air kissed her face as she opened the back door, the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves sharp and inviting. Holding the glowing stone aloft like a tiny lantern, its soft amber light casting long, dancing shadows, she made her way down the dew-kissed garden path towards the old oak. As she approached, the melody swelled, no longer faint but rich and complex, the sound of wind through crystalline leaves, of water trickling over ancient stones, of laughter echoing down long corridors of time. It emanated from the massive, moss-covered roots that erupted from the earth like petrified serpents. Nestled between two particularly large roots, half hidden by curtains of ivy, Lily saw something she'd never noticed before, a gap. Not a crack, but an opening, dark and inviting, shaped like an arched doorway. The stone in her hand flared brightly, its warmth intensifying, pulling her gently forward. Taking a deep breath, the song filling her ears and the stone's light guiding her way, Lily stepped through the root arch. The air changed instantly. It became warmer, thicker, tasting faintly of ozone and damp moss. Instead of the expected darkness of a hollow tree, she found herself on a winding, downward path. It wasn't earth or wood beneath her feet, but smooth, cool stone, worn by time and countless unseen footsteps. Bioluminescent fungi clung to the walls, casting an eerie, beautiful blue-green glow that mingled with the warm amber light from her stone. Giant luminous mushrooms like parasols spun from moonlight dotted the path. The air hummed with unseen life, a soft chorus of chirps and rustles accompanying the haunting melody. She had stepped into the gloaming. The path descended gently, spiraling deeper. Strange, luminous flowers unfurled petals like spun glass. Tiny winged creatures, no larger than fireflies but shaped like miniature birds with iridescent scales, darted through the air, leaving trails of shimmering dust. Lily walked in wide-eyed wonder, the stone clutched tightly, her heart pounding not with fear but with a thrilling sense of discovery. She was in a hidden world, a secret heart beating beneath her own garden. The path opened into a vast, subterranean cavern. It took Lily's breath away. Above, the ceiling shimmered with constellations of embedded crystals, reflecting the soft light below. Below, a network of canals wound through the cavern floor, filled not with water, but with liquid light, a shimmering, golden substance that flowed silently, illuminating everything with a warm, buttery radiance. Buildings, if you could call them that, were carved directly into the cavern walls, or built from luminous fungi and woven vines. They looked like giant, intricate bird nests or clusters of glowing gourds. Bridges made of woven light spanned the canals, and everywhere moved the inhabitants of the gloaming. They were small, perhaps knee-high to Lily, with skin the color of polished walnut or smooth river stones. Large, luminous eyes, like pools of liquid moonlight, dominated their gentle faces. Some had delicate, moth-like wings shimmering on their backs, others had fur like soft moss, and still others seemed woven from shadow and starlight. They moved with a quiet grace, tending luminous gardens, weaving strands of light on intricate looms, or simply sitting by the canals, their reflections shimmering in the golden flow. The melody Lily had followed was everywhere here, woven into the very air, sung by the people and echoed by the cavern itself. Lily stood frozen at the cavern's edge, a giant in this miniature world. Her presence hadn't gone unnoticed. The gentle activities ceased. Hundreds of luminous eyes turned towards her, wide with shock, and Lily feared suspicion. A ripple of silence spread outwards from her. She felt enormous, clumsy, and utterly alien. Then a small figure detached itself from the shadows near a cluster of giant, glowing toadstools. It moved towards her with surprising speed, not flying, but skittering on quick, tiny legs. It was roughly the size of a hedgehog, covered in short, velvety fur the deep blue of twilight. Large, intelligent eyes, the color of periwinkles, regarded her intently from beneath tufted brows. Instead of wings, it had delicate, feathery antennae that twitched constantly. It stopped a few feet away, puffing itself up slightly, and let out a series of high-pitched chirps and clicks that sounded remarkably like a question. "Hello," Lily whispered, crouching down slowly, trying to make herself less imposing. "My name is Lily. I followed the song." The little creature tilted its head, antennae quivering. It took a cautious step closer, sniffing the air, its eyes fixed on the stone in Lily's hand. With another series of rapid clicks, it pointed a tiny, clawed finger at the stone, then at Lily, then back at the stone. You know this stone?" Lily asked, holding it out carefully. The stone pulsed warmly, and its inner light seemed to brighten in response to the creature's proximity. The blue-furred being let out a soft trill, its posture relaxing. It skittered closer, reaching out a tentative paw to touch the stone. As its tiny claws brushed the surface, the stone flared brilliantly, bathing both of them in warm, amber light. A wave of understanding, wordless but profound, washed over Lily. She felt the creature's surprise, its curiosity, and beneath it, a deep, resonant sadness. She also felt its name, Pip. Pip, Lily thought, the name feeling right. "You're Pip." Pip's large eyes widened further. It chirped excitedly, a sound like tiny bells. It touched the stone again, then pointed urgently towards the center of the cavern, where a magnificent structure rose, a towering spire, seemingly grown from a single, colossal crystal, pulsating with a soft, internal light. Pip's clicks and chirps grew frantic, laced with unmistakable worry. It pointed to the crystal spire, then made a gesture like something breaking, accompanied by a mournful whine. It then mimed holding something precious and looking around desperately. The song. Lily breathed, understanding dawning. "The melody I heard, it came from there, and it's fading. Something's wrong." Pip nodded vigorously, antennae drooping. The beautiful melody that filled the cavern was changing. Where it had been rich and full, now thin, discordant threads wove through it, like a tapestry beginning to unravel. A murmur of unease ran through the watching, gloaming folk. Their luminous eyes were no longer fixed solely on Lily, but darted nervously towards the central spire. Pip tugged gently on the hem of Lily's dressing gown, chittering insistently. It pointed again towards the spire, then back at Lily's stone, its tiny face etched with desperate hope. Lily looked from the anxious Pip to the troubled faces of the gloaming folk, then to the pulsing crystal spire whose light seemed to flicker uncertainly. The humming stone in her hand felt like an anchor, its warmth spreading courage through her. This hidden world, this fragile, beautiful place beneath her feet, was in trouble. And somehow Pip believed her stone, and perhaps her, could help. "I don't know how," Lily whispered, more to herself than to Pip, "but we have to try." She straightened up, meeting Pip's determined gaze. "Lead the way, Pip." A collective sigh, like wind through reeds, seemed to ripple through the cavern. The suspicion in the luminous eyes softened into wary curiosity and a flicker of desperate hope. Pip gave a determined little chirp and scampered off along a path of smooth, glowing stones that wound towards the crystal spire. Lily followed, her bare feet silent on the cool surface, the stone held aloft like a beacon. The gloaming folk parted silently before her, their watchful gazes now carrying the weight of their world's fragile song. The path led to the base of the immense crystal spire. Close up, it was even more breathtaking. Veins of gold, silver, and deepest amethyst ran through its translucent heart, pulsing slowly with light that seemed to breathe. The discordant notes in the cavern's melody were stronger here, jarring against the spire's inherent harmony. At the spire's base was an arched opening, leading into its cool, shimmering interior. Inside, the air hummed with power. The walls glowed softly, casting shifting patterns of light on the smooth floor. In the very center of the chamber stood a pedestal carved from the same living crystal. Resting upon it wasn't a grand gem or a complex machine, but something surprisingly simple. A large, perfect seashell, spiraled like a unicorn's horn, crafted from mother-of-pearl that shimmered with all the colors of dawn and dusk. This, Lily understood instinctively, was the heart shell. It was the source of the gloaming's song, the focus of its harmony. But its light was dim, flickering erratically. Fine cracks like spiderwebs of shadow marred its luminous surface. The beautiful melody emanating from it was strained, thin, and punctuated by jarring silences. Surrounding the pedestal were three elderly gloaming folk, their fur or skin etched with deep lines, their large eyes clouded with worry. They were singing, their voices high and pure, weaving intricate harmonies aimed at the heart shell. But their song seemed weak, unable to penetrate the shadowy cracks or mend the fraying melody. One of them, a being with bark-like skin and hair like silvery moss, looked up as Lily and Pip entered. His eyes, ancient and weary, widened slightly at the sight of Lily, then fixed on the stone in her hand. A spark of something recognition, disbelief, flickered within them. Pip skittered forward, chattering urgently at the elders, pointing emphatically at Lily and her stone. The elder with bark-like skin listened, his gaze never leaving the pulsing pebble. He raised a gnarled hand, silencing Pip. His voice, when he spoke, was surprisingly deep and resonant, like stones shifting in a deep riverbed, yet Lily understood its meaning through the same wordless connection the stone seemed to provide. The songstone, he murmured, his voice thick with emotion. It returns after so many turnings of the great wheel. He stepped towards Lily, his movements slow and deliberate. Child of the surface, bearer of the sun's echo, you hold a fragment of the first light, a piece of the world heart that birthed both our realms. The heart shell weakens, the veil between worlds thins, and shadow seeps in, stealing our harmony. He gestured towards the cracked shell. Our song alone is not enough. The songstone, it remembers the first song. It can mend what is broken, but only if its light can reach the heart. Lily looked down at the warm stone in her hand, then at the faltering heart shell. The weight of responsibility settled on her small shoulders, but it felt less like a burden and more like a purpose. "What must I do?" she asked, her voice steady. "You must sing," the elder said simply. "Sing with your heart, let the songstone guide you. Its light carries the memory of the first song. Your voice, amplified by its power, might reach where ours cannot. Sing." Lily's heart fluttered nervously. She loved to hum to herself in the garden, but singing here, in front of these ancient beings, to save their world. The discordant notes from the heart shell seemed to mock her uncertainty. Pip nudged her ankle, chirping softly, its large eyes filled with unwavering trust. Lily looked at her small friend, then at the worried faces of the elders, and finally at the beautiful, suffering heart shell. This hidden world, discovered through wonder and a strange stone, needed her. Taking a deep breath, Lily stepped closer to the pedestal. The air vibrated with the strained song of the heart shell and the weakening harmonies of the elders. She closed her eyes, shutting out the enormity of the crystal chamber and the watchful eyes. She focused instead on the warm, pulsing stone in her hand. It felt like holding a tiny sun, a fragment of pure, ancient light. She remembered the melody that had drawn her here, the song of the gloaming, the song of the heart shell in its strength. It was a song of roots delving deep, of stars reflected in underground rivers, of quiet growth and enduring peace. She opened her mouth. No practiced melody came out, just a single, clear note. It was hesitant at first, thin as a spider's thread. But as the note hung in the air, the songstone in her hand flared. Its warm amber light intensified, bathing her and the pedestal in its glow. The light didn't just illuminate, it seemed to resonate with her voice, amplifying it, enriching it, weaving threads of golden sound around her simple note. Encouraged, Lily sang another note, then another. She didn't think about words or complex tunes. She poured her feelings into the sound, her awe for this hidden world, her worry for Pip and the gloaming folk, her hope for the heartshell. She sang of the cool garden earth, the rustling leaves of the old oak, the comforting crackle of the fireplace, the vast, starry sky above. She sang of connection, of light finding its way through darkness, of strength found in kindness. The songstone blazed. Its light streamed from her hand, not as a beam, but as tendrils of liquid gold, flowing towards the cracked heart shell. Where the light touched the shadowy cracks, they hissed faintly, like ice meeting fire. The darkness recoiled. Lily's voice, amplified and transformed by the stone's power, filled the crystal chamber. It wasn't loud, but it was profound, rich with the warmth of the surface world and the ancient memory held within the stone. It wove around the faltering song of the elders, strengthening it, guiding it. The discordant notes faltered. The jarring silences shortened. The heartshell itself began to glow brighter, its internal light fighting back against the invading shadows. The mother of pearl shimmered fiercely, the colors deepening. Lily felt the resistance, a cold, clinging darkness that fought the warm light pouring from the songstone and her voice. It felt like singing against a gale. Her throat ached. Doubt whispered, could she hold on? Then a new sound joined hers. A soft, determined chirping. Pip, standing tall beside her, was singing too. Its tiny voice, pure and high, wove into Lily's melody, adding a thread of fierce courage. Then one of the elders joined, his deep voice rumbling like bedrock, adding strength. Another added their harmony, then the third. The combined song lilies amplified by the songstone, Pip's bright chirp, and the elders' ancient harmonies became a powerful river of sound and light, washing over the heartshell. With a final, resonant chime that echoed through the entire cavern, the last shadowy crack sealing the heartshell vanished. The shell blazed with pure, radiant light, bathing the crystal spire in colors more vibrant than any rainbow. The melody that burst forth was triumphant, healing, and whole, the true song of the gloaming, restored in all its breathtaking complexity and beauty. It surged outwards from the spire, filling the cavern, washing over the gloaming folk who stood watching. A collective sigh of relief and joy rose from them, like leaves rustling in a grateful wind. Tears streamed down Lily's cheeks, but they were tears of pure, exhausted joy. The songstone's light slowly subsided, returning to its gentle, pulsing warmth. Lily lowered it, her voice falling silent. She felt utterly drained, yet filled with a profound sense of peace. Pip leaped up, chattering excitedly, doing a little jig of pure happiness. The elder with bark-like skin approached Lily. He placed a gnarled hand over his heart and bowed deeply. "Bearer of the sun's echo," he said, his voice thick with gratitude, "you have restored the heart song. You have saved the gloaming. Our harmony is your harmony now. You will always find welcome here." Lily smiled, a tired but radiant smile. "I just sang," she whispered. "The stone and Pip and all of you, we did it together." She looked around the now brilliantly lit chamber, the restored heart-shell pulsing steadily. The fear and suspicion in the luminous eyes had vanished, replaced by warmth, gratitude, and wonder. She had come seeking the source of a song and found a hidden world and a friend. She had faced the darkness she didn't understand and found the courage to sing against it. The timid girl who had crept from her bed felt different, stronger, connected. The journey back through the luminous cavern felt like a dream. Gloaming folk bowed or waved as she passed, their faces alight with smiles. Pip scampered proudly beside her, occasionally darting off to excitedly chirp the news to others. The path upwards, lit by the gentle glow of the fungi and her now softly humming stone, seemed shorter. Stepping back through the root arch into her own cool, quiet garden felt like emerging from a vivid dream into comforting reality. Dawn was just beginning to blush the eastern sky, painting the frost on the grass with pale pinks and golds. The melody of the gloaming was a soft, contented hum in her mind now, no longer a call, but a gentle connection. Back in her room, the familiar shapes welcomed her. She placed the songstone back on her bedside table. It was warm, its inner light pulsing slowly, peacefully, like a resting heartbeat. The faint, beautiful melody of the gloaming seemed to resonate softly from it, a lullaby just for her. Pip had insisted on accompanying her to the surface, a tiny, blue-furred guardian. It now curled up contentedly on Lily's pillow, its feathery antennae twitching softly in sleep. Lily climbed back into bed, pulling the patchwork duvet up to her chin. The scent of lavender and wood smoke was sweeter than ever. She felt the cool sheets, heard the first tentative chirps of waking birds outside. She looked at the stone, then at the sleeping Pip, a small, miraculous friend from a world beneath the roots. She had journeyed into the unknown, faced darkness with light and song, and discovered that courage wasn't about being unafraid, but about singing anyway when something precious needed saving. She had learned that friendship could bridge worlds, and that the smallest stone could hold the greatest light. As the first rays of true dawn painted her windowpane gold, Lily closed her eyes. The gentle melody from the stone, intertwined with Pip's soft snores, wove around her like a blanket woven from starlight and gratitude. The world above and the world below felt connected, held in harmony by the song in her heart and the warm, pulsing stone beside her. Sleep, deep and peaceful, claimed her, filled with the quiet certainty that she was part of something vast and beautiful, a guardian of light and song, forever changed by the wonders hidden just beneath the surface. And somewhere deep below, in the heart of the gloaming, the restored heartshell pulsed with a melody of enduring peace, a silent thank you echoing through the roots of the ancient oak, reaching up to the girl who had sung their world whole. The starship Stardust Weaver drifted through the nebula of whispers, its engines humming a low, contented song. Inside its cozy observation deck, bathed in the soft, shifting light of cosmic dust, sat two beings who, just a few solar cycles ago, wouldn't have shared the same atmosphere without suspicion. There was Kaelen, hailing from the crystalline caves of Glimmerdeep. His body was composed of facets that caught the nebula's light, shimmering with soft blues and greens. He communicated not with sound, but with gentle pulses of light from his core and intricate patterns formed by the subtle realignment of his facets. To him, the universe was a silent symphony of structure and resonance. Beside him, perched on a cushion woven from stardust moss, was Pip. Pip was a florin, a small, plant-like creature from the perpetually damp jungles of Veridia Prime. Covered in velvety, deep green leaves and delicate, bioluminescent buds that pulsed softly with her emotions, she expressed herself through a complex language of rustles, chirps, scent releases, and the gentle waving of her vine-like limbs. Her world was a constant, vibrant chorus of life. Their journey together had begun out of necessity. Both were passengers on the Stardust Weaver bound for the intergalactic cultural exchange on Solara Station. A sudden gravitic shear had damaged the ship's primary comms array and autopilot, stranding them in the nebula. The human crew was busy repairing critical systems, leaving Kaelen and Pip, the only other passengers, largely to themselves in the shared passenger quarters. At first, their differences were a canyon of misunderstanding. Kaelen's silent, still presence felt cold and detached to Pip, whose nature thrived on interaction. His structured light patterns, meant to convey curiosity about her glowing buds, she misinterpreted as harsh, interrogative flashes. Pip's enthusiastic rustling and attempts to share the sweet, calming scent of her pollen, a florin gesture of friendship, overwhelmed Kaelen's sensitive crystalline receptors, causing uncomfortable internal vibrations he perceived as chaotic noise. He would retreat to a corner, facets dimming, while Pip's buds would flicker with confusion and sadness, thinking she'd caused offense. One evening, as the nebula outside painted the deck in deep amethyst and gold, a secondary alarm chimed soft but insistent. The environmental system regulating their deck's humidity had malfunctioned. For Kaelen, whose crystalline structure required a stable, dry atmosphere, the rising moisture was merely uncomfortable, causing a faint, discordant hum within him. For Pip, however, it was a crisis. Her leafy skin began to wilt slightly at the edges, her bioluminescent buds dimmed dangerously low, and she emitted a series of distressed, high-pitched chirps like tiny, panicked bells. She huddled near a heating vent, vines trembling. Kaelen observed her distress. The patterns of light within him shifted rapidly: confusion, analysis, then dawning comprehension. He recalled the ship's database entry on Florins, require high humidity. Her actions weren't random noise, they were signals of distress. His own internal discomfort faded into insignificance beside her visible suffering. He needed to act, but how? His silent light patterns wouldn't help. He focused intently, recalling a diagram of the ship's environmental controls he'd scanned earlier. Moving with surprising grace for a being of crystal, he glided towards a wall panel. His facets pulsed a complex sequence, interfacing directly with the ship's lower-level systems, a Glimmerdeep ability. He couldn't fix the humidity regulator, but he could manually override the settings for their deck, diverting power from non-essential systems to boost the dehumidifiers. It took immense concentration, his core light flaring brightly with the effort. Slowly, the oppressive moisture began to recede. Pip felt the change immediately. The wilted edges of her leaves perked up, and her buds regained their soft, steady glow. She turned towards Kaelen, her chirps softening into a questioning warble. She saw him still at the panel, facets pulsing rhythmically, emitting a low, resonant hum she hadn't heard before. It wasn't the chaotic noise she'd associated with him. It was focused, purposeful, and calming. She cautiously rustled her leaves in a specific pattern, the Florin sign for thank you. Kaelen detected the shift in her biosignature, the calming scent she released, and the distinct rustle. He recognized the gratitude pattern from the cultural database he'd studied. A warm, golden light pulsed softly from his core, his equivalent of a smile. He projected a simple, steady pattern of green light onto the floor near her, a Glimmerdeep symbol for harmony restored. It was a small moment, a bridge built over the canyon. They hadn't fixed the ship, but they'd fixed something between them. Their shared challenges deepened their fragile connection. When the ship's artificial gravity flickered unexpectedly, Kaelen's dense structure anchored him. He instinctively extended a crystalline limb, not to touch Pip directly, knowing his solid form might startle her, but to create a stable framework of light around her, a visual guide she could use her vines to grip as the deck tilted. Pip, in turn, used her keen Florin senses to detect subtle shifts in air pressure and faint energy signatures Kaelen missed, warning him of potential system surges before they happened, communicating through urgent, specific scent markers and rustles he learned to interpret. One day, exploring a lower storage deck searching for spare parts the crew might need, they triggered an old security protocol. A heavy durasteel hatch slammed shut, sealing them in a dark, cold compartment. The only light came from Kaelen's core and Pip's softly glowing buds, casting long, dancing shadows on the walls. Fear, cold and sharp, prickled through Pip's leaves. She emitted a series of frantic, high-pitched chirps. Kaelen felt the vibrations as chaotic noise again, but this time he understood the emotion behind it. He projected a wide, soft amber light, filling the small space with a gentle, warm glow. He pulsed a slow, rhythmic pattern, calm, steady. We are together. Pip, shivering, focused on the warm light and the steady pulse. It wasn't the humid warmth of Veridia, but it was warmth born of presence. She rustled a question. Cold. Kaelen pulsed affirmation. His crystalline form was highly conductive. The cold was leaching his internal energy, causing his light to dim slightly. He projected the symbol for cold, draining. Pip understood. Without hesitation, she shuffled closer, not touching him, but close enough that her body heat radiated towards him. She began a soft, rhythmic rustling, a florin lullaby her caretakers used when seedlings were frightened. The sound, gentle and repetitive, filled the cold space. Kaelen, focusing on the sound and the slight increase in warmth, felt his internal vibration stabilize. His light grew steadier, brighter. He projected a pattern of interlocking circles, connection, support. Hours later, when the crew found them, they discovered the unlikely pair sitting quietly in the amber glow. Pip was gently rustling, and Kaelen was pulsing light in time with her rhythm, a silent, shared melody in the darkness. The crew exchanged amazed glances, the crystal being and the plant creature, radiating a palpable sense of calm unity. The repairs were eventually completed. As the Stardust Weaver finally broke free from the nebula of whispers, heading towards Solara Station, Kaelen and Pip sat again in the observation deck. The stars streamed past like luminous rivers. Pip rustled softly, releasing a scent like warm sunshine on damp earth contentment. She gestured towards the stars with a vine. Kaelen understood. He projected a complex, beautiful pattern onto the viewport, weaving the light of distant stars with symbols they had created together. The green, thank you, the amber, calm, the interlocking circles of connection. It was a story told in light, their story. Pip responded by making her bioluminescent buds pulse in a slow, complex sequence, mimicking the rhythm and meaning of his light patterns. Her rustling formed a counterpoint melody. They had found a language beyond words, beyond species. It was a language built in the quiet moments of shared discomfort, in the offering of warmth in the cold, in the understanding of distress signals, and in the mutual support that turned strangers into companions and companions into friends. They arrived at Solara Station not just as representatives of Glimmerdeep and Veridia Prime, but as ambassadors of something far more profound. As they disembarked, Kaelen projected a gentle wave of golden light over Pip, and she responded by brushing a velvety leaf near his base, not quite touching, but close enough to feel the shared warmth. They didn't need the exchange to understand each other anymore. They carried the true meaning of friendship within them, a silent symphony of light and rustle, a warmth shared in the cold, a connection forged not in sameness, but in the beautiful, challenging, ultimately rewarding space between different stars. And as they walked into the bustling station, side by side, the universe felt a little less vast and a little more like home. The nebula's whispers had woven a bond no distance could unravel, a friendship born in the quiet understanding that sometimes the most profound connections are found not in the loud declarations, but in the gentle, shared pulse of simply being there together. In the heart of an ancient forest, a place where the sky was a canopy of green, and the earth was a carpet of soft moss and fallen leaves, there dwelt creatures in harmony and simplicity. The forest, known as Elderwood, was a realm where each rustle of the leaf and each ripple of the stream spoke of stories untold, whispering secrets of old to those who listened with open hearts. As dawn's gentle light filtered through the interlacing branches, casting a kaleidoscope of gold and green, the forest came alive with the soft symphony of birdsong. This was the time when the creatures of Elderwood awoke, stretching their limbs and wings, preparing for the day's gentle adventures. Among them was a wise old owl named Orion, whose feathers bore the hues of autumn leaves, and whose eyes were deep wells of ancient wisdom. Orion had lived in Elderwood longer than most, his perch high in the gnarled branches of an ancient oak. One day, as the sun began its slow ascent, Orion noticed a change in the forest's song. The usual harmony seemed somewhat disjointed, as if a single string in a beautifully tuned harp had loosened. Concerned, Orion spread his wings and flew down to the forest floor, where the air was thick with the scent of damp earth and budding flowers. He met with Fern, a gentle deer whose coat was the color of morning mist, and who was known for her keen understanding of the forest's moods. "Fern," Orion began, his voice as soothing as a breeze through the leaves, "have you noticed the forest song today? It feels different." Fern nodded, her large, gentle eyes reflecting the dappled sunlight. "I have, Orion. There seems to be a disquiet, as if something is out of balance." Together they wandered deeper into the forest, their paths lined with wildflowers that nodded their heads as if in greeting. It was not long before they came upon a small, babbling brook. Normally its waters were clear and sparkling, a mirror for the azure sky, but today they were muddied and sluggish. "The brook," Fern whispered softly, "it carries a sadness." Orion peered closely, his wise eyes noticing a pile of fallen branches and leaves that had created a dam, blocking the natural flow of the water. "Ah, here is the source of the discord," he said gently. "When the brook cannot sing its song, the forest feels its loss." With great care, they began to clear away the debris. Orion used his sharp beak to lift the twigs, while Fern nudged the larger branches aside with her strong yet gentle hooves. As they worked, the sun rose higher, warming the air with its gentle touch, and a light breeze began to dance through the trees, bringing with it the scent of pine and fresh rain. Finally, the brook flowed freely once more, its song a joyful melody that rippled through the forest. Orion and Fern watched as the water sparkled under the sun, its clarity returning, carrying with it the reflection of a sky that seemed to smile down upon them. As they rested by the rejuvenated brook, a soft rustling announced the arrival of another forest friend. It was Bramble, a cheerful squirrel with fur as bright as the maple leaves in autumn. Bramble had been watching from the branches above and now scampered down to join them. "Thank you, Orion and Fern," Bramble chittered, his eyes alight with gratitude. "The brook's song is what wakes me each morning, and I missed it dearly." Orion nodded, a warm glow in his eyes. "The forest is a web of connections, Bramble. Each part, no matter how small, is important to the whole. When one part is troubled, it affects all of us." Fern lowered her head to nuzzle Bramble affectionately. "And when we work together, we can restore balance and harmony. It is the way of Elderwood." As the sun dipped towards the horizon, painting the sky in shades of lavender and rose, the three friends lingered by the brook, savoring the peace they had helped restore. The forest began its evening song, a gentle lullaby that spoke of calm winds and restful nights. In the days that followed, the creatures of Elderwood continued their lives with renewed joy, their bonds of friendship strengthened by the shared experience. Orion, with his wisdom, reminded them of the importance of listening to the subtle changes in their world, while Fern and Bramble spread the message of unity and care throughout the forest. And so, Elderwood thrived, a testament to the power of harmony and the gentle strength of friendship. The seasons turned, bringing with them new challenges and changes, but the creatures faced them with wisdom and togetherness, their hearts as open and enduring as the ancient forest itself. As the stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, casting a gentle glow over the sleeping forest, Orion settled back into his perch high in the oak tree. With a heart full of contentment, he closed his eyes, letting the whispering winds carry him into dreams of peace and unity. And so, Elderwood slept too, cradled in the embrace of nature's enduring balance. The floorboards in the old house creaked a familiar lullaby, but Liam couldn't sleep. A strange, soft light, like captured moonlight, flickered at the edge of his window. Curiosity, a tiny, persistent spark, nudged him out of bed. Peering out, he saw not the familiar moonlit garden, but a shimmering path winding into the woods behind his home, a path he'd never noticed before. It pulsed gently, invitingly. Pulling on his warmest sweater, Liam slipped outside, the cool night air carrying the scent of damp earth and something sweet, like crushed wildflowers. The path wasn't made of dirt or stone, but of woven light, cool and soft beneath his bare feet. It led him deeper into the woods than he'd ever ventured. Ancient trees, their bark etched with silver swirls, leaned in, their leaves whispering secrets in a language of rustles and sighs. Fireflies, larger and brighter than any Liam had seen, darted like living emeralds and sapphires through the air, leaving trails of sparkling dust. He followed the glowing path until the trees parted, revealing a sight that stole his breath. He stood on the edge of Moonpetal Glade. The ground was carpeted in velvety moss that glowed with a soft, blue-green luminescence. Scattered throughout were enormous flowers, their petals like spun moonlight, unfurling to reveal centers that pulsed with gentle, golden light. A shallow stream meandered through the glade, its water not clear, but shimmering like liquid starlight, reflecting the glowing flora above. The air hummed softly, a harmonious blend of cricket song and the gentle chime of unseen bells. It felt like stepping into a dream woven from starlight and dew. Liam's first encounter was with the mosskin. Tiny creatures, no taller than his hand, emerged from beneath glowing toadstools. They resembled bundles of soft moss given life, with eyes like polished obsidian and twig-like limbs. On their heads they wore caps fashioned from acorn cups or tiny, luminous petals. They didn't speak but communicated through soft clicks, whistles, and gestures. One brave mosskin approached, holding out a tiny, perfectly round pebble that glowed faintly purple. Liam knelt, accepting the gift with a smile. The pebble felt warm and smooth in his palm. The mosskin chittered happily and gestured for him to follow. They led him towards the singing stream. As he neared, he saw the water wasn't just shimmering. It was filled with tiny, darting shapes like living pieces of rainbow glass shimmerlings. They leaped from the water, not splashing, but creating perfect, momentary rings of iridescent light that floated upwards before dissolving. One particularly bold shimmerling leaped high, arcing over Liam's head and leaving a trail of rainbow mist that smelled faintly of rainbows and peppermint. The mosskin chittered encouragingly, pointing towards a bridge made of smooth, white stones that arched over the stream. The bridge, however, presented Liam's first gentle challenge. As he stepped onto the first stone, it began to softly sing a low, resonant hum. The next stone joined in a higher note, and the next higher still. The bridge wasn't just a crossing, it was an instrument. The stones only remained stable and quiet if stepped on with perfect balance and gentle, unhurried movements. If he rushed or stepped heavily, the stones would wobble and sing loudly out of tune, sending shivers through the structure. Liam took a deep breath, remembering his mother's words about patience. He focused, placing each foot carefully, finding his center of gravity. He moved slowly, deliberately, listening to the harmonious melody. His careful steps created a gentle lullaby of stone. The mosskin watched, their obsidian eyes wide with approval, and the shimmerlings danced below, reflecting the bridge song in their colorful leaps. On the other side of the bridge, the air grew cooler, and the glowing moss gave way to patches of soft, dark earth. Here, Liam encountered the will-o'-wisps. They weren't creatures of flesh, but gentle spirits of light, shaped like softly glowing orbs with trailing, wispy tendrils. They floated silently among the weeping branches of ancient willow trees, whose leaves dripped liquid silver light. The wisps moved in slow, graceful patterns, weaving intricate, temporary constellations in the air. One wisp drifted closer, its light pulsing softly. It didn't speak words, but a feeling washed over Liam, a gentle inquiry, a touch of melancholy. He felt the wisp was lost, separated from its constellation. Looking around, Liam noticed patterns etched faintly in the bark of the willows, patterns that mirrored the constellations the wisps were trying to form. The challenge wasn't physical strength, but observation and gentle guidance. Remembering the patterns he'd seen the wisps attempt, Liam carefully pointed towards a willow whose bark swirled in a particular spiral pattern. He moved slowly, deliberately, mimicking the slow drift of the wisp. He didn't grab or push, he simply guided its attention. The wisp pulsed brighter, then drifted towards the tree he indicated. Its light seemed to resonate with the pattern on the bark. Other wisps noticed, drifting closer. Slowly, patiently, Liam helped guide several wisps to their corresponding trees. As each wisp found its pattern, its light flared warmly, and the tendrils of light wove together with the silver drips from the willow leaves, forming a breathtaking, stable constellation that hung in the air, filling the space with a profound sense of peace and belonging. The melancholy feeling lifted, replaced by a warm hum of contentment that vibrated through the clearing. The wisps pulsed in unison, a silent thank you that Liam felt deep in his bones. He continued through the glade, guided now by a sense of serene wonder rather than the path. He encountered a grove where the wind played melodies on crystal leaves, and shy, furry creatures with eyes like molten amber peeked from hollow logs, offering him berries that tasted like sunshine. Each encounter required a little courage, the courage to approach the unknown, to be patient, to observe carefully, and to offer kindness without expectation. He learned that bravery here wasn't about roaring or fighting, but about quiet curiosity, gentle steps, and listening with his heart. Finally, the glowing path led him to the heart of Moonpetal Glade, a small, crystal-clear pool reflecting the star-strewn sky above and the glowing glade below. Sitting serenely on a mossy stone beside it was the oldest, wisest-looking mosskin Liam had seen yet. Its moss was silvery gray, and its eyes held the depth of the night sky. In its twiggy hands it held a single, perfect moonpetal bloom, its light pure and steady. It gestured for Liam to sit. No words were spoken, but understanding flowed between them, as clear as the starlight on the water. The elder mosskin conveyed the gentle truth of the glade. It revealed itself only to those with open hearts and quiet courage. The challenges weren't tests, but invitations to discover the strength already within the strength of patience, observation, kindness, and the simple bravery to explore the unknown. The moonpetal bloom wasn't just a flower, it was a reminder. As the first hints of dawn began to blush the eastern sky, turning the liquid starlight stream to molten silver, Liam knew it was time to return. The elder mosskin placed the glowing moonpetal gently into his hands. It felt cool and comforting, radiating a soft, steady light. The shimmering path reappeared, leading back the way he came. The mosskin chittered a soft farewell, the shimmerlings leaped in a final, dazzling display, and the will-o-wisps pulsed their constellation light in a gentle rhythm that felt like a lullaby. Walking back along the woven light path, the woods transformed back into their familiar daytime shapes. The glowing moss faded, the singing stones fell silent, and the air lost its sweet, magical hum. Liam emerged from the trees just as the sun peeked over the horizon, painting the sky in soft pinks and golds. He stood in his own garden, the ordinary grass cool under his feet, the familiar scent of roses in the air. In his hand, the moonpetal bloom still glowed softly, a tangible piece of enchantment. He slipped back inside, the house still quiet. Placing the glowing flower in a small jar of water by his window, he climbed back into bed. The tiny, steady light pulsed gently, casting soft shadows on the wall. As Liam drifted off to sleep, the creaking floorboards sounded like the singing bridge, the rustling leaves outside like the whispering trees of the glade. He felt a warmth spread through him, not just from the blankets, but from a quiet, newfound understanding. The world was vast and full of wonders, seen and unseen. True courage wasn't the absence of fear, but the choice to step forward with kindness and curiosity, even when the path glowed mysteriously in the moonlight. He had ventured into the unknown, faced gentle challenges not with force, but with patience and a listening heart, and returned carrying not just a glowing flower, but the comforting knowledge that bravery, friendship, and wonder could be found in the quietest steps and the softest glows. The gentle pulse of the moonpetal was the last thing he saw before sleep claimed him, a lullaby of light assuring him that magic and courage were always closer than he dreamed. In the heart of the whispering woods, where sunlight filtered through ancient, towering trees and cast dappled patterns on the soft forest floor, there nestled a quaint little village. The village was known as Willowbrook, famous for its lush gardens and the gentle, melodic hum of the river that wound its way through the land. In Willowbrook, the residents lived harmoniously with the magical creatures that dwelled in the forest. Among these creatures were the Fae, tiny beings with wings like gossamer, who tended to the flowers and whispered secrets to the wind. There were also the wise owls, who perched high above in their leafy abodes, watching over the village with kind, knowing eyes. One peaceful evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of orange and purple, an unusual event began to unfold. The villagers noticed that each morning the flowers in their gardens were blooming in peculiar patterns, spirals and stars, unlike anything they had seen before. The villagers were puzzled, for these flowers seemed to change their formations overnight, as if by some unseen hand. Among the villagers was a gentle-hearted girl named Lyra. Her curiosity was as boundless as the forest itself, and she had a knack for noticing the smallest details. Lyra loved the mysteries of the woods and often spent her days exploring its hidden paths and listening to the stories told by the forest creatures. Determined to uncover the mystery of the changing flowers, Lyra set out one misty morning, her heart full of excitement. She wandered through the village, her senses alive with the scent of fresh earth and the sound of leaves whispering in the breeze. As she approached the edge of the village, she was greeted by the soft, musical laughter of the Fae, who flitted around her like a shower of glittering rain. "Good morning, Lyra," sang a Fae with wings that shimmered like pearls. "What brings you to the woods today?" "Good morning, dear friends," Lyra replied with a smile. "I'm hoping to solve the mystery of the enchanted flowers. Have you seen anything unusual in the forest?" The Fae exchanged knowing glances, their eyes twinkling with mischief and delight. "Perhaps you should speak with Elderwise," suggested another Fae, her voice as gentle as a lullaby. "He knows many things and might have the answers you seek." Eager to visit Elderwise, the wise old owl, Lyra thanked the Fae and made her way deeper into the forest. The air was cool and fragrant with the scent of pine and wildflowers, and as she walked, the ground beneath her feet felt like a soft, comforting carpet of moss. Elderwise's home was a grand, ancient oak tree, its bark gnarled and wise, and its branches spreading wide like welcoming arms. Lyra approached the tree with reverence and called up into the leafy heights. "Elderwise, wise owl of the forest, may I speak with you?" From high above, a gentle hoot echoed through the branches, followed by the soft rustling of feathers. Elderwise descended gracefully, his eyes as deep and mysterious as the night sky fixed kindly upon her. "Ah, young Lyra," he said, his voice a warm, resonant melody. "What brings you to my tree this fine day?" Lyra explained the strange occurrences in the village gardens, her voice filled with wonder and a touch of concern. Elderwise listened intently, nodding his head with understanding. "Ah, the flowers," he mused, his gaze turning thoughtful. "I have heard whispers of a playful spirit who roams the woods at night. This spirit, known as the Petal Weaver, delights in creating beauty in the most unexpected ways." Lyra's eyes widened with intrigue. "The Petal Weaver? How fascinating! But why would this spirit visit our village?" Elderwise chuckled softly, a sound like the rustling of autumn leaves. "The Petal Weaver is drawn to places where love and harmony dwell. Your village, with its kind hearts and gentle ways, is a beacon to such a spirit. Perhaps it seeks to share its joy with you all." Lyra nodded, her heart swelling with warmth at the thought. "Thank you, Elderwise. I shall share this with the villagers. Perhaps we can find a way to welcome the Petal Weaver." With a grateful heart, Lyra made her way back to the village, her mind alive with ideas. As evening fell and the stars began to twinkle in the clear night sky, the villagers gathered in the square, eager to hear what she had discovered. Lyra shared Elderwise's wisdom, her voice soft and soothing as she spoke. "The Petal Weaver means us no harm. It seeks to share its joy and art with us. I believe if we welcome it with open hearts, we might come to understand its ways." The villagers nodded, their faces alight with understanding and acceptance. That night they decided to leave small gifts of appreciation in their gardens, tiny lanterns, delicate ribbons, and fragrant herbs, hoping to show the Petal Weaver their gratitude. As the moon cast its gentle glow over Willowbrook, the Petal Weaver appeared, unseen by human eyes, but sensed in the gentle rustling of petals and the soft shimmer of moonlight on the flowers. It saw the villagers' gifts and felt their warmth and gratitude. The next morning, the village awoke to a wondrous sight. Each garden was a tapestry of breathtaking beauty, with flowers arranged in patterns that spoke of joy and friendship. The air was filled with a sense of magic and peace, and the villagers knew their hearts had made a new friend. From that day on, the petal weaver became a cherished part of Willowbrook's lore, its visits bringing delight and wonder to the village. And Lyra, with her gentle spirit and love for the mysteries of the world, continued to explore the forest, knowing that the greatest magic of all was the love and kindness shared among friends. As the fire crackled softly and the shadows danced on the walls, the tale of Willowbrook and the petal weaver lulled the village into a restful slumber, their dreams filled with the colors and fragrances of a world where magic and friendship intertwined like the petals of a never-ending blossom. Deep within the whispering woods, where ancient oaks stretched gnarled fingers toward a sky veined with starlight, lived a world unseen by human eyes. Here the mossy earth breathed secrets, and the boundary between earth and enchantment shimmered like heat haze. Young Pip, a hedgehog whose quills still held the softness of youth, burrowed beneath the frost-kissed roots of Grandmother Willow. Her trunk, wide as a cottage, pulsed with the slow heartbeat of the forest. "Listen, little thorn," murmured Fern, an elderly badger whose silver-streaked fur mirrored moonlit snow. Her claws traced patterns in the loam, a map of seasons. When winter overstays its welcome, the heartstone slumbers too deeply. She pointed toward the glimmering glade, where the first crocuses should have pierced the snow weeks ago. Instead, an unnatural chill clung, silencing brooks and frosting spiderwebs into crystal lace. The seasonal dance was faltering. Pip shivered not from cold, but from the forest's unease. He felt it in his paws, the stifled hum of roots craving thaw, the drowsy frustration of squirrels whose nut caches dwindled. But why, Fern? The frostfire moths always wake the heartstone. Each winter's end, these iridescent insects emerged, their wings shedding ember-bright dust to melt the glacial seal guarding the forest's magical core. This year their cocoons remained frozen in ice-locked birches. Fern's nose twitched, catching the metallic tang of lingering frost. The balance is askew, old tales whisper of this. When snow drowns spring's song, courage must thaw what magic cannot. She nudged a withered acorn toward Pip. Seek Thistle the hare, her ears hear the wind's oldest stories. Thus began Pip's pilgrimage beneath a sky bruised purple with unseasonable cold. Crunching through snow like shattered quartz, he passed ice-encased ferns that tinkled like wind chimes. He inhaled the crisp scent of pine sap bleeding from frozen bark and touched hoarfrost that melted into dew on his paw pads. Near Mistfall Creek, now a ribbon of black ice, he found Thistle, her fur puffed against the chill. "The north wind gossips," she whispered, ears pivoting toward distant mountains. A rock slide buried the sunstone caves. No dawn warmth reaches the frostfire cocoons. Her eyes, liquid amber in the gloom, held generations of weather wisdom. Only warmth born within the woods can rouse them now. Pip's heart sank. How could tiny creatures stir such cold? Yet Thistle nudged him onward. Find Bramble the bear, his den holds the emberblooms. In a honeycomb cave veiled by icicles, Bramble snored amidst dried herbs. Pip hesitated before the mountain of fur, then sneezed from the dust of crushed petals, imbursant, smelling of cinnamon and sunlight. Bramble's rumble shook the earth. Emberblooms. He yawned, revealing teeth like ancient standing stones. Aye, they store summer's fire, but their glow fades without. He lumbered to a clay pot brimming with luminous orange petals. Song the frostfires hatch to cricket choruses, silence starves them. Threefold wisdom now braided in Pip's mind, thaw the cocoons with inner warmth, revive them with song, guide them with emberbloom light. but who could sing in this frozen hush? Pip remembered the fireflies, minstrels of the midsummer nights, dormant in their root-cellar haven. Digging through snowdrifts with Bramble's help, Pip reached the firefly grotto. Inside, 1,000 tiny bodies glittered like captive stars. "Wake," Pip pleaded, placing emberblooms among them. The petals pulsed, casting coppery light on translucent wings. One firefly, Zelda, flickered awake. "The long dark," she buzzed weakly. Pip explained, his breath fogging the air. "Sing spring back, for the crickets sleep too deeply." Zelda rallied her kin. Soon the cavern shimmered with bioluminescent music, a chorus of clicks and hums that vibrated through stone, up roots into the frozen birches. Pip led them out, carrying emberbloom bouquets in Bramble's woven grass satchel. Their combined light painted the snow in molten gold. At the cocoon grove, Pip pressed his small body against the ice-clad trunks. He thought of fern stories, sun-dappled ferns, the kiss of rain on petals. Warmth bloomed in his chest, radiating through his quills. Ice wept. Cocoons split like ripe fruit. Frostfire moths struggled free, wings crumpled and damp. Zelda's choir swelled. The moths trembled, antennae lifting to the sound. Pip scattered emberbloom dust over them. It fused with their wings, igniting veins of liquid topaz. With a collective sigh, they took flight, a constellation ascending toward the Heartstone glade. Pip followed their comet trails. In the glade, the Heartstone, a monolith of mossy quartz, lay entombed in glacial blue ice. The moths circled it, shedding glowing dust that hissed where it touched frost. Pip joined them, pressing his paws to the ice, pouring every memory of warm earth and wildflower perfume into the stone. Cracks spiderwebbed. Light erupted, not blinding, but a gentle effulgence like dawn breaking underwater. Ice melted into rivulets that sang as they flowed. Snowdrifts sighed into moss. Crocuses erupted like violet applause. Fern arrived with thistle and bramble, their eyes reflecting the rekindled Heartstone. "Well done, little thorn," Fern rumbled, nuzzling Pip's head. "You wove many threads into one tapestry." As spring unfurled, crickets chirping, brooks babbling, leaves unfurling like shy green hands, the creatures gathered beneath Grandmother Willow. Pip nestled against Fern's flank, watching fireflies paint the dusk. "Balance isn't stillness," Fern murmured to all, "but the courage to mend what's broken. Remember, the forest's song needs every voice, the moth's glow, the firefly's tune, the hedgehog's warmth, even an old badger's tales." Stars blossomed overhead, their light filtered through newborn leaves. Pip closed his eyes, lulled by the symphony of peepers and rustling ferns. The Heartstone pulsed softly, its rhythm syncing with his breaths, a promise that in the whispering woods, harmony would always find its way home, season after season, as long as kindness kept watch beneath the ancient trees. And in that certainty, deeper than roots, sweeter than wild honey, every creature drifted into dreams woven with the quiet magic of renewal. Once upon a time, in a village nestled between rolling hills and whispering forests, there lived a curious young girl named Lyra. Her eyes were the color of the morning sky, and her heart was as vast as the ocean. Lyra spent her days exploring the meadows and woods around her home, but her dreams were filled with places she had yet to discover. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced in the gentle breeze, Lyra stumbled upon an ancient map tucked inside an old book in her grandmother's attic. The map was unlike any she had seen, with swirling lines and shimmering ink that seemed to change color in the light. At its center was a place called the Enchanted Hollow, a realm rumored to be filled with wonder and magic. With a spark of excitement in her heart, Lyra decided she would find this mysterious place. She packed a small satchel with her favorite blanket, a loaf of bread, and a flask of warm tea. As she stepped outside, the morning sun painted the sky in hues of pink and gold, and she could feel the promise of adventure in the crisp air. Lyra followed the map's winding path through towering trees and across babbling brooks. The forest was alive with the rustling of leaves and the songs of birds, creating a symphony that carried her forward. As she ventured deeper, she encountered a peculiar creature, a fox with fur as white as snow and eyes that gleamed like emeralds. The fox greeted her with a nod and, sensing her quest, offered to guide her through the forest. Together, they traversed paths cloaked in mist and fields carpeted with wildflowers, their colors vivid against the earth. The fox led Lyra to a clearing where the air was sweet with the scent of honey, and a gentle stream sparkled under the sun's golden rays. Here, the fox pointed to a small, hidden trail that seemed to disappear into the earth itself. With a grateful heart, Lyra thanked her new friend and ventured down the trail. The path led into a tunnel of vines and twinkling lights, and as she walked, the air shimmered with a gentle hum, like the whisper of a lullaby. The tunnel opened into the enchanted hollow, a place that seemed to exist just between a dream and reality. The hollow was a world of wonders. Trees with trunks of silver leaves stretched up to the sky, their branches swaying gently in the breeze. Flowers with petals of iridescent colors glowed softly, and the ground was covered in moss that felt like the plushest carpet beneath Lyra's feet. Streams of crystal-clear water wound through the landscape, their gentle babble a soothing melody. As she explored, Lyra met creatures she had only ever dreamed of. There were butterflies with wings like stained glass windows, glowing softly in the dim light. She watched as a family of gentle deer with antlers adorned in soft ferns grazed nearby, their presence serene and calming. But the most wondrous creature she encountered was a small, luminescent being called a starling. It hovered in the air, its wings twinkling like the night sky, and spoke in a voice as soft as a summer breeze. The starling told Lyra of the heart of the hollow, a place where wishes were whispered and dreams were born. With the starling as her guide, Lyra traveled to the heart of the enchanted hollow. There she found a pool of water so clear and still that it reflected the world above like a perfect mirror. The starling encouraged her to look into the pool and whisper her heart's deepest wish. Lyra closed her eyes, and with a heart full of gratitude and wonder, whispered her wish for courage and the strength to explore the unknown. As her words floated into the air, the pool shimmered, and a warmth spread through her, filling her with a sense of peace and confidence. With her journey nearly complete, Lyra realized it was time to return home. She bid farewell to her new friends, each one leaving her with a token of their world, a silver leaf, a tiny fern, and a single glowing petal. As she retraced her steps through the forest, the fox rejoined her, leading her back to the edge of her village. Under the light of the setting sun, Lyra returned home, her heart brimming with stories and newfound courage. She tucked the tokens from the hollow into her satchel, reminders of her journey and the friends she had made. As she drifted off to sleep that night, the wind carried the scent of the forest through her window, and the stars outside twinkled with a familiar glow. Lyra knew that whenever she needed courage, she only had to close her eyes and remember her journey to the enchanted hollow, where magic and dreams lived in harmony. And so, with a heart full of wonder and the whisper of the hollow in her dreams, Lyra slept peacefully, ready for whatever adventures awaited her in the days to come. In a quaint village nestled at the edge of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed soft lullabies and the air was sweet with the scent of blooming honeysuckle, there lived a young girl named Lyra. Lyra had chestnut curls that bounced as she walked, and eyes like polished amber, always alight with curiosity. Her home was a snug little cottage with a thatched roof, surrounded by a garden that danced with wildflowers. Every evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky with hues of lavender and rose, Lyra would sit by the fire with her grandmother, a wise woman renowned throughout the village for her knowledge of herbs and lore. The hearth crackled warmly, casting a golden glow over the room, where shadows played gently on the walls. One particular evening, as Lyra and her grandmother were preparing to settle down with steaming mugs of chamomile tea, a soft but persistent tapping echoed through the room. It seemed to be coming from the window, which overlooked the garden now blanketed in twilight's embrace. Curious, Lyra padded over to the window and pulled back the lace curtain, To her astonishment, she found a small, peculiar creature perched on the windowsill. It was a moonbeam sprite, its delicate wings shimmering faintly in the dim light. The sprite's eyes were wide with worry, its tiny hands clasped together as if in prayer. "Oh, dear Lyra," the sprite fluttered its wings, causing a gentle flutter of silvery dust to cascade around it. "Something strange is afoot in the whispering woods. The songbirds have fallen silent, and the fireflies are nowhere to be seen." Leela's grandmother joined her at the window, her expression thoughtful. "These are indeed curious happenings," she murmured, her voice as soft and comforting as a woolen shawl. "Perhaps it is time for a visit to the woods. They have secrets to share if one knows how to listen." The next morning, with the sun barely peeking over the horizon, Lyra set off toward the whispering woods. The air was crisp and cool, carrying the earthy scent of dew-kissed leaves. As she entered the woods, the familiar rustle of leaves underfoot welcomed her, though the absence of birdsong was unmistakable. Lyra walked deeper into the forest, her senses attuned to the subtle whispers of the trees. She soon came upon a clearing where the ancient oak known as Grandfather Tree stood proudly. Its gnarled branches stretched toward the heavens, and its bark was etched with the wisdom of centuries. "Welcome, young Lyra," a voice rumbled softly, resonating from the heart of the oak. It was the tree guardian, an ethereal presence that watched over the woods. "I sense you seek answers." Lyra nodded, her voice barely more than a whisper. "The forest feels different. Can you tell me what has happened?" The tree guardian seemed to sigh, a gentle breeze rustling through its leaves. "There is a disturbance in the balance. The nightshade, a mischievous creature, has been playing tricks, drawing the magic away from the woods." Lyra listened carefully, her mind already turning with possibilities. "How might we restore the balance?" she asked. The tree guardian's response was a soft rustle. "The nightshade is drawn to its reflection. You must craft a mirror of moonlight to capture its attention and coax it back into harmony." Thanking the tree guardian, Lyra set about gathering what she needed. She collected a handful of silvery dew from the petals of moonflowers and a shard of smooth, reflective riverstone. With these, she fashioned a small mirror, its surface gleaming with a pale luminescence. As twilight descended, painting the woods in shades of blue and silver, Lyra returned to the clearing. There, she placed the mirror upon a bed of moss, right where the moon's light would touch it. Then she waited, her heart steady and calm. Before long, a shadow flitted across the clearing, a dark, wispy shape that darted about with an impish energy. It was the nightshade, drawn irresistibly to the mirror's glow. The creature paused, entranced by its own reflection. Its antics momentarily ceased. With gentle words woven of kindness and understanding, Lyra spoke to the nightshade. She explained how its playful tricks had unbalanced the magic of the woods, and how harmony could be restored if it chose to return to its rightful place among the shadows. The nightshade listened, its form shimmering as if considering her words. Finally, with a playful wink, it vanished into the night, leaving behind a trail of sparkling dust. Almost immediately, the woods felt different. The air was lighter, and the soft chirping of crickets resumed its familiar melody. As Lyra made her way back to the village, the moon watched over her, casting a gentle glow on her path. She felt a comforting sense of achievement, knowing she had helped restore peace to the woods she loved so dearly. Back at the cottage, her grandmother awaited her with open arms and a warm smile. "You have done well, dear heart," she said, her voice a balm to Lyra's soul. "Remember, even the smallest creatures can teach us the greatest lessons." That night, as Lyra lay in her cozy bed, she listened to the soft hum of the forest outside her window. The world was at peace, and so was she, knowing that wisdom and friendship could always light the way, even through the darkest of shadows. And with that comforting thought, she drifted into a gentle, restful sleep, cradled by the whispers of the woods. The little village of Bramblebrook was the sort of place where cobblestones remembered every footfall, where chimney smoke curled into lazy spirals, and where everyone knew that Mrs. Higgins' apple tarts tasted best on Tuesdays. It was ordinary in the most comforting way. And in this ordinary village lived a quiet boy named Leo, whose greatest treasures were the smooth stones he collected from the brook and the stories his grandmother told by the hearth. Leo's grandmother had a small cottage tucked away at the edge of the village, where the fields met the whispering woods. It was filled with the comforting scent of drying herbs, beeswax, and memories. Amongst her possessions was an old copper kettle. It wasn't particularly beautiful, dented in places, tarnished where the years had touched it, and possessing a spout that curved like a curious bird's beak. It sat unused on a high shelf, gathering dust alongside jars of buttons and faded photographs. "That old thing belonged to my great-aunt," grandmother would say with a dismissive wave. "Never could get it to whistle properly." One crisp autumn afternoon, while grandmother napped in her rocking chair, Leo was tasked with dusting the high shelves. Reaching for the kettle, his fingers brushed its cool surface. As he lifted it down, a faint, almost imperceptible hum vibrated through the metal and into his hand. It felt warm, alive. Startled, Leo nearly dropped it. He peered inside. Nothing but darkness and a faint scent of was that cinnamon and damp earth. Curiosity, that quiet spark, flared within him. He carried the kettle to the small kitchen pump, filled it with cold water, and placed it carefully on the stove. He watched as the flame licked the copper base. Minutes ticked by. The water began to bubble, then simmer, then boil with a furious energy. But no whistle came. Instead, the kettle began to glow with a soft, internal light, like a captured sunset. And then from its spout, instead of steam, poured a ribbon of shimmering, golden mist. The mist didn't dissipate. It swirled lazily in the air, forming shapes, miniature trees, a winding path, a distant, star-shaped peak. It felt warm and smelled of pine needles and distant rain. A gentle, melodic humming filled the room, resonating from the kettle itself. It wasn't a sound heard with ears, but felt deep in Leo's bones, an invitation, a call. Leo knew with a certainty that surprised him that the mist was a map and the humming was a song meant only for him. The kettle held a secret, and it was asking him to follow. He carefully lifted the still glowing kettle from the stove. It felt warm, not scalding, wrapped it in his thickest woolen scarf, and tucked it into his worn canvas satchel alongside his favorite skipping stone and a crust of bread. He left a quick note for his grandmother, gone exploring. Back soon. Love, Leo. The golden mist led him past Mrs. Higgins' fragrant bakery, past the chattering blacksmiths, and straight towards the edge of the whispering woods. The woods were usually a place of dappled sunlight and birdsong, but today, as Leo stepped beneath the ancient oaks, the mist map intensified, glowing brighter, and the kettle's humming grew stronger, thrumming softly against his back. The woods felt different, deeper, older, watching. His journey began easily enough, following the mist path through sunlit glades carpeted in emerald moss. But soon the path led into a denser part of the woods, where the trees grew close together, their gnarled roots forming intricate patterns on the forest floor. Here the mist map faltered, swirling confusedly, unable to find a clear route. Leo stopped, feeling a prickle of unease. The humming kettle felt suddenly heavy in his satchel. A rustle came from behind a large, moss-covered boulder. Leo froze. Slowly, a badger emerged. He wasn't just any badger. He wore tiny spectacles perched precariously on his nose and carried a small, knotted walking stick. His fur was silver-tipped, and his eyes held a deep, patient wisdom. HMMPH, grunted the badger, peering at Leo and then at the swirling mist. Lost the scent, have you, or rather the path? His voice was a low rumble, like stones shifting in a brook. I have a map, Leo stammered, gesturing to the mist. But it's confused here. The badger, who introduced himself as Thorn, tapped his spectacles. Maps are tricky things. They show the way, but they don't always show the why of the way. These roots, he gestured with his stick, they remember every step taken here for 1,000 years. They're tangled with memory. Your mist map means well, but it's trying to take the shortest path. Sometimes the wise path is the one that wins. Thorn showed Leo a hidden trail, barely visible, that skirted the worst of the root tangle. Patience, young traveler, look for the moss on the north side of the stones. It points the truer way when the obvious path fails. Grateful, Leo followed Thorn's advice. The mist map settled, flowing smoothly again along the winding trail. He thanked the old badger, who merely nodded sagely and shuffled back into the ferns, muttering about misplaced earthworms. Deeper into the woods Leo traveled. The air grew cooler and the light dimmed. The mist map now pointed towards a steep ravine, spanned by a rickety rope bridge. It swayed ominously in the breeze, its wooden slats looking rotten and precarious. The chasm below was deep and shadowed. Leo's heart hammered against his ribs. How could he cross this? A flash of brilliant blue darted past his ear. It was a small finch, her feathers like shards of summer sky. She landed on the frayed rope handrail, tilting her head. Squeaky, squeaky, she chirped, her voice surprisingly loud and clear. Not strong, wind sings bad song. It looks unsafe, Leo agreed, eyeing the bridge warily. The kettle hummed anxiously in his bag. The finch, whose name was Pip, fluttered down and landed on Leo's shoulder. Listen, she urged. Listen to the wind, not just noise, feel. Leo closed his eyes, forcing his fear to quiet. He focused past the rushing sound of the wind. He felt it. It wasn't just blowing, it was pulsing. Strong gusts, followed by moments of eerie calm. Pip was right. The wind wasn't constant, it came in powerful, rhythmic bursts. It gusts. Leo realized aloud. It pushes hard, then stops. Pip bobbed excitedly. Yes, yes, run when quiet, hold tight when loud, like skipping stones, wait for the whoosh to pass. Taking a deep breath, Leo waited for the next powerful gust to roar through the ravine. He felt the bridge strain. When the wind abruptly died, leaving an unsettling silence, he ran. He dashed across the fragile slats, heart pounding, as Pip darted ahead, calling encouragement. Just as the next gust began to build, he reached the solid ground on the other side, gripping the post tightly as the bridge groaned and swayed violently behind him. Pip landed triumphantly on his head, chirping a happy little tune. The kettle hummed a note of profound relief. The mist map glowed brighter than ever now, leading Leo and Pip up a winding path towards the star-shaped peak he'd seen earlier. It was a small, ancient hill crowned with a circle of standing stones, weathered smooth by time. At its center stood an immense, ancient oak tree, its bark deeply fissured, its branches spreading wide like sheltering arms. This, the map seemed to pulse, was the destination. But as Leo approached the stone circle, a profound sense of stillness descended. The forest sounds faded. The mist map dissipated. The kettle's humming ceased, replaced by a deep, resonant silence that seemed to emanate from the great oak itself. Leo felt a wave of awe, but also confusion. He'd arrived. Now what? What was the kettle's secret? What was he supposed to do? Pip flitted nervously. Old tree sleeps deep, she whispered. Very deep. Leo approached the oak, placing his hand gently on its ancient bark. It felt cool and rough, humming with a slow, ancient energy. He remembered Thorn's words, maps show the way, but not the why. The kettle had brought him here, but what wisdom was needed now? Force wouldn't wake an ancient tree. Shouting wouldn't help. He sat down on a mossy stone at the oak's base, taking the copper kettle from his satchel. It felt warm, but inert. He thought about its journey unused, forgotten, dismissed as broken. He thought about the map of mist, the song of invitation. It hadn't demanded, it had offered. It hadn't forced a path, it had needed guidance, patience, and listening. Perhaps the kettle wasn't broken. Perhaps it was just different. Its magic wasn't in whistling a loud alarm, but in singing a quiet song and painting a path only the patient could see. Its purpose wasn't to announce boiling water, but to guide towards something deeper. Leo closed his eyes again, tuning into the deep silence of the place. He remembered the kettle's warm hum, the scent of cinnamon and earth. He poured a little water from his flask into the kettle, not to boil it, but simply to fill it. He held it in his lap, his hands warming the copper. Slowly, softly, he began to hum. Not the kettle's song, but his own, a simple, wordless melody his grandmother sang while knitting. He poured his feelings into it, his wonder at the journey, his gratitude for Thorn and Pip, his awe for the ancient tree, his understanding of the kettle's quiet magic. As he hummed, a faint, answering vibration began in the kettle. A soft, golden light seeped from its spout, not as mist this time, but as a gentle, warm radiance. It flowed over the moss, touched the roots of the great oak, and rose like luminous dust motes in the still air. The ancient oak tree shivered. Not a violent shake, but a deep, slow sigh, like a sleeper stirring. One massive root shifted slightly, revealing a hollow Leo hadn't seen before. Nestled within, glowing softly with the same golden light as the kettle, was a cluster of crystal acorns. They pulsed with a gentle, comforting warmth. A deep, resonant voice, like the earth itself speaking, filled the clearing, though no mouth moved on the tree. You have listened, young one, not just with ears, but with your heart. You understood the song of the forgotten vessel. You sought not to take, but to understand. The voice wasn't loud, but it vibrated through Leo's bones. The kettle of whispers was not broken. It was waiting for one who would hear its quiet song, who would value guidance over force, patience over haste. Its magic is the map of the heart's true journey. The crystal acorns glowed brighter. These are seeds of stillness. They hold the quiet wisdom of the ancient woods. Take one. Plant it where the heart is open, and it will grow a sanctuary of peace, a place where the lost may find their way by listening inward, not by seeking loud answers. Leo, his heart full, carefully reached into the hollow. The crystal acorn felt warm and smooth in his hand, humming with a soft, steady pulse. The other acorns faded slightly, sinking back into the protective embrace of the root as the hollow closed. The great oak settled, the deep hum subsiding into its eternal slumber, but Leo felt its awareness linger, warm and approving. Pip chirped softly, a sound of pure wonder. The kettle of whispers in Leo's lap gave a final, contented sigh, its glow fading to a warm copper sheen. It felt complete. Its secret had been shared, its purpose fulfilled. The journey back through the whispering woods felt different. The path seemed clearer, the woods friendlier. Thorn was waiting near the ravine, a knowing glint in his eye behind his spectacles. He simply nodded as Leo passed, a silent salute. Pip accompanied Leo all the way to the edge of the woods, singing a bright, complex song that seemed to tell the whole tale before she zipped back into the green depths. Grandmother was waiting on her cottage doorstep, her face etched with worry that melted into profound relief as she saw Leo. He rushed to her, showing her the now ordinary-looking copper kettle and the glowing crystal acorn nestled safely in his palm. He poured out his tale, the map of mist, Thorn's wisdom, Pip's guidance, the ancient oak, and the seeds of stillness. Grandmother listened, her eyes wide with wonder, tears glistening at the corners. She touched the kettle with reverence. "My great-aunt," she whispered, "she was the quietest soul, always listening, always knowing the right thing to say without raising her voice. She cherished this kettle. Now I understand why." Together they planted the seed of stillness in grandmother's small, sun-dappled garden. As Leo placed it in the rich earth and covered it gently, the crystal acorn pulsed once, sending a wave of warm, calming energy through the soil. Almost instantly, tiny, shimmering green shoots emerged, curling towards the light. The kettle of whispers found a new place of honor, not on the dusty shelf, but on grandmother's sturdy kitchen table. They discovered it still wouldn't whistle, but when filled with water and placed near warmth, it would sometimes emit a soft, comforting hum and a faint scent of cinnamon and earth, filling the cottage with a sense of peace and gentle guidance. Villagers who felt lost or troubled sometimes found themselves drawn to grandmother's cottage. Sitting near the kettle, sipping chamomile tea, they often found their worries softening, a quiet clarity replacing their confusion. The small sapling in the garden grew steadily, its leaves shimmering with a faint inner light, a beacon of quiet wisdom. Leo still collected stones from the brook, but now he listened to their smoothness, feeling the stories they held within their silent forms. He understood that the world was filled with quiet magic, hidden in plain sight in an old kettle, in the patience of a badger, in the courage of a finch, in the deep sleep of an ancient tree, and within the stillness of his own listening heart. The greatest journeys he knew weren't always across ravines and through woods, but into the gentle, extraordinary secrets held within the ordinary, waiting only for a patient ear and a kind spirit to discover them. And as the fire crackled low in the hearth, the scent of earth and peace lingering in the air, Leo knew that true wonder was always just a quiet whisper away. Deep within the whispering woods, where sunlight dripped like melted gold through ancient canopies, lived creatures unseen by human eyes. Here moss grew thick as velvet pillows, and the air hummed with the scent of pine resin and damp earth. At the forest's heart stood the grandmother oak, her bark etched with centuries of stories, roots weaving deep into the world's magic. She was the keeper of seasons, her branches holding the delicate balance between spring's blush, summer's hum, autumn's sigh, and winter's hush. Among her roots dwelled Thistle, a silver-furred badger whose paws knew every hidden pathway. His den smelled of dried lavender and warm soil, where fireflies nested in jars like living constellations. High in the oak's branches lived Pip, a quick-pawed squirrel with fur the color of autumn acorns. Her nest was lined with thistledown and moonbeam silk, and she spent dawns watching dew transform spiderwebs into necklaces of light. Nearby, in a burrow fringed with bluebells, lived the hedgehog family, Bramble, Moss, and their 3 prickly youngsters, who tended the glowcap mushrooms that pulsed softly at twilight, recycling fallen leaves into starlight. The forest thrived on rituals. Every first frost, Thistle would lead the creatures to the crystal stream, where they'd place river-smooth stones in spirals to thank the water for its songs. In spring, Pip organized the blossom dance, where butterflies scattered pollen that made the air taste like honey. The hedgehogs sang nightly lullabies to the grandmother oak, their voices harmonizing with the wind, so her roots drank melodies instead of rain. All things breathed together. Elder Fern, the oldest turtle, would murmur from her sun-warmed rock. Upset one thread and the whole tapestry trembles. But one sultry summer evening, as fireflies painted the dusk, an unnatural chill crept in. Frost feathered over ferns that should have been lush, silencing crickets mid-chirp. Pip shivered on her branch, watching her breath mist in the air. Thistle emerged from his den, whiskers stiff with ice crystals. "The seasons are knotted," he rumbled, nose pressed to the trembling earth. The grandmother oak's roots feel cold. They gathered beneath the oak, where moonlight usually pooled like liquid silver. Now the clearing was eerily still. Bramble nudged a frostbitten glowcap, its light guttered weakly. The balanced stone, whispered Moss, her spines drooping. Deep in the oak's roots lay a geode older than the forest, a stone that pulsed with the forest's heartbeat, warming the earth in winter and cooling it in summer. Thistle's grandfather had shown it to him as a cub, warning, harm it, and the seasons unravel. A frantic woodmouse brought news. Near the stone, the earth had cracked. Young foxes, new to the forest, had chased a rabbit into the roots, clawing at the soil where the stone lay hidden. Their playful digging had exposed it to the night air, freezing its magic. Pip scampered down, her tiny paws tracing the fissure. cold seeped from it, withering nearby flowers. They didn't know, she said softly. The stone's song is fading. Thistle nodded. Ignorance is a wound only wisdom can heal. He sought Elder Fern, who sunned herself on a mossy log, her shell patterned with lichen like ancient maps. Ah, she sighed, her voice a dry rustle. The stone remembers warmth, it needs summer's breath to thaw. She described the sun petals, golden flowers that bloomed only on the highest sunbeam, storing sunlight in their velvet cores. But they wilt by twilight, you must move as one. Hope flickered. Pip scrambled up the grandmother oak, leaping across branches toward the canopy's sunlit crown. Thistle dug tunnels through frosted soil, creating safe passage. The hedgehogs rolled glowcaps into the cracks, their faint light guiding the way. When Pip reached the sun-drenched treetops, she found the sun petals, a cluster of golden blooms warm as baked bread. But as she gathered them, a gust shook the branches. One precious petal tumbled downward. Below, the young foxes watched, ears flat with shame. The smallest, her fur russet as fallen leaves, saw the falling petal. With a yip, she darted forward, catching it gently in her mouth. Pip froze, but the fox placed the petal in Thistle's paw, whimpering, "We didn't mean to still the seasons." "Come," said Thistle gently. "Help us reweave what was frayed." Together they hurried to the exposed balanced stone, now glazed with ice. The hedgehogs lined the fissure with glowing mushrooms. Pip laid the sun petals on the stone's frozen surface, their warmth seeping into the geode. Thistle and the foxes pushed rich, dark soil over the roots, their paws working side by side. As the last shovelful settled, bramble and moss began a low, humming song, joined by the fox's hesitant yips and Pip's chittering melody. The grandmother oak's leaves shimmered, absorbing their voices. Slowly, the frost retreated like a shy creature. Warmth radiated from the stone, melting ice into dewdrops that glittered on spiderwebs. Flowers straightened, crickets resumed their symphony, and the glowcaps brightened, casting buttery light over the smiling faces. Elder Fern crept close, nudging the young foxes. "Remember this night, wisdom isn't knowing everything, it's listening to the world's whispers." The foxes bowed their heads. "We'll protect the balanced stone," promised the russet one, "and teach others its song." Seasons flowed smoothly once more. Autumn arrived in a cascade of amber and crimson, leaves pirouetting to the hedgehog's harvest hymns. Winter wrapped the forest in snowy silence, the foxes now guarding the oak's roots while Thistle told tales of stars by the hearth. When spring returned, painting the woods in wildflower confetti, the creatures gathered beneath the grandmother oak. Pip strung dewdrop necklaces for the fox kits, while bramble and moss served nectar-sweetened hazelnuts on birch bark plates. As twilight deepened, fireflies rose like embers in a gentle wind, their light blending with the glowcaps and the oak's soft luminescence. Thistle watched them, his old bones warmed by contentment. The forest breathed, a sigh of soil, rustle of leaves, ripple of stream, each note a thread in an eternal harmony. High above, the first star winked, casting silver over creatures curled in drowsy heaps, their dreams woven from the safety of roots and the promise of tomorrow's sun. And deep in the earth, the balanced stone pulsed steadily, a warm, silent lullaby for the sleeping woods. Deep in the whispering woods, where sunlight filtered through ancient canopies like liquid gold and the air hummed with the secrets of 1,000 years, lived a community seldom seen by human eyes. This was Mossgrove, a hidden village nestled amongst colossal roots and sheltered beneath a cathedral of emerald leaves. Its inhabitants were the Verdantkin small, gentle folk with skin the color of sun-dappled bark, hair like trailing ivy, and eyes that held the shifting greens of the forest itself. Among them was a young one named Fern, whose curiosity was as boundless as the starlit sky above their home. Fern loved nothing more than listening to Elder Hemlock, whose voice was as soft and deep as rustling leaves in autumn. Hemlock spoke of the great balance, the intricate dance woven by every creature, every root, every drop of dew. "The forest breathes, little sprout," Hemlock would murmur, his gnarled fingers tracing patterns in the soft moss. "Spring brings the green sigh, summer the golden hum, autumn the copper whisper, and winter the silent, crystalline breath. Each is vital, each holds a piece of the heartwood's magic." The heartwood. Fern had heard tales of it, a colossal, ancient tree deep within the forest's core, older than time itself. It was said to be the source of the seasonal magic, its roots drinking deep from the earth's dreams, its branches cradling the essence of each turning moon and shifting sun. The Verdantkin were its caretakers, guided by generations of wisdom passed down through stories told by firefly light and the gentle murmur of streams. One day a subtle wrongness began to creep into Moss Grove. The air, usually thick with the sweet perfume of honeysuckle and damp earth in late spring, grew strangely still and scentless. The fireflies, whose nightly dances painted the twilight with constellations of soft green light, flickered weakly. Most unsettling was the behavior of the brook sprite, a shimmering, playful creature of living water who usually chattered and splashed merrily near the village. Now it flowed sluggishly, its surface unnervingly calm, reflecting the worried faces of the Verdantkin with a dull, gray sheen. Fern noticed first. The usual vibrant hum of insect wings was muted. The leaves, usually plump with spring's vigor, seemed thinner, their edges tinged with a faint, worrying yellow. The scent of pine resin, usually sharp and clean, was replaced by a faint, sour tang like forgotten mushrooms. "Elder Hemlock," Fern whispered, finding the old one sitting by the sluggish brook, his face etched with concern. "The balance, it feels thin, like spun sugar ready to break." Hemlock sighed, a sound like dry leaves skittering across stone. "Aye, little sprout," the brook sprite whispers of chill deep in the earth, the heartwood, it struggles. The essence of spring is not flowing as it should. Winter's icy grip lingers where it should have melted, and summer's warmth hesitates to rise. He pointed a trembling finger towards the deepest part of the forest, where the shadows gathered thickest beneath the oldest trees. "We must journey to Heartwood Hollow. The wisdom of the roots must guide us." The journey was unlike any Fern had taken. The familiar, comforting paths felt muted. Sunlight struggled to pierce the denser canopy, casting long, cold shadows. The vibrant moss underfoot felt brittle, and the air held a lingering damp chill that seeped into their bones, despite it being late spring. They passed a family of badgers whose usually bustling set was quiet, the adults looking weary, their kits listless. A chorus of frogs by a pond croaked a slow, mournful song instead of their usual jubilant chorus. Fern felt the forest's unease like a physical weight, a prickling sensation against their skin. After a day and a night guided by the faint, troubled whispers carried on the wind through the leaves, they reached Heartwood Hollow. It was a vast, open glade bathed in an ethereal, shifting light. At its center stood the heartwood. Fern gasped. It wasn't just a tree, it was a living cathedral of wood and magic. Its trunk, wider than 20 Verdantkin houses, pulsed with a soft, internal luminescence. But the light was wrong. Instead of the vibrant, swirling greens and golds of spring Fern had expected, it flickered erratically. Patches of weak green fought against stubborn veins of icy blue, and a dull, muddy brown where warm amber should have glowed. Around the base of the heartwood, figures moved with quiet urgency. Not just Verdantkin, but creatures Fern had only heard of in Hemlock stories. Lumina moths with wings like stained glass, their light dimmed. Earth gnomes with skin like polished river stones, their faces etched with worry. Even a great ancient stag, his majestic antlers seeming to droop, his breath misting unnaturally in the cool air. The harmony was fractured. The hidden lives of the forest were laid bare in their shared distress. "The chill persists," rumbled the stag, his voice like stones grinding deep underground. It festers in the deep roots fed by neglect. He lowered his massive head towards a section of the forest floor near the heartwood's base. Fern saw it then, a patch of ground choked with thorny, unnatural vines, dark, oily things that seemed to suck the very color from the air. They wrapped around smaller roots protruding from the earth, their grip tight and cruel. Nearby, the earth looked scarred and barren, as if something vital had been ripped away. "It is the strangling creeper," Hemlock said, his voice heavy with sorrow. "It takes hold where the forest's voice is silenced, where the small connections are broken. It feeds on imbalance, on forgotten duties." He explained how generations past had spoken of such blights, born not from malice, but from subtle neglect, a stream diverted carelessly by a landslide no one repaired, a clearing where too many saplings were lost, weakening the earth's song. The wisdom passed down was clear. Every creature, from the tiniest beetle turning the soil to the great trees breathing the air, played a part. Neglect one, and the thread of the tapestry unravels. "The heartwood draws strength from the harmony of all," murmured Illumina Moth, its voice a soft chime. "When the small songs are silenced, its great song falters." Hope felt fragile. But looking around at the gathered creatures, the worried earth gnomes, the anxious verdantkin, the sorrowful stag, the dimmed moth's Fern felt a spark ignite. "We are the small songs," Fern whispered, then spoke louder, their voice surprisingly steady in the hollow. "The wisdom says all must play their part. We are the harmony. Can we sing it back?" A ripple went through the assembly. The stag raised his head, a glimmer returning to his deep brown eyes. The earth gnomes nodded, their stony faces softening. The lumina moths fluttered their wings, shedding faint motes of light. The restoration began, a testament to the interconnected life Hemlock had always spoken of. Earth gnomes, strong and patient, began carefully digging around the base of the strangling creeper, loosening its grip on the precious roots without harming the heartwood itself. Their small hands worked with incredible precision, unearthing the dark tendrils. Lumina moths fluttered above, their dimmed light concentrating on the exposed vines. Where their soft glow touched the oily darkness, the creepers seemed to recoil, shriveling slightly, their malevolent energy disrupted. Fern and the other verdantkin gathered nearby. They didn't fight the blight directly, their strength lay in connection. They knelt on the cold, troubled earth, placing their small hands on the moss, on the exposed, shivering roots of the heartwood, even on the cool flank of the patient stag. They closed their eyes and listened. Fern felt the deep, slow thrum of the heartwood, weak but persistent. They felt the stag's steady heartbeat, the quiet strength of the gnomes, the fragile hope of the moths. And they began to hum. It wasn't a complex song, but a simple, deep vibration, resonating from their chests into the earth. It was the sound of roots seeking water, of leaves unfurling towards the sun, of dewdrops gathering on spiderwebs at dawn. They hummed the memory of warm spring rains, the promise of summer berries, the crispness of autumn air, the deep peace of winter snow. They hummed the song of moss grove, of the busy badgers, the croaking frogs, the whispering brook. They hummed the great balance. As they hummed, focusing their simple, collective will, a subtle warmth began to spread from their hands. It wasn't fire, but the gentle, life-giving warmth of the returning sun after a long frost. The moss beneath their fingers seemed to plump up, regaining its vibrant green. The exposed heartwood roots Fern touched pulsed once, faintly, with a warmer light. The earth gnomes, feeling the shift, redoubled their efforts. The lumina moths glowed brighter, their light now a soft, cleansing gold. The stag lowered his mighty head and breathed a warm, misty breath over the struggling patch of earth where the creepers writhed. The combined effort, the gnome's strength, the moth's light, the stag's breath, and the verdantkin's resonant song of connection became a tangible force. With a final, almost audible sigh, the strangling creeper lost its grip. The dark vines shriveled completely, turning to brittle black dust that scattered on a sudden warm breeze that hadn't been there moments before. Where they had choked the earth, tiny, vibrant green shoots immediately pushed through the soil, unfurling delicate leaves that glistened with fresh dew. The effect on the heartwood was immediate and profound. The flickering, conflicted light within its massive trunk steadied. The stubborn veins of icy blue dissolved like mist under a strong sun. The muddy brown warmed, transforming into a deep, rich amber. The vibrant green swelled, pure and strong, pulsing outwards in waves. The light filled the hollow, washing over everyone warm, comforting, and alive. It touched the stag, who straightened, his antlers seeming to catch the light and hold it. It touched the lumina moths, whose wings blazed with renewed, joyful colors. It touched the earth gnomes, whose stony skin gleamed with inner warmth. It flowed over fern and the verdantkin, filling them with a profound sense of peace and belonging. The magic wasn't a sudden explosion, but a deep, resonant sigh of relief that echoed through the entire forest. Fern felt it travel along the roots, through the streams, up the trunks of trees, and into the very air. Back in Moss Grove, the brook sprite suddenly bubbled and leapt with renewed energy, its water sparkling clear and cold. The scent of honeysuckle and damp earth returned, rich and heady. Fireflies erupted from the ferns, painting the twilight with their joyful, emerald constellations. The badger kits tumbled playfully from their set, and the frogs resumed their boisterous chorus. Fern stood with elder hemlock near the now glorious heartwood, bathed in its gentle, multi-hued light. The stag nudged Fern gently with his velvety nose. "You remembered the wisdom, little one," he said, his voice warm and strong again. The smallest voice, raised in true understanding of the whole, can mend the greatest tear in the tapestry. Hemlock placed a hand on Fern's shoulder. "The balance is not a distant thing, little sprout. It lives in every connection, every act of care, every song sung for the whole, not just the self. The heartwood holds the magic, but we all of us, great and small, seen and unseen, we are the magic that feeds it. Remember this." The journey back to Moss Grove was a celebration of senses. The air was warm and fragrant. Moonlight silvered the path, dappling through leaves that rustled with a contented sound. The hum of insects was a soothing lullaby. Fern felt the cool, soft moss underfoot, heard the distant, joyful splash of the brook sprite, tasted the sweet nectar of a night-blooming flower offered by a grateful lumina moth. The forest was alive, vibrant, and deeply, peacefully in harmony once more. That night, curled in their cozy nest, woven from soft grasses and fragrant pine needles, Fern gazed out at the firefly-lit glade. The gentle murmur of the brook and the rustling leaves were a soothing melody. They thought of the heartwood pulsing with balanced light deep in the forest, and of the stag, the gnomes, the moths, the badgers, the frogs, and all the unseen threads that bound them together. The wisdom felt warm and solid inside them, as old as oak roots, as deep as the starry sky. It was the quiet understanding that true magic wasn't in grand gestures, but in the countless small acts of belonging, of care, of singing your part in the forest's eternal, beautiful song. And with that comforting thought, cradled by the restored harmony of their ancient, magical home, Fern drifted into a sleep as deep and peaceful as the heart of the whispering woods itself. The firelight dances on the hearthstones, casting long, flickering shadows that seem to sway in time with the gentle tick-tock of the old grandfather clock in the corner. Outside the snug cottage window, nestled deep within the whispering woods of Willowbrook, a soft rain patters against the glass like tiny, tapping fingers. Somewhere in the distance, the deep, resonant chime of the village clock tower sounds the hour, its melody mingling with the delicate ting-ailing of wind chimes hanging from Mrs. Maple's porch. Tonight, dear listener, we journey to Willowbrook, where a peculiar mystery has unfurled like a strange, new blossom. For 3 nights running, the stars over Willowbrook Meadow have begun to vanish. Not all at once, mind you, and not permanently. But as twilight deepened into true night, certain stars, always the brightest ones clustered near the constellation known as the Silver Teapot, would simply wink out. By dawn they'd be back, sparkling innocently as if nothing had happened. The villagers whispered, not with fear, but with a deep, shared curiosity. Old Man Hemlock swore his prize-winning moonflowers, usually a pale, luminous silver, had started shimmering with flecks of deep blue where the starlight touched them. Young Pip reported hearing faint, melancholic humming just before the stars disappeared, a sound like wind through distant, hollow reeds. Our protagonist is Fern, a quiet girl with eyes the color of moss after rain, and a remarkable talent for noticing things others overlooked. She spent her days sketching wildflowers in her notebook or listening to the stories spun by the village elders, especially the nursery rhymes Granny Willow hummed while knitting by the fire. Fern felt a tug in her heart at the thought of the missing stars. It felt less like a theft and more like a sadness hanging over the meadow. On the fourth evening, as the first brave stars pricked the velvet sky, Fern settled on her favorite mossy rock at the meadow's edge. She had her notebook, a small jar of fireflies, released at dawn, of course, and Granny Willow's rhymes circling in her mind. Starlight, star bright, first star I see tonight. Wish I may, wish I might, guide the lost back to the light. Silver teapot pouring grace. Find the path to time and space. Follow where the weaver's thread leads you from your lonely bed. As Fern watched, the familiar cluster near the silver teapot began to dim, one by one. And there it was, that faint, sorrowful humming, drifting on the cool night breeze that carried the scent of damp earth and night-blooming jasmine. It seemed to come not from the sky, but from within the meadow itself, near the ancient, gnarled sentinel oak. The next morning, Fern sought out the village's oldest map, kept in the dusty archives beneath the clock tower. It showed Willowbrook as it was centuries ago, marked with symbols long forgotten. Near the sentinel oak, the map depicted not just the tree, but a swirling symbol like a spiral galaxy, labeled in faint ink. Lumina's pool reflecting sky. Fern had always known the small, clear spring beneath the oak, but never heard it called that. Excitement bubbled within her. Could the pool be reflecting the stars? And if the reflection vanished, did the real stars follow? But why? She shared her discovery with her best friend, Rowan, a boy whose pockets were always full of interesting pebbles, and whose laughter was as bright as sunshine. Maybe something's blocking the reflection, Rowan suggested. Like a giant frog. Their first investigation led them to the spring. The water was crystal clear, reflecting the sky perfectly. But nestled amongst the roots of the sentinel oak, Fern found something odd, a single, perfect feather, shimmering with iridescent blues and purples, unlike any bird in Willowbrook. A red herring. Or a clue. They took it to the village's resident tinkerer, Miss Thimble, who lived in the windmill atop Breezy Hill. Miss Thimble, surrounded by whirring gears and singing clockwork birds, examined the feather under a magnifying glass. Oh-ho, moon moth silk woven right in, rare indeed, but, she frowned, moon moths are solitary creatures, night flyers, they don't hum. The windmill visit, while a delightful detour watching Miss Thimble's miniature clockwork orchestra play a waltz, seemed a dead end. The feather was beautiful, but not the source of the humming or the vanishing stars. Disappointed but not deterred, Fern and Rowan returned to the meadow that night. Fern focused on the humming, closing her eyes and letting it guide her. It seemed strongest near the sentinel oak, but lower, closer to the ground, near the roots where the spring bubbled forth. Then Fern remembered the second part of Granny Willow's rhyme. Follow where the weaver's thread leads you from your lonely bed. She looked down. In the soft light of her firefly jar, she saw it fine, almost invisible strands of silvery thread, glistening with dew, leading from the base of the oak and disappearing into a small crevice between two large roots, right beside the spring. It looked like cobwebs but felt strangely warm to the touch and hummed faintly with the same melody. "Rowan," Fern whispered, her voice filled with awe, "I think the weaver isn't a person. It's something making this thread." Carefully, gently, Fern cleared away some moss and loose earth from the crevice. Peering inside, her firefly light revealed not an insect, but a small, luminous creature curled up. It resembled a plump, furry badger, but its coat was the deep blue of the midnight sky, dusted with tiny, glowing points of light like captured stars. Large, liquid eyes blinked slowly, filled with profound sadness. From its paws trailed the shimmering silver threads, stretching up towards the pool's surface. The creature gave a soft, melancholic hum. "It's weaving starlight," Fern breathed. "It's pulling the starlight down into its threads, and that's why the reflection vanishes, and maybe the real stars too, for a little while." She recalled the map's label, Lumina's pool reflecting sky. The pool wasn't just reflecting, it was connected. But why was the little star badger, whom Fern instinctively called a Lumina, so sad? Why weave the starlight away? Fern remembered the rhyme again. "Leads you from your lonely bed," empathy washed over her. "You're lonely, aren't you?" she murmured softly, not reaching in, but simply sitting beside the crevice. "Is that why you weave the stars, to have some light down here, to call for company?" The Lumina blinked, its luminous eyes fixed on Fern. It gave a soft, questioning warble. Fern had an idea. She explained it to Rowan, and together they raced back to the village, just as dawn was painting the sky peach and lavender. They gathered the villagers not with alarm, but with quiet excitement. They told them about the lonely Lumina, the weaver of starlight, who lived beneath the sentinel oak, and whose sadness dimmed the stars. They spoke not of a problem, but of a shy neighbor needing friendship. That evening, as twilight fell and the gentle rain returned, whispering secrets to the leaves, the entire village of Willowbrook quietly gathered around the sentinel oak. They didn't crowd the crevice, they sat a respectful distance away on blankets. Granny Willow began humming the old nursery rhyme softly. Miss Thimble brought a tiny, wind-up music box that played a gentle lullaby. Old Man Hemlock brought a basket of his now blue-flecked moonflower petals, scattering them softly near the spring. Pip held a lantern covered in blue glass, casting a soft, star-like glow. Others brought warm cider and honey cakes, sharing them quietly. Fern sat closest to the crevice. "See," she whispered to the Lumina. "You're not alone, Willowbrook is here." Slowly, tentatively, the Lumina emerged. Its star-dusted fur shimmered in the combined light of the fireflies, the blue lantern, and the moonflowers. It looked around at the circle of kind, expectant faces, illuminated by the soft, warm glow of lanterns and friendship. The sorrowful humming ceased. Instead, a soft, contented purr vibrated from its tiny chest. It looked up at the sky. The silver teapot constellation shone brightly, every star present and accounted for, reflecting perfectly in Lumina's pool, clear and undisturbed. The Lumina didn't weave the stars away that night. Instead, it sat by the pool, its luminous fur blending with the reflected starlight, seemingly content just to be near the gentle murmur of voices, the soft chime of the music box, the comforting tick-tock of the distant clock tower echoing through the damp air, and the rhythmic patter of rain on the broad oak leaves above. The villagers stayed, sharing stories under the restored canopy of stars, the meadow filled with a warm, shared silence punctuated by soft laughter and the crackle of a small, contained bonfire. From then on, the stars over Willowbrook shone, uninterrupted. But every full moon, the villagers gather by the sentinel oak. They bring lanterns, share stories, sing softly, and simply be present. The Lumina often joins them, sitting peacefully by its pool, its fur glowing with contentment. Sometimes it weaves delicate patterns of light on the water's surface, not pulling stars down, but creating new, tiny constellations of its own, fleeting gifts of beauty for its friends. The moonflowers bloom brighter than ever, now streaked with vibrant blues and silvers, and the faint humming that sometimes drifts on the night breeze is no longer melancholic, but a gentle, happy thrum, harmonizing with the wind chimes and the ever-present tick-tock of the old clock. A soothing lullaby for a village that learned that even the smallest light and the loneliest heart flourishes in the warmth of community. And as the firelight here softly dims, may you too feel the gentle glow of friendship and the comforting presence of all your own stars, shining brightly overhead. Sleep peacefully. Once, in a small village cradled between emerald hills and a golden sea of daisies, there lived a curious young girl named Lyra. Her eyes, sparkling like the morning dew on a spider's web, often wandered far beyond the horizon, where she imagined lands of untold wonders. Her favorite place was the edge of the whispering woods, where trees stood so tall and thick that their tops seemed to tickle the heavens. One crisp autumn morning, when the air was filled with the scent of ripe apples and the sky was painted in hues of orange and pink, Lyra felt a gentle tug at her heart. It was as if the woods themselves were calling out to her, whispering secrets through the rustling leaves. With a deep breath of courage and a heart full of wonder, she decided to venture into the unknown. As she stepped past the familiar boundary of the village, the forest enveloped her in a cool embrace. The path was lined with moss that felt like the softest velvet beneath her feet. Sunlight streamed through the branches in playful patterns, and Lyra felt as though she was walking through a living cathedral of nature. The air was alive with the symphony of chirping birds and the gentle babble of a hidden brook nearby. A little way into her journey, Lyra stumbled upon a clearing where the ground was carpeted with mushrooms of all shapes and colors. Sitting atop one of the largest mushrooms was a peculiar creature with fur the color of twilight and eyes that sparkled with the light of 1,000 stars. It was a wisp fox, a creature as rare as it was wise, known for guiding lost travelers. "Welcome, dear Lyra," the wisp fox greeted, its voice as soft as a lullaby. "I see you have a heart full of questions. Would you like some answers?" Lyra, though surprised that the creature knew her name, nodded eagerly. "Yes, please. I wish to learn about the wonders of these woods." The wisp fox flicked its bushy tail and smiled. "Then follow me, for this forest holds more magic than you can imagine." As they ventured deeper, the forest unfolded like a storybook. They passed trees with bark that shimmered like silver and leaves that sang gentle tunes when the wind caressed them. They walked alongside streams that flowed with water as clear as crystal, reflecting the sky's ever-changing moods. At one point, they came across a glen where luminous butterflies danced in the air, their wings casting rainbows with every flutter. Lyra reached out, and one alighted on her finger, its tiny heart beating in rhythm with her own. It was in that moment she realized the importance of gentle curiosity and respect for the wonders of the world around her. Suddenly, the path divided into three. Lyra hesitated, unsure which way to go. The wisp fox looked at her kindly. "Sometimes, the right path is the one that calls to your heart, not your mind." Remembering the gentle tug she felt that morning, Lyra chose the path to the right, which was lined with glowing fungi that lit up under her steps like warm, welcoming lights. The path led them to a serene pond, its surface like a mirror reflecting the sky. By the water's edge sat an elderly turtle, wise with the weight of centuries. The turtle looked up and spoke slowly. "Every journey brings new lessons, young one. It's the courage to take the first step that shapes who we become." Lyra pondered the turtle's words, feeling a warmth spread through her. She realized that it was her curiosity and bravery that had brought her here, and that sometimes simply daring to explore could be the most rewarding adventure of all. As the sun began to dip behind the trees, painting the sky with strokes of lavender and gold, Lyra knew it was time to return home. The wisp fox led her back to the edge of the forest, where the village lay in the gentle embrace of twilight. "Thank you for guiding me," Lyra said, her heart full of gratitude and newfound wisdom. The wisp fox nodded, its eyes twinkling. "Remember, Lyra, the world is full of wonders waiting to be discovered. Keep your heart open and your spirit curious." With one last look at the enchanting forest, Lyra stepped back into the familiar world of her village. The evening air was cool and comforting, and the first stars began to appear in the sky. She felt a peaceful contentment, knowing that the magic of the Whispering Woods would always be with her, in her heart and in her dreams. And so, with a smile and a heart full of dreams, Lyra returned home, ready to share tales of her wondrous journey, to inspire others to listen to the whispers of the world and explore the magic waiting just beyond the horizon. In the heart of the world, where the moon poured her silver milk upon the earth, lay the ancient forest of Eldermere. It was a place untouched by the frantic pace of the sunlit hours, a kingdom of whispers and shadows, where the very air hummed with a quiet, old magic. The trees here were not merely wood and leaf. They were living libraries, their bark etched with the stories of millennia, their roots drinking from deep, secret springs that remembered the first rainfall. On this particular night, when the moon hung full and heavy as a pearl in the velvety black sky, a young fox with fur the color of autumn leaves sat at the edge of a starlit clearing. His name was Kaelen, and though he was clever and curious, a restless feeling had settled in his heart, a feeling like a pebble in his paw, unnoticed by others but impossible for him to ignore. He felt out of rhythm, as if his own small life was out of tune with the great, slow song of the forest. The clearing was awash in a gentle, ethereal light. Tiny glowworms nestled in the moss pulsed with a soft, greenish radiance, and above, will-o'-the-wisps, those playful spirits of light, danced lazy patterns in the air, their movements as fluid as water. The air itself was a symphony of soothing sounds, the distant hush of a waterfall, the delicate plink of dew dripping from a fir needle onto a broad leaf below, the rustle of the night breeze combing through the pine boughs, a sound like a mother's gentle sigh. It was here that Kaelen heard it, a low, resonant hum that seemed to vibrate up from the ground itself, through the pads of his paws and into his very bones. It was the ancient oak, grandfather oak, the eldest of all the trees, whose branches scraped the stars and whose roots cradled the stories of the world. But the hum was not one of contentment. It was a note of longing, a melancholy tune that spoke of a forgotten promise. Drawn by the sound, Kaelen padded softly across the clearing. The moss beneath his feet was cool and spongy, releasing a sweet, earthy scent with every step. As he neared the great tree, a shadow detached itself from a high branch and descended on silent wings. It was Orla, the great gray owl, her feathers edged in moonlight, her eyes two pools of bottomless, knowing amber. "The forest sings a wistful song tonight, little traveler," she said, her voice a soft hoot that blended perfectly with the night's melody. "You hear it too, I see, the tremor in the great song." Kaelen nodded, his whiskers twitching. "It feels incomplete, like the moment between the in-breath and the out-breath stretched too long." Orla blinked slowly. "You have a listening heart, that is a rare gift. The imbalance you feel is in the seasonal heart of the forest. The magic that turns the wheel of rest and renewal has grown faint. The moon petals refuse to bloom, and without their light, the dreams of the woodland creatures will grow thin and restless." She explained that the season turner, a luminous orb woven from the first frost of winter, the first bud of spring, the longest ray of summer sun, and the most crimson leaf of autumn, was kept alight by a special nectar. This nectar came from the moon petals, rare flowers that bloomed only one night a year in a hidden grove, bathed in the light of the full moon. But the path to the grove was lost, and the petals had not bloomed for several cycles. "The grove is guarded," Orla murmured, "not by malice but by silence. To find it, you must learn to listen not with your ears alone, but with your entire being. You must understand the languages that are not made of words." And so Kaelen's quest began. His first guide was not Orla, but the chattering stream that giggled over smooth, gray stones. He lay down on the bank, his chin on his paws, and simply listened. At first it was just noise. But as he let his busy thoughts settle, like sediment in a pond, the noise resolved into a language. The water wasn't just babbling, it was telling stories. The gurgle was a tale of the high mountain snows it had come from. The splash was a joke about a ticklish trout. And the gentle swish around a half-submerged log was a lullaby. Within its flowing song he heard a consistent refrain: follow the silver, find the stone that dreams. Trusting the water's wisdom, Kaelen followed the stream deeper into the forest. The canopy grew thicker, but the bioluminescent fungi on the tree trunks provided a soft, blue guide light. He came to a place where the stream pooled before tumbling down a small cascade. There in the center of the pool lay a large, moss-covered stone. It was humming, a deep, resonant sound that made the water around it vibrate in concentric rings. This was the stone that dreams. Kaelen approached it respectfully. "Great stone," he whispered. "The water sent me. I seek the way to the hidden grove." The stone's hum changed, deepening into a voice that was felt more than heard, a vibration that traveled through the earth. "Little fox," it rumbled. "The path is not walked but remembered. The trees hold the map. Ask the one who wears the stars." Thanking the stone, Kaelen looked up. All around him, the trees stood tall and silent. How does one ask a tree? Remembering Orla's words, he didn't speak. Instead, he pressed his flank against the trunk of a mighty silver birch. He closed his eyes and poured his intention into the touch, his hope, his purpose, his request for guidance. The tree's response was not a sound, but a sensation. A memory imparted through the bark, the feeling of cold, bright starlight on its highest branches. It was a direction, a pulling sensation towards the north, where the trees grew thinner and the stars shone brightest. He traveled north, the pull growing stronger. The forest began to change. The air grew cooler and carried the clean, sharp scent of pine and frozen earth. Then he saw it, a magnificent fir tree, so tall it seemed to hold up the sky. Its needles were dusted with a frost that glittered like a million diamonds under the starlight. This was the one who wore the stars. At its base, sitting calmly and watching him with intelligent, dark eyes, was a badger. Her fur was striped with the wisdom of years, and her claws were caked with the dark, rich soil of the deep forest. "The tree speaks of your coming," the badger said, her voice a low, gravelly comfort. "You seek the language of the roots, the final key." She nudged a fallen cone with her nose. "The grove is protected by a weave of roots. They will not part for one who does not understand the sacredness of rest. All things must sleep, little fox. The seed in the earth, the bear in its den, the sun beneath the horizon. The magic of renewal is born from the depth of rest. Show them you understand this. Be still, be silent, listen to the deepest rhythm." Kaelen understood. He didn't try to find a path or a door. Instead, he found a cozy nook between two great surface roots of the star-wearing fir, curled his tail over his nose, and simply rested. He let the sounds of the forest night wash over him, the crunch of a beetle in the leaves, the distant call of a nightjar, the deep, almost imperceptible sigh of the earth itself. He wasn't sleeping, but participating in the quiet sacrament of rest. As he lay there in a state of deep, wakeful peace, a soft blue light began to emanate from the ground. The intricate web of roots beneath the moss began to glow, tracing a labyrinthine pattern. They shifted not with a noisy wrenching, but with the gentle sigh of someone turning over in sleep, revealing a downward path into the earth. With a grateful nod to the badger, Kaelen descended. The tunnel was lined with glowing crystals that pulsed with a soft, inner light. The air was cool and smelled of wet clay and old, sweet roses. It opened up into a cavern so breathtaking he gasped. This was the hidden grove. It was not under the open sky, but the cavern's ceiling was a mirror-still underground lake, reflecting the full moon above so perfectly it seemed another moon lived in the earth. And all around, growing from the cavern floor, were the moon petals. Their closed buds were like sculpted alabaster, and they began to quiver as the true moon's light, reflected through the water, touched them. One by one, they began to unfurl. There was no sound, only the breathtaking visual symphony of pearlescent petals opening to reveal a soft, golden stamen that glowed with its own light. A fragrance filled the air, a scent that was like honey, moonlight, and deepest peace all at once. This was the nectar of renewal. Kaelen carefully collected the glowing nectar from several blossoms in a broad leaf Orla had given him, folded into a cunning cup. As he did, the melancholy hum that had echoed through the forest ceased, replaced by a deep, contented thrum of harmony. His restless heart stilled, finally in tune with the great song. When he emerged, the forest felt different. The air was sweeter, the shadows less deep, the sounds more melodic. Orla was waiting for him. Together they went to the base of Grandfather Oak, where a small, crystalline depression held the dormant season turner. Kaelen poured the glowing nectar into it. The orb flared to life, cycling through the hues of ice blue, new leaf green, sunshine yellow, and russet red, before settling into a steady, soft white glow. A wave of palpable magic rippled out through Eldermere. The trees seemed to stand a little taller, the streams to sing a little clearer, and a profound sense of peace settled over everything. Orla looked at Kaelen, her eyes warm. "You did not learn a new language, little one. You remembered the one you were born knowing, the language of being, of listening, of resting. That is the truest magic. It turns all seasons." Kaelen made his way back to his den as the first hint of dawn tinged the eastern sky lavender. The journey had been long, and a pleasant tiredness weighed on his limbs. He curled up on his bed of soft leaves and dried ferns, the gentle, rhythmic glow of the renewed season turner a soft pulse in his mind's eye. Outside his den, the first drops of a gentle rain began to fall, pit-patting a soothing rhythm on the broad leaves above. The wind whispered through the pines, a constant, shushing lullaby. Somewhere the stream chuckled softly over its stones, telling a new story, the story of a little fox who listened, and in doing so saved the dreams of the forest. And as Kaelen drifted into a deep and peaceful sleep, he knew that rest was not an emptiness to be filled, but a cup to be drunk from deeply. And his dreams were full of silver moonbeams, glowing petals, and the deep, contented hum of a forest perfectly at peace, forever turning its gentle, magical wheel. The fire crackles softly, casting dancing shadows that seem to beckon you deeper into the story. Tonight we journey to the heart of the Elderglen, an ancient forest where time moves like the slow, deep breaths of the earth itself. Here, beneath a sky thick with stars, moonlight doesn't just fall. It weaves itself into the very air, turning spiderwebs into silver lace and dewdrops into scattered diamonds. And when the world sleeps, the Elderglen truly wakes, humming with a quiet, profound magic. Our tale begins with a small, rather weary hedgehog named Fern. Fern was usually a creature of dusk and dawn, but tonight, a strange restlessness prickled beneath her spines. Sleep eluded her. Her cozy burrow, lined with fragrant dried clover and downy milkweed silk, felt strangely confining. Outside, the forest sighed a long, low sound like the earth settling. It wasn't just the wind in the pines, it was the trees themselves, murmuring in their slow, woody language. Fern knew this language, as all true dwellers of the Elderglen did. It spoke of deep roots drinking from hidden springs, of sunlight stored in broad leaves, and tonight it spoke of a subtle shift, a sigh of change carried on the cool air. Pushing aside her mossy door, Fern stepped into the silvered night. The air was crisp, tasting of frost to come and damp earth. Moonbeams thick as cream poured through the canopy, illuminating a path of moss-covered stones that gleamed like polished jade. Each step she took released the scent of crushed thyme and damp loam. Nearby, the whispering brook babbled its endless song, a constant, soothing counterpoint to the rustling leaves overhead. Its language was one of movement and connection, tales of mountain snowmelt, journeys through sun-dappled glades, and the secrets carried by minnows. Fern paused by the brook, dipping her snout to drink. The water was achingly cold and sweet. As the ripples settled, she saw reflected not just the moon, but clusters of tiny, soft green lights clinging to the undersides of broad ferns nearby. Moon moss, it was called, glowing with its own gentle bioluminescence, like captured starlight. The sight calmed her a little, but the restless feeling persisted, a quiet hum beneath her fur. "Trouble sleeping, little root tapper." The voice was deep, soft, and seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere. It vibrated through the soles of Fern's paws. She looked up into the gnarled branches of an ancient oak, wider than 10 hedgehogs laid nose to tail. High above, 2 great luminous eyes blinked slowly. Silas, the elder owl. He was as much a part of the forest as the bedrock beneath it, his feathers the color of tree bark and shadow, his face etched with the wisdom of countless seasons. "Silas," Fern whispered, her voice small in the vast quiet. "The trees, they sigh differently tonight, and the stones feel expectant." She placed a small paw on a large, smooth stone warmed slightly by the day's sun. It hummed faintly, a low, resonant thrum she felt rather than heard. The stone spoke the oldest language of pressure, time, and stillness. Silas tilted his great head, moonlight catching the silver edges of his feathers. "They do, little one, they speak of the great turning. The season of deep sleep draws near. The forest prepares to rest, to dream beneath the frost." He ruffled his feathers softly, the sound like dry leaves skittering across stone. "Restlessness before the quiet is natural. It is the forest gathering its breath, settling its accounts." "But why does it make me feel so adrift?" Fern asked, tracing the cool, damp moss on the stone. A gentle breeze sighed through the leaves above, a susurrus that sounded like distant, whispered secrets. "Listen, listen." "Perhaps," Silas mused, his voice a soothing rumble, "the forest senses you have not yet found your piece of the puzzle. Every creature, every leaf, every drop in the brook has a role in the turning. What small task waits for Fern?" Fern thought. She gathered seeds, she tended the moss near her burrow, she listened to the brook's stories. But Silas's words resonated. There was a feeling, a quiet pull, like the tug of the moon on the tides, drawing her deeper into the Elderglen, towards the starlight clearing a place rarely visited, except on nights of potent magic. "Follow the moon path," Silas suggested gently, not commanding, but offering a key. "Listen to the stones, they remember the way." With a soft whoosh of silent wings, he melted back into the shadows of the oak, leaving Fern with the comforting sounds of the night. The drip, drip, drip of sap from a pine, the distant plink of a water drop falling into a still pool, the soft crunch of her own paws on the frost-kissed moss. Taking a deep breath, Fern set off. She followed the broadest moonbeam, a river of silver light cutting through the trees. She paused often, placing her paw on the cool, smooth stones that marked the path. Each hummed its own unique note, a deep bass thrum from a granite boulder, a higher, crystalline chime from a piece of quartz. Together, they formed a silent melody guiding her steps. The whispering brook's voice grew fainter, replaced by the deeper sigh of older trees, ancient beeches, whose bark felt like cooled leather beneath her touch, murmuring of long summers and deep winters endured. The air grew colder, sharper, smelling of damp stone, and something else, something sweet and faintly electric. The forest grew denser, the canopy thicker, yet the moonlight seemed brighter here, concentrated. Fern pushed through a curtain of hanging moss, beads of moisture glistening like tiny moons, and gasped. The starlight clearing lived up to its name. It wasn't large, but the canopy opened completely to the vast, star-strewn sky. The Milky Way arched overhead, a river of diamond dust. But the true wonder lay below. The entire clearing floor was carpeted in luminous blue and green moss, pulsing with a soft, internal light. Giant, translucent mushrooms like frozen moonbeams glowed with a gentle white radiance, casting long, soft shadows. Fireflies, larger and brighter than any Fern had seen, drifted lazily, their golden light weaving patterns in the air. It was pure, breathtaking bioluminescence, a secret heart of light held within the sleeping forest. In the very center of the clearing stood a figure Fern had only heard tales of, Elderroot, the oldest tree in the Elderglen. Not an oak or a beech, but a colossal willow. Its trunk was a tapestry of gnarled bark, silvered by moonlight and time. Its long, trailing branches, tipped with the last golden leaves of autumn, swept the glowing moss like gentle fingers. The air around it shimmered faintly, humming with an ancient, peaceful power. Fern approached slowly, awestruck. The humming of the stones was louder here, harmonizing with a deep, resonant vibration that seemed to come from Elderroot itself. It wasn't a sound heard with ears, but felt in the bones, a slow, steady pulse like the heartbeat of the earth. "Welcome, child of the turning earth," the voice wasn't spoken. It blossomed directly in Fern's mind, warm and deep as rich soil, as comforting as the crackle of the fire you hear now. You feel the sigh of the great turning. "Yes, Elderroot," Fern whispered, her voice trembling slightly. Silas said, "I might have a piece of the puzzle." A sense of profound understanding washed over her, like sinking into warm, sun-baked earth. "Look," the voice resonated. Fern looked down at her feet, amidst the glowing moss. Nestled there, almost hidden, were clusters of tiny, perfect berries. They weren't glowing themselves, but they reflected the starlight and the bioluminescent moss with an intense, silvery sheen. Moonberries. Rare, precious, said to hold the essence of the autumn moon. "They have ripened under the turning moon," Elderroot's thought flowed. "Their time is now, before the deep frost seals the forest sleep. They carry the dream seeds of renewal. They must be shared, scattered where the sleepers dream, so their essence nourishes the roots of spring." Fern understood. This was the quiet task. The restlessness had been the forest's gentle nudge, the sighing trees and expectant stones its subtle directions. She carefully, reverently, began to pluck the moonberries. They were cool and smooth in her paws, smelling faintly of frost and distant stars. The clearing watched her. The glowing moss pulsed softly, the fireflies danced intricate patterns above, the ancient willow hummed its deep, grounding song. The gentle patter of a light, icy rain began, kissing the leaves high above, a soothing, rhythmic whisper adding to the symphony of the night. She gathered a small pouchful, the berries shining like captured starlight. As she worked, a profound peace settled over her, deeper than any sleep. The restlessness melted away, replaced by a warm sense of purpose, of being perfectly woven into the Elderglen's grand tapestry. She was part of the sigh, part of the turning. "Well done, little keeper," Elderroot's thought brushed her mind like a trailing willow branch. "Carry the moon's promise to the dreamers. The forest rests easier knowing its treasures are tended." Fern bowed her head, a deep feeling of gratitude filling her small chest. She turned, the pouch of moonberries held gently. The path back seemed clearer now, the stones humming a comforting, familiar tune. The rain fell a little heavier, a soft shush-shush-shush on the canopy, but beneath the trees, Fern walked in a pocket of quiet peace. She stopped by the whispering brook, scattering a few moonberries along its banks. They gleamed like fallen stars against the dark water, destined to nourish the roots of water plants dreaming below. She left some near the entrance to the rabbit warren, where deep sleepers would unknowingly breathe in their renewing essence. Finally, she placed a few precious berries near her own burrow entrance, a promise for the spring to come. Her task complete, Fern slipped back inside her cozy burrow. The scent of clover and milkweed welcomed her. The restlessness was gone, replaced by a delicious, bone-deep weariness. The forest sighs outside were no longer unsettling, but a gentle lullaby, the sigh of contentment, of settling into rest. The drip-drip-drip of rain from the eaves, the distant murmur of the brook, the deep, resonant hum of the resting earth, it was a symphony of peace. She curled into her nest, the pouch of remaining moonberries glowing softly beside her, a tiny piece of the starlight clearing brought home. Outside, the Elderglen settled deeper into its seasonal slumber. The moonberries, scattered and nestled into the earth, began their quiet work, weaving dreams of green shoots and warm sun into the fabric of the frozen months. The great turning was complete. Fern closed her eyes, her breath slowing, matching the deep, restful rhythm of the ancient forest. She drifted into sleep, not adrift, but anchored, cradled by the wisdom of owls and trees, the language of stones and streams, and the soft, luminous promise of renewal that glowed even in the deepest dark. The fire crackles softly now, mirroring the gentle pulse of the Elderglen's heart, a reminder that even in stillness life dreams and prepares, ever so gently, to bloom again. Sleep well, little dreamer, sleep well. Once upon a timeless eve, nestled deep within the ancient Elderwood forest, a wondrous tale unfolded, a story as eternal as the towering pines and whispering streams that graced this enchanted realm. In a cozy burrow beneath the gnarled roots of an ancient oak, a family of rabbits stirred to welcome the first rays of dawn. Willow, the matriarch, nuzzled her kits awake with a gentle nudge, her soft fur glistening with dewdrops like diamonds in the morning light. "Wake up, my little ones," she cooed, her voice as soothing as the babbling brook nearby. The forest awakens, and with it, a world of magic awaits. Blinking away the remnants of sleep, the kits scampered out of their burrow, their tiny noses twitching with curiosity. The forest floor was a tapestry of emerald moss and wildflowers, each petal glistening with crystalline beads of dew. As the family ventured deeper into the woodland, the air seemed to hum with an ancient melody, the harmonious symphony of nature itself. Willow's ears twitched, and she paused, her eyes alight with wonder. "Listen closely, my kits," she whispered. "Can you hear the heartbeat of the forest?" The kits stilled, their eyes wide with awe as the gentle thrum of life pulsed around them. The rustling of leaves, the gurgle of the stream, the song of birds, all woven together in a tapestry of sound that echoed the very essence of the Elderwood. Willow led her family through a maze of ferns and mushroom rings, her paws leaving no trace upon the mossy ground. As they ventured deeper, the forest seemed to come alive with magic. Glimmering sprites danced among the branches, their gossamer wings scattering stardust in their wake. A family of deer materialized from the mist, their graceful forms ethereal and otherworldly. The kits gasped in delight, their eyes sparkling with childlike wonder. "Behold the guardians of the forest," Willow murmured, her voice reverent. "They walk between the realms, ensuring the delicate balance of nature remains undisturbed." As the sun crept higher in the sky, the forest hummed with the rhythms of life. Squirrels chattered from their lofty perches, and butterflies flitted from blossom to blossom, their wings a kaleidoscope of color. In a secluded glade, a crystal-clear pool shimmered like liquid moonlight, its waters infused with the magic of the ancient wood. Willow gestured for her kits to approach, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "Watch closely, my little ones," she whispered. With a flick of her paw, she conjured a ripple upon the surface of the pool. Instantly, the water transformed into a shimmering mirror, reflecting not their physical forms, but the very essence of their spirits, glowing orbs of pure energy, pulsing with the vibrant hues of life itself. The kits gasped in wonder, their eyes wide with amazement. "How is this possible, Mother?" one kit asked, his voice tinged with awe. Willow smiled, her whiskers twitching with delight. "The magic of the Elderwood is as ancient as the forest itself," she explained. "It flows through every living thing, connecting us all in a tapestry of life." As the day wore on, the family basked in the warmth of the sun's golden rays, their bellies full from a hearty feast of berries and succulent greens. Willow regaled her kits with tales of the forest's ancient wisdom, passed down through countless generations of rabbits before them. She spoke of the changing seasons, each one a symphony of transformation and renewal. The vibrant greens of spring, the fiery hues of autumn, the crystalline blanket of winter, each held its own unique magic, woven into the very fabric of the Elderwood. As dusk approached, the family retreated to their burrow, their hearts full of wonder and reverence for the magic that surrounded them. Willow tucked her kits in, her eyes shining with love and pride. "Remember, my little ones," she whispered, nuzzling them tenderly. "The magic of the Elderwood flows through us all. It is our sacred duty, to protect and cherish this wondrous realm, for it is the very heartbeat of life itself. And as the moon rose high above the ancient canopy, the forest seemed to hum with a contented sigh, its secrets guarded by those who walked in harmony with nature's eternal dance. The whispering locket and the moonlit grove. Beneath a sky quilted with stars, where the village of Bramble Hollow nestled between rolling hills, there lived a quiet girl named Lyra with eyes the color of storm clouds and a heart that listened to things others couldn't hear. Her hands were always stained with charcoal from sketching the world as she saw it, not just trees and streams, but the shimmering edges where reality blurred into something older, wilder. On the eve of her 12th birthday, as fireflies winked secret messages in the meadow, she found a silver locket half buried in the roots of an ancient oak. Its surface was etched with constellations that shifted when touched, and when she pressed it to her ear, it hummed like a seashell full of distant winds. "That," said a voice like rustling parchment, "belongs to the keeper of between." Layla turned to find an owl perched on a fence post, its feathers dappled moonlight. Larger than any owl ought to be, with eyes like liquid amber, it tilted its head. "You've been chosen, little listener. The grove beyond the thorned gate needs you." The thorned gate revealed itself only at twilight, a tangled archway of briars that glowed faintly blue where the locket's light touched it. Beyond lay the moonlit grove, a forest where trees grew upside down, their roots cradling tiny galaxies of bioluminescent moss, and rivers flowed upward to vanish into mist. Here the air smelled of burnt sugar and forgotten dreams, and every shadow had weight. The owl, who introduced himself as Corwin, explained that the grove was a bridge between worlds, tended for centuries by keepers who maintained its balance. But the last keeper had vanished, and now the grove was fraying. Flowers bloomed black at their cores, streams hiccuped mid-flow, the very light seemed to curdle. "The locket lets you hear the grove's heart," Corwin said, preening a feather back into place. "But mending it will require more than listening. You must find the 3 tears stolen from the weeping pool, moonstone droplets that hold the grove's memories of joy, sorrow, and hope. Without them, this place will unravel, and your world will follow." Their first clue came from a river spirit with hair of frosted glass, who sang in a language of ice cracking and pebbles turning. The locket translated her mournful warble. The first tear sleeps where laughter drowned, in the belly of the hollowed mountain. The mountain loomed at the grove's edge, its peak gnawed open like a bitten apple. Inside, tunnels pulsed with veins of glowing fungi, and the walls whispered riddles that made Leela's temples ache. "I am eaten by the dark, but never full. I follow winter's sigh, yet never pull. What am I?" "A shadow," Leela murmured, tracing the answer on the wall with her finger. The stone rippled, revealing a chamber where the first tear floated above a pedestal, except the pedestal was a slumbering rockworm the size of a cart, its maw bristling with crystal teeth. Corwin hooted a warning, but Leela stepped forward, humming a lullaby her mother used to sing. The rockworm's eyelids fluttered, its growl softening to a purr as the song unspooled. When she plucked the tear from the air, it warmed her palm, filling her mind with visions of the grove's birthday. Saplings bursting from stardust, deer with antlers of living smoke, the first keeper planting songs in the soil. The second tear hid in the court of mirrors, a palace inhabited by reflections who'd forgotten their true forms. They flitted through halls of silver glass, mimicking Leela's movements until she doubted which way was real. "They'll trap you here," Corwin said, talons clicking nervously. Reflections crave substance. But when a mirror Leela reached out to grab her wrist, the real Leela did something unexpected. She sketched the reflection's face in charcoal, giving it freckles, a chipped tooth, a scar like a crescent moon. "There," she said. "Now you're more than an echo." The reflection blinked, tears of quicksilver pooling as it handed her the second tear. This one tasted of salt and apologies, showing the grove's first loss, a keeper dissolving into wind after centuries of service. By the time they reached the weeping pool, a basin of liquid mercury encircled by weeping willows, Leela's boots were full of sand from the hourglass desert, and her braid twined with feathers from bargaining with crow folk. The third tier was guarded by the thief of whispers, a creature woven from smoke and old regrets. It hissed, "Why should I return what I've rightfully stolen? This world abandoned me long ago." Lyla hesitated. The locket showed her the thief's true form, a former keeper, warped by loneliness after the grove forgot him. "You're right," she said, lowering the locket. "It's not fair, but I'm here now. Let me remember you." She drew his story in the sand, his years of service, his slow fading, the moment the stars stopped saying his name. As the sketch deepened, the thief's smoke solidified into a man with kind eyes and leaves in his hair. With a sigh, he dropped the third tear into her palm. "Thank you," he said, vanishing into a shower of fireflies. Returning the tears to the weeping pool was like dropping snowflakes into a storm. The grove shuddered, then bloomed, trees straightened, rivers danced, and the sky peeled back to reveal a dawn made of opals. But as the magic settled, Leela felt the locket grow heavy. "It's binding you to the grove," Corwin said quietly. "To stay, you must become its new keeper, immortal but alone, to leave." He nodded at the locket, now dull as tarnished tin. Leela thought of her mother's voice, of charcoal sketches tucked under her pillow, of the way sunlight caught the village bakery's frosting each morning. She placed the locket on the pool's edge. "The grove deserves someone who can give it everything, but that's not me, not yet." The grove sighed, not in anger but understanding. The locket dissolved into stardust, sprinkling her hair with silver. "You'll always hear its whispers," Corwin said, nudging her shoulder. "Keeper or not." Back in Bramble Hollow, dawn gilded the hills. Leela's mother found her asleep under the oak, clutching a charcoal sketch of an owl and a silver locket. "Just a dream," her mother murmured, tucking the blanket closer. But Layla knew better. That night, she left a bowl of milk by the window. When she woke, it was empty, and a single amber feather lay on the sill. Outside, the meadow grass swayed in patterns too deliberate to be wind, and the shadows beneath the thorned gate hummed a familiar lullaby. Years later, when townsfolk asked why Leela's paintings seemed to breathe, why lost children always found their way home near her cottage, she'd simply smile. "The world's fuller than it looks," she'd say. And if you pressed your ear to her garden wall at midnight, you might hear it too, the soft, sweet sigh of a grove remembering its friend. The old house settled around Theo like a well-worn quilt, each creak and groan a familiar lullaby. Outside, rain whispered secrets to the window panes, pitter-pat, pitter-pat, while the fire in the hearth crackled its warm, golden reply. Theo, tucked under his own quilt, felt a familiar restlessness. The shadows in the corners seemed deeper tonight, holding their breath. That's when his gaze drifted towards the steep, narrow staircase leading to the one place he rarely ventured, the attic. It wasn't that he was forbidden, it was simply unknown. A realm of dust motes dancing in stray light beams, forgotten furniture draped in ghostly sheets, and secrets whispered by old trunks. Tonight, however, a peculiar pull tugged at him, stronger than the cozy lure of his bed. Perhaps it was the rhythmic sighing of the wind in the eaves, or the way a single, brave moonbeam managed to pierce the skylight's grime, painting a silver path on the attic floor. Gathering his courage, a small, flickering thing like a birthday candle flamed Theo, slipped on his thick socks, and padded towards the stairs. The wood side beneath his feet, creak groan, a sound older than he could imagine. The attic air was thick with the scent of time, dry paper, cedar wood, and the faintest hint of lavender from long-gone sachets. Moonlight pooled around a large, humpbacked trunk tucked beneath the eaves, its leather straps brittle, its brass buckles tarnished green. This was the source of the pull. Kneeling, Theo wrestled with a stubborn buckle, the metal cold against his fingers. With a final click-snick, the lid lifted, releasing a puff of dust that danced in the moonbeam like miniature stars. Inside, nestled amongst yellowed linens and bundles of letters tied with faded ribbon, lay a small wooden box. It wasn't ornate, just smooth, honey-colored oak, worn soft with age. Carved on its lid was a simple, swirling pattern like wind chasing leaves. Curious, Theo lifted it. It felt surprisingly heavy, solid. He traced the carving, his finger finding a tiny, almost invisible latch. Click. The lid sprang open. Inside, nestled on faded blue velvet, was a music box. Not grand, but perfectly formed. Instead of a ballerina, a tiny, intricate scene was revealed. A miniature forest glade, complete with minuscule trees, a winding path of tiny pebbles, and a little wooden bridge arching over a silver thread of a stream. At its center stood a figure, no bigger than Theo's thumb, carved like a kindly old man with a lantern. Theo gently turned the small brass key protruding from the side. It resisted, stiff with disuse, then gave way with a soft tick-tick-tick. The melody that began was unlike any music box tune Theo had ever heard. It wasn't tinkling or high-pitched, but deep, resonant, and achingly beautiful. It sounded like the sigh of ancient trees, the chuckle of a hidden brook, and the distant chime of stars, all woven together. Hum-HMMMM, plink-plink-K-plink, ding-dong, it filled the attic, not loudly, but with a profound presence that seemed to push back the shadows, turning them soft and velvety. The tiny lantern on the figure's hand began to glow with a warm, buttery light, illuminating the miniature scene with impossible detail. Theo gasped. "Ah," sighed a voice, soft as dust settling. "It's been an age since that song warmed these rafters." Theo nearly dropped the box. Perched on the edge of the trunk, smoothing her whiskers with a tiny paw, sat a mouse. She wasn't gray, but a soft, dove brown, and perched precariously on her head was a thimble-sized silver teacup, tilted at a jaunty angle. Her eyes, bright as polished jet beads, regarded Theo with surprising warmth. Who are you?" Theo whispered, clutching the humming music box. "Seraphina Pinwhisker," the mouse announced, dipping her head, causing the teacup to wobble alarmously. "Keeper of forgotten melodies and, occasionally, misplaced biscuit crumbs. And you found the heartwood box. Quite the discovery, young master." The heartwood box. Theo breathed, mesmerized by the glowing miniature and the hauntingly beautiful tune. Hum-HMMMM, plink-plink-K-plink. "Indeed," Seraphina chirped. "Its song holds the memory of the Deepwood Glade, a place of peace tucked away. Well, somewhere beyond the cobwebs and old hatboxes, that little chap with the lantern, that's old Loomies. He guards the path." She pointed a tiny claw. "But see, his light is flickering, weak, the glade's heart song is fading." Theo peered closer. Indeed, the warm glow from the tiny lantern was sputtering, casting frantic, jumping shadows within the miniature forest. As it dimmed, the beautiful melody faltered, skipping notes, sounding thin and strained. Hum-plink-HM, a wave of coldness seemed to emanate from the box, chilling Theo's fingers despite the music box's warmth. "What's wrong with it?" Theo asked, a pang of sadness striking him as the lovely music threatened to die. "Silence," murmured a new voice, low and rumbling like stones in a brook. From behind a stack of hatboxes padded a large, ginger cat. His fur was the color of autumn leaves, and his green eyes held ancient patience. He moved with silent grace, settling near Theo, his purr starting up a deep, comforting vibration like a contented kettle simmering. P-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-M-M. P-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-M-M. "The glade fears the silence," the cat stated simply. "It creeps in when the heart song weakens, stealing the light, stealing the music. Old Loomies needs courage to keep the lantern bright, but courage grows dim in the quiet." Theo understood fear. He understood the shadows in his room, the unease in the attic's depths. How can we help? How can we give old Lumi's courage? The song needs mending, Seraphina said, adjusting her teacup hat. Its strength comes from harmony, from kindness remembered. The box remembers the glade, but it needs to feel the warmth that banishes the silence. It needs a spark. But it's just a box, Theo protested, looking at the tiny, flickering light. Ah, rumbled the ginger cat, whose name, Theo learned, was Russell for the sound he made moving through dry leaves. Size is a tricky thing. Courage isn't measured in miles or muscle, young Theo. It's measured in heartbeats, in choosing light when the dark presses close. The spark old Lumi's needs isn't fire, it's connection. It's the echo of friendship, the warmth of a caring thought, sent right into the heart of the song. Theo looked from the earnest mouse to the wise cat, then down at the struggling miniature world in his hands. The melody was now just a faint, broken whisper. Plink, H-shem, plink, the coldness intensified. He thought of the cozy fire downstairs, of the safe warmth of his quilt, of his parents sleeping peacefully. He thought of Seraphina's cheerful presence and Russell's deep, grounding purr. P-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-M-M. Closing his eyes, Theo cupped the heartwood box gently. He didn't just think of warmth and safety, he felt it. He poured into the little wooden box the feeling of the crackling fire, the softness of his quilt, the sound of rain on the roof that meant shelter, the purring cat beside him, the brave little mouse with her teacup hat. He imagined sending all that cozy, safe, kind feeling down the winding path of the miniature glade, straight towards the flickering lantern of old Lumi's. He focused not on banishing the darkness, but on holding the light he already knew. He remembered the courage it took to climb the creaking stairs, the wonder of finding the box, the kindness in Seraphina's bright eyes, the comfort in Russell's steady presence. He gathered all these small, brave, warm feelings and sent them like a silent prayer into the heart of the music. HMMMM. A single clear note resonated from the box, stronger than before. Theo opened his eyes. Inside the miniature glade, the tiny lantern flared. Not violently, but steadily, warmly, pushing back the shadows that had been encroaching. The light spilled over the tiny pebbles, gilded the miniature leaves, and shone on old Lumi's carved face, which seemed impossibly to hold a gentle smile. The melody surged back, richer, fuller, deeper than ever. Hum-HMMMM, plink plink k plink, ding dong, it wove together the sighing trees, the chuckling brook, the distant stars, and now the crackle of a fire, the purr of a cat, the patter of rain, the gentle creak of an old house, and the quiet, steady beat of a courageous young heart. It was a symphony of comfort. The coldness vanished, replaced by a gentle warmth radiating from the box, seeping into Theo's hands. The shadows in the attic weren't banished. They simply became soft, velvety corners, no longer threatening, just resting. Well spun, young master. Seraphina clapped her tiny paws, her teacup hat bobbing. A tapestry of warmth, that's what that was. Old Lumi's hasn't shone that bright since Grey-Tant Mildred found her misplaced spectacles. Russell bumped his large, warm head gently against Theo's arm, his purr deepening into a satisfied rumble. P-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-M-M-M. Courage shared is courage multiplied, he murmured. The silence flees from such harmony. Theo looked down at the heartwood box. The miniature glade was bathed in peaceful, golden light. The song flowed strong and serene, filling the attic with its profound, comforting presence. He felt different. The restlessness was gone, replaced by a deep, quiet contentment. The shadows downstairs no longer seemed like lurking monsters, but simply part of the night's gentle embrace. He hadn't traveled miles, he journeyed inward, across the landscape of his own fear, guided by kindness and friendship, and found courage in the warmth he already possessed. He carefully closed the lid of the heartwood box. The beautiful melody softened, becoming a gentle hum within the wood, a secret warmth against his palm. He placed it back on the blue velvet inside the trunk, leaving the lid open just a crack, like a promise to return. "Will it be all right?" Theo asked softly, looking at his small companions. Seraphina nodded, her whiskers twitching. "Oh, indeed, the song is strong again, and now," she yawned delicately behind a tiny paw, "it's time for sensible creatures to seek their nests. Even keepers of forgotten melodies need their rest." Russell gave a final, resonant purr and padded silently back into the deeper shadows of the attic, a rustle of fur against old fabric. Seraphina gave Theo a last bright-eyed blink before scampering off towards a hole near a stack of old books, her tiny teacup hat vanishing into the darkness. Theo carefully closed the trunk, the brass buckle clicking softly. The attic felt different now. Still mysterious, still full of forgotten things, but no longer unknown or frightening. It felt companionable. The moonbeam still shone, silver and peaceful. The rain continued its gentle pitter-pat on the roof, a soothing counterpoint to the faint, comforting hum he could almost feel emanating from the trunk. He padded back down the sighing stairs, creak groan, the sounds now familiar and friendly. The fire in the hearth had settled into glowing embers, casting dancing, warm shadows on the walls, friendly shapes now, like gentle giants resting. The fear of the dark corners had melted away, replaced by the understanding that darkness wasn't empty. It was just quiet, holding its own kind of peace, like the velvet lining of the old trunk. Sliding back under his quilt, Theo felt the deep, safe warmth seep into his bones. He listened to the house settle, the soft pop of an ember, the sigh of the wind, the distant, almost imperceptible hum of the heartwood box singing its song of the deepwood glade, a lullaby woven from ancient trees, starlight, crackling fires, purring cats, brave little mice, and the quiet, enduring strength of kindness and courage found within. The shadows were just friends waiting for the dawn, and the night wrapped around him like a familiar, velvet cloak. His eyelids grew heavy, the beautiful melody echoing softly in his mind, hum-hmmm, plink plink cape plink, ding dong, a gentle reminder that light, warmth, and courage were always just a heartbeat away, often found in the most ordinary of boxes, in the most unexpected of attics, carried on the wings of friendship and the quiet strength of a caring thought. And as sleep finally claimed him, the last sound he heard was the contented sigh of the old house, settling deeper into its own peaceful dreams. Once upon a time, in a cozy village nestled among rolling hills, there lived a young doe named Willow. She was a gentle creature with a soft brown coat and eyes that shone like amber in the sunlight. Willow loved the comfort of her daily routines, nibbling on sweet clover in the meadow, resting in the dappled shade of the ancient oak, and listening to the soothing melodies of the woodland birds. Yet lately, Willow couldn't shake a restless feeling stirring within her. She watched as her friends shed their winter coats, their new fur glistening with renewed vibrancy. But Willow's coat remained dull and threadbare, clinging to her like an itchy reminder that change was afoot, whether she was ready or not. One crisp morning, Willow wandered to the forest's edge where she often found solace among the ferns and wildflowers. There she met an old friend, a wizened tortoise named Sage, who moved with great care and contemplation. "You seem troubled, little one," Sage said, her voice as gentle as the rustling leaves. Willow confided her fears about the impending change. "I feel stuck, like this tattered coat is weighing me down. I'm afraid if I let it go, I'll lose a part of myself forever." Sage smiled knowingly. The cycle of rebirth can be daunting, but it's nature's way of helping us grow. Think of the butterfly emerging from its chrysalis. A wondrous transformation takes immense courage. As if on cue, a shimmering light danced through the trees, catching Willow's eye. It was a radiant sprite named Glow, one of the forest's fabled guardians. "Don't fret, dear Willow," Glow chimed, her ethereal voice like a tinkling brook. "Every ending is a new beginning in disguise." With a wave of her tiny hand, Glow conjured a glittering pool of water before them. Images began to swirl across its surface, a kaleidoscope of vibrant colors representing the stages of growth and renewal. Willow was transfixed, seeing reflections of her own journey mirrored in nature's eternal rhythm. Glow gestured toward the water. You'll know when you're ready to embrace the change within you. Trust in the magic that guides all living things. Heartened by her friend's wisdom, Willow realized her fears were rooted in resistance to the unknown. As the days passed, she moved through the transition with newfound grace, allowing her tattered coat to shed naturally. Beneath the weathered exterior, a lustrous new coat emerged, its rich chestnut hues shimmering like sunlight on autumn leaves. Willow felt lighter, revitalized, as if she were seeing the world through fresh, wondering eyes. From that day on, she greeted each season as a wondrous teacher, honoring the continual cycle of transformation as the greatest magic of all. For in surrendering to change, Willow discovered her truest self, resilient, radiant, and beautifully renewed. Deep within the whisperwood, where ancient oaks stretched moss-draped branches toward a sky often veiled in mist, magic hummed just beneath the surface of reality. Here, the seasons didn't merely change, they danced. Spring arrived on the breath of warm zephyrs, carrying pollen-gold promises. Summer unfurled in emerald canopies that shimmered with firefly constellations. Autumn descended in a cascade of amber and crimson, each leaf a whispered secret. Winter wrapped the forest in a crystalline hush, where frost painted stories on frozen ponds. And in this realm the creatures lived not as mere inhabitants, but as guardians of an intricate, singing balance. Young Bramble, a hedgehog with spines like dewdrop-tipped thistles, lived in a cozy burrow lined with dried lavender and owl feathers. His grandmother, a badger named Sorrow with fur like storm-cloud silver, often spoke of the forest's hidden pulse. "Listen beyond the rustle," she'd murmur, her voice as comforting as the crackle of their hearth moss fire. "Hear the wind's lullaby, that's the breath of seasons, carrying dreams from the roots to the stars." Bramble would nestle into Sorrow's warmth, inhaling the scent of rain-soaked earth and wood smoke, feeling the forest's heartbeat thrum through the soil beneath them. One late summer evening, as crickets wove melodies into the twilight, an unnatural stillness settled. The breath of seasons faltered. No cooling breeze carried the scent of ripening blackberries or the distant promise of autumn's spice. Instead, the air grew thick and heavy, clinging like damp wool. Flowers drooped, their petals losing luster. Even the creek's usual chuckle faded to a listless sigh. Bramble watched a weary bluebird, feathers dulled, struggle to lift itself onto a wilting elderberry branch. "Grandmother," he whispered, his nose twitching at the stale air, "why does the forest hold its breath?" Sorrel's eyes, deep as mossy pools, grew solemn. She led Bramble to the Heartstone glade, a clearing where moonlight pooled like liquid silver on a flat, moss-cushioned rock etched with spirals. "Long ago," Sorrel began, her paw tracing the carvings, "when the seasons tangled, the first guardians sang to the whispering winds. They reminded the winds of their purpose, to weave change, not stagnation." She described how generations past had faced such silences, always restoring harmony by understanding the connections. How the squirrel's buried nuts fed the soil, how the beaver's dam nurtured reeds where dragonflies hatched, how even the tiniest spider's web caught morning due to quench thirsty ferns. The imbalance deepened. Without the wind's guidance, autumn's vibrant palette refused to awaken. Leaves remained stubbornly green yet brittle, and the air tasted of dust. Bramble noticed the forest's distress in every detail, the frantic scrabble of mice searching for water, the drooping caps of mushrooms that usually glowed with bioluminescent hope at dusk. A family of foxes, their coats patchy and thin, huddled miserably in their den. "We must help," Bramble declared, his small voice trembling but resolute. Sorrel nuzzled him. "Wisdom is the compass, little one. We listen, then act." They journeyed to the elder tree, a colossal oak where hollows glowed with the soft light of glowworms. There they convened with Fern, an ancient owl whose feathers held the patterns of frost and starlight, and Pip, a quick-witted dormouse who knew every root path in the forest. "The winds are lost," Fern hooted softly, her amber eyes reflecting the dimming moon. "Trapped in the high peaks where echoes confuse their song." Pip twitched his whiskers. But why? The peaks have always sung back. Sorrel nodded. Something silences the echo, something unnatural. Bramble remembered Sorrel's stories, how balance required every voice. He crept to the forest's edge where human artifacts sometimes drifted, a tattered kite, a smooth glass bottle. There, half buried in ferns, lay a shard of mirrored metal, reflecting the stagnant sky. It wasn't part of the forest's song. When sunlight hit it, the glare shot upward, blinding and harsh. This, Bramble gasped. It steals the mountain's echo. The mirrored shard had fallen from a passing hot air balloon, its unnatural reflection scattering the peak's harmonic response, leaving the winds directionless. With Pip's guidance, they rallied the forest. Badgers dug trenches to tilt the shard. Squirrels wove vines into a net. Fireflies lit their path as night deepened, their glow a constellation of determination. Bramble, heart pounding like a woodpecker's drum, climbed onto Sorrel's back as she nudged the shard into the net. Together they hauled it away from the peaks, burying it deep in clay where its reflection could harm no one. As the last clod of earth settled, a sigh rippled through the trees. Then a whisper. A gentle, cool caress brushed Bramble's spines. It carried the scent of wood smoke and fallen apples. The breath of seasons returned. It swirled through the whisperwood, rustling leaves into bursts of gold and scarlet. Rain followed, soft and sweet, pattering on the canopy like 1,000 tiny drums. The creek laughed again, and flowers raised their faces to drink. In the heartstone glade, Fern spread her wings as Pip danced in circles. "You listened," Sorrel murmured to Bramble, her eyes crinkling with pride. "Not just with your ears, but with your heart. Balance isn't kept by force, but by tending every thread in the web." That night, as Bramble curled in his burrow, the forest sang him to sleep. Outside, autumn's first frost painted silver lace on spiderwebs, and the wind hummed the ancient lullaby of change and renewal. He dreamed of roots deep in the dark earth, of stars winking through the canopy, and of Sorrel's voice, warm and sure, "When harmony flows, all things grow." And in that knowing, wrapped in the scent of lavender and the forest's restored breath, Bramble drifted into peaceful slumber, cradled by the eternal dance of the whisperwood. Once upon a time, in the quaint village of Larkspur Hollow, nestled between emerald hills and the whispering woods, there lived a young girl named Alina. Alina was known for her curious spirit and a heart as warm as the summer sun. She had a special knack for finding beauty in the most unexpected places, and her days were often spent exploring the meadows and streams that surrounded her home. One golden afternoon, as the sun began its descent behind the hills, Alina sat by the edge of the creek, her toes dipped in the cool, bubbling water. The birds sang a gentle lullaby, and the breeze carried a hint of lavender from the nearby fields. Her eyes caught a glimmer of something unusual, a path she had never noticed before, veiled in a shimmering, misty light, leading into the depths of the forest. Her heart fluttered with a mixture of excitement and a touch of nervousness. But her curiosity, like a soft tug on her sleeve, urged her forward. What wonders might this path hold? She wondered aloud, her voice blending with the rustling leaves. With a deep breath, Alina stepped onto the path. The forest greeted her with a symphony of sounds, the gentle crunch of leaves beneath her feet, the distant hoot of an owl, and the whisper of the wind through the branches. The air was rich with the scent of pine and earth, comforting and familiar, yet the path itself felt like stepping into a dream. As Alina ventured deeper, the forest transformed around her. The trees, tall and majestic, were draped in vines of glowing flowers, their petals softly illuminating the path. She marveled at their colors, soft pinks, blues, and purples that seemed to shimmer like the stars. It wasn't long before Alina encountered her first whimsical creature. A delicate, luminescent butterfly fluttered before her, its wings painted with colors more vibrant than any Alina had ever seen. It danced in the air, leading her forward with playful twirls and loops. Alina giggled, feeling as though she was part of some magical ballet. Further along, she came across a small clearing bathed in moonlight, where a group of tiny twinkling beings were gathered. They were spritlings, their bodies glowing like fireflies, their laughter a melodic chorus. They waved to Alina, inviting her to join their circle as they twirled and spun, their joy infectious. With laughter bubbling in her chest, Alina danced with the spritlings, her worries melting away like morning mist. She discovered that courage wasn't just about facing fear. It was about embracing the unknown with an open heart. As the dance concluded, a gentle voice spoke from the shadows. It was Old Willow, a wise, ancient tree with a face carved by time and the elements. "Dear Alina," it said, its voice like the rustle of leaves, "you have shown great courage by stepping into the unknown. Remember, the world is full of wonders waiting to be discovered by those who dare to seek them." The path continued to wind through the forest, leading Alina to a serene pond. The surface was as smooth as glass, reflecting the shimmering canopy above. As she knelt by the water's edge, a gentle ripple spread across the pond, and a graceful, silvery fish emerged, its scales glinting in the moonlight. The fish spoke in a voice as soft as the water's caress. "Brave traveler, your journey reminds us that with each step into the unknown, we uncover parts of ourselves we never knew existed." Feeling a sense of peace and understanding, Alina thanked the fish and continued on her way. The path eventually looped back to the village's edge, where the first glimmers of dawn painted the sky in hues of pink and gold. With a heart full of wonder and a mind alive with possibilities, Alina returned home, her spirit aglow with the magic of her adventure. She knew that, while the path had ended, her journey of exploration and courage was just beginning. And so, as the village of Larkspur Hollow awoke to a new day, Alina fell asleep with a smile, dreaming of the mysteries still waiting for her in the enchanting world beyond her doorstep. The gentle rustling of the leaves and the soft hum of the forest were her lullaby, promising more magical discoveries in the days to come.